Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Murray setting up, looking deep, now takes off, running to the right at the 35, at the 40, and dives to about the 44-yard line, a gain of 3. And got an injured Cardinal. It's Kyler who went down very awkwardly that time as he tried to cut. Oh, no. Non-contact. He cut right, then tried to cut left, and just buckled.
Good morning, Metroplex. A jam-packed Monday night in the sports world. Mavs, Stars, the Cowboys finally add a receiver. Does it end the Odell Beckham chase? But we start off with Kyler Murray, third play of the game, carded off, gone for the year. And now the question for Arizona, how gone is he for the beginning of next year as well?
Yeah, I think he might be ready for next year's start. He'll miss the start of training camp, that's for sure. But these guys don't do a dang thing there in camp anyway anymore, right? They don't play preseason games. He might miss week 1, week 2, maybe like a Gallup kind of thing, where he's ready to go by week 3.
Torn ACL is the fear.
Oh yeah, I think we all could see that. I didn't see this live. I was at my kid's basketball game. They went overtime, of course. Nothing quite like middle school overtime basketball. But that was. I saw the replay. I was like, ooh, yep, ACL. No doubt. No doubt about that.
Non-contact, too. And a lot of people were tweeting me saying an L for the natural grass crowd. We always talk about Arizona's field, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this was happening on the other surface, a lot of players would be tweeting. A lot of people would be criticizing, hey, NFL, hey, Jerry Jones, get your players on natural grass. So that was just a little side note people were commenting on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're never going to have injuries on natural grass.
Yeah.
Like you're obviously going to have some. It's just the likelihood and the frequency of them are different on grass than they are on any kind of non-grass surface. I don't know. Is Arizona, is it that real grass or is that fake real grass that they have now? Like that hybrid real grass, some real, some fake. I think Green Bay's got something like that McCarthy was talking about, right? It's like it's a new kind of hybrid, functional grass that's not really, but who knows?
What a disaster. By the way, New England won the game 27-13. They lead the NFL in points scored off turnovers. The Cardinals' Twitter account listed him as questionable to come back in.
Yeah.
I was like, what? What are you talking about? He's questionable to come back in. He was carted off. He's done. He's done for the season, but that was them on social media. Where's Arizona in the discussion for most disappointing teams in the entire league? Look, them being 4-9, Denver 3-10. A lot of people made their decision on selling Russell Wilson last year, when maybe they agreed with Pete Carroll that Russ was falling off a cliff. The Rams are 4-9. Are they the biggest disappointments in the National Football League? Everybody in the AFC East is over 500. Pittsburgh, 5-8. Texans, they were going to suck. Some people had Indy as a playoff team. They are 4-8. The Raiders are 5-8. How you racking up? How you listing the top 3 NFL disappointments in this season?
Well, I think Green Bay.
Yes.
Green Bay is being 5-8.
Yes.
And they're usually the 1 seed.
You're right. 5-8.
They're one of them.
They're clearly probably number 1.
Tampa Bay is still up there for me.
Tampa Bay is up there.
6-7, leading the NFC South.
God, that's awful.
Both Arizona and the Rams have got to be up there. I don't think there's any, and obviously Denver. I mean, I think all those teams are in the running.
I know they're in the running.
I would probably say, man, I'll probably say Green Bay.
Okay,
because they're going to miss the playoffs. I think most people had them as a playoff team more than any of the other ones.
Who's 2 and 3?
Man, it's tough to say not the Rams. I mean, the Rams wake up and win 10 games. I mean, it didn't matter what they did, right? They, even when they had Jared Goff, they were winning 9-10 games every year. They get Stafford, they win the Super Bowl. Like that franchise just kind of wakes up and wins double digits.
And then Arizona or Denver?
Denver.
Yeah, Arizona missed DeAndre Hopkins the first 6 games. I think that was going to hold them back anyways. But yeah, I'd go Denver at 3.
We shouldn't be surprised with Arizona. I mean, Cliff couldn't win with Patrick Mahomes in college. We shouldn't really be stunned at this, right?
And now how are they going to use these final 4 games to judge him? Maybe they've already judged them. They just gave him a recent extension.
Yeah.
It's not going to get better with Colt McCoy in there. They're 4-9. So
yeah, they're going to be looking at a top 5 pick, or somewhere close to that, and we'll see what they wind up doing. They're going to keep Kyler, I'm sure. I doubt they would draft his replacement, but because they just signed him to a long-term extension.
Oh yeah, got to keep him.
You got to. Plus, I mean, I think he's a good player. I think he's got his problems. He's got to grow up a little bit, but I think he's a good player overall.
So Arizona loses Kyler Murray, third play of the game. They lose to the New England Patriots. The Pats are 7-6. Do you have any thoughts on New England? They're just one of those.
Boring.
I know they're one of those Bermuda Triangle teams for me. I don't care to watch them on TV. I'm not interested. Belichick isn't going to keep me tuned in. As soon as I saw Kyler go down, I was like, okay, I can check on the Mavs now. I don't have to worry about this game because I'm just not interested in New England and Mac Jones.
No, I'm not.
I like that Mac's getting a little fiery week to week, going off and screaming and cussing out Matt Patricia and everybody else. But who's the second most intriguing player on the New England Patriots?
Ramondre,
who has had his issues here
Yep.
as of late, including last night.
Devontae Parker, Aguilar. Aguilar was intriguing last night.
Man.
Stopping the game down to get Devontae Parker out of the game because of the concussion, which somehow the NFL spotters missed.
Yes.
So like that no, but there's not really a whole lot of intriguing guys, but isn't that was like, when they won their first Super Bowl, I know, far cry. That was the whole, they were like a nameless team. We knew Brady's name because he had taken over for Drew in the middle of the year. Other than that, we didn't really know Vrabel yet. We didn't really know Brewski yet.
Yep.
We didn't really know those guys. Knew Ty Law. All right, you knew some of those. Lawyer Malloy.
Meanwhile, Shea Alexander drops 42 on the Dallas Mavericks last night, but fortunately, not enough at the AAC.
And the shot clock winding down. Dinwiddie recognizes it and banks it home! Yes! All prayers are answered!
So Dinwiddie chips in 20. Tim Hardaway chips in 20. They got red hot in the second quarter. That was like perfect timing for me. Kyler goes down. Let me switch on over. Hardaway gets hot. The Mavs score 43 in the second quarter, and Luka ends up closing it out against OKC. 121-114. The Mavs are 14-13. The Thunder 11-16.
I was looking for two things really. One, could they make free throws to close the game out?
Yeah, how are they going to choke this thing away?
Right, and two, was it going to come down to a situation where the Mavs had to have an inbounds pass? Would the Thunder know what the play is?
Why do you say that?
Well, that's what happened against Milwaukee.
Man,
is that a bad look for the Mavs?
They were broken last night, too. They were getting trapped. It's like, avoid having 3 guys corner you near the sideline. It happened twice. Dinwiddie turned it over once. Luka turned it over once. I had tweeted Game Blouse's Dave Chappelle reverse jam from Chappelle's show, and then bam, 2 Mavs turnovers. And I'm like, do they not have set plays at the end of the game here to burn and run this clock down from, and I'm not saying this sarcastically, a basketball genius in Jason Kidd?
Well, I mean, you are. I think the goal there is to get fouled. Like that's what they're trying to do. But then you got to make your free throws. They didn't do that on Friday night?
Well, they made 21 of 25 last night. They just put themselves in too scary of a situation when 3 guys are surrounding you. Luka scored 38, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists. He was 9 of 10 from the free throw line. And the rest of the Mavs made theirs. You got 12 off the bench from Bullock and 0 from Dwight Powell in the starting lineup. So the Mavs get the W at the AAC, and then the Stars end up losing to the Penguins 2-1. Pittsburgh is 13-2-2 in their last 17 games.
Is that good?
I think it's good.
Is that good? It is pretty good. Look, Pittsburgh's a solid team. They've been a solid franchise for a long time. Like, ever since Sidney showed up. And before that, they had that one little down year to get Sidney.
They had like they're like the Indianapolis Colts of the NHL.
Yep, they had their down year. They got Sidney, and ever since then, it's been like, they're just really, really good. They haven't They haven't won a cup in a while, but they're a really good team.
So an absolutely packed night. Local sports-wise, Kyler Murray news on Monday. Bobby Belt is going to talk to us about why the Cowboys added T.Y. T.Y. Hilton is joining America's team. We'll get to it at 6 o'clock. Bobby has his bet payoff, losing the Texans-Cowboys wager to me. So he's going to sing you through the expressway at 7:20. All of his sports opinions, all of his sports takes, they got to be sung. Different genres. The Tolos have put the tokens in the jukebox. So we have all the different styles for Bobby to belch out, and he's not happy about it. I love it. He gets off on making Woolchuck and Chiafalo and Dawson, all of us uncomfortable. He absolutely loves it, and now he's going to get his this morning, 7:20 during the Expressway. And, of course, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Let's get you updates. Chris Beard filmed walking out of jail, and a Big 12 coach with the premature announcement on Mike Leach. We'll get you updated. Sean and RJ, Tolo Tuesday. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones on with Sean and RJ. We'll have reactions at 2. Krusty's Corner at 2:40, and the Nation runs till 7 on the Fan.
Hi, I'm Emmitt Smith.
Jay Chapu, we got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. Why did the Cowboys add T.Y. Hilton, and does it end Odell? Bobby Belt going to join us at 6 o'clock this morning on your home of America's team. Let's get your college head coach update. Bill Snyder, longtime coach, local legend at K-State, made the mistake yesterday of getting on social media. I'm like, is Bill Snyder really running this Twitter account? How old is Bill Snyder? This is a side discussion for the elderly with technology, but he tweeted out RIP to Mike Leach, who is still apparently in critical condition. Bill Snyder making a mistake.
Yeah.
And he quickly went back on social media and said, my bad, as people were confirming that Coach Leach is still alive, battling for his life.
Very much so battling. And there is still very little information on Mike Leach and what exactly happened. But, yeah, Bill Snyder jumped the gun. And when I saw that, when you guys had sent this out to us on the group chat, I was like, I need Thamel to say this.
Who?
Pete Thamel.
Okay.
I don't believe anything in college football. It's like he's like the Rosenthal, Woj, Schefter, whatever. It's like Brett McMurphy, Pete. You got a handful of guys, right? And he's one of them. I was like, all right, how does Bill know this? Like, okay, but then again, it's like these guys are the coach fraternity.
Yep.
Super close. So I was like, oh man, it's like now it would not have surprised anybody with, all the reports saying that he needs a miracle.
So there's one publication that has been reporting on this. I'm just going to attribute this to them. It's the Clarion Ledger in Mississippi. They have been told that Leach collapsed at his home during a massive heart attack. He did not get medical attention for 10 to 15 minutes. When EMTs arrived, they used a defibrillator to restore the normal heartbeat. Transported to the hospital, then he was taken by helicopter to another medical center. He may have also suffered seizures. There's a fear of brain damage as well, and the situation is considered dire for the 61-year-old. Now, Mike Leach had apparently been battling pneumonia and the flu in recent weeks and also had a terrible cough. People had noticed the cough for about a month, but he was apparently in great spirits recently at a holiday party on Saturday night. So the Clarion Ledger, really the only news source that I've seen come out with details to this extent.
That's really it. And I can understand that.
This has been the worst flu cold season I can ever remember. It's vicious, brutal.
Yeah, it's bad. I had the flu in 2 years. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And I want, did you get a flu shot? Do you get flu shots normally?
Yeah, I usually get them. I'm not great about keeping up with them, but when I went to get the physical the other day, I was like, get me the flu shot as well.
Oh yeah, okay. So I don't know. When the Mississippi Clarion Ledger says that, within that state, I assume they're pretty plugged in with the biggest.
Did you have a follow up on that, Fauci?
I did not. I have no idea. I
was waiting for it.
I really got the flu.
So do you not get the flu shot?
No, I didn't get it this year. I sometimes get it. It's like, if I'm in CVS
and there's no line,
I might get it.
Yeah.
That's kind of how
they do make it pretty easy if there's no line.
Yeah, they do. But yeah, I've got to be thinking about it there and no line. It's got to be like the trifecta.
Okay.
But no, that publication, I would assume in a small college town, they're pretty plugged in to the university. The university seems to be the only one that knows, outside of his family, what's really going on. They've done a great job of keeping this thing under wraps.
Meanwhile, Chris Beard was filmed walking out of jail after the arrest on a domestic violence charge. Authorities say a woman alleges she was assaulted and choked by Beard. He was booked at 4:18 in the morning. Third-degree charge of assault of a family household member, impede breath circulation, or strangulation. So he has been suspended without pay by the University of Texas, and they may have felt some of the effects last night.
Oh, yeah. They played Rice last night. Now, Rice had already had 2 losses on the year, and they went to overtime. The University of Texas, who was number 2 in the nation last week, went to overtime with Rice. That ought to tell you that all you know. They won the game, but that ought to tell you all you need.
You think they'll figure out a way to get him back on the court?
It's college athletics. College athletics do not care about morals. They do not care about, philanderers or alcoholics or drug abusers or cheaters or screamers or abusers or yellers or mental abusers or guys that call hookers from school phones. Like, they don't care. They care, can you win games?
Yeah.
And that's really it. So the only moral is, can you win? And I think what they're going to do is they'll let it play out. If he gets like charged, I think then there's a chance he gets fired. If he doesn't, then I think he'll be back on the bench.
I think this is one of those cases. You know how when evidence gets publicized, how does it hit the public? What pictures are going to get put out by the alleged victim, if there are pictures? What about a 911 call? Like, how terrifying is it going to be for us to listen to? Are you going to hear Chris Beard in the background? These types of things, details of the report on what he did or did not do. I think these types of things can have a major effect, can pressure universities to be like, we just cannot have you back. If things stay as is, yes, it's college sports. Probably has a pretty good chance. I would favor him getting back on the court, but these types of things, what type of evidence comes out with 911 calls, pictures? And I remember reading the Greg Hardy stuff, man, that painted a picture in my mind I could never get rid of. You heard some of the Zeke details.
Yeah.
The video. Is there video of this? Whoever that running back was, I forgot who.
Ray Rice?
No. The other running back.
Deuce Staley.
No. There was another running back who was like throwing this poor girl literally across the apartment back and forth. There's like a camera set up inside the apartment with the baby there. And I've never been able to get that out of my mind. The name is escaping me.
Yeah.
Deuce Staley get in trouble?
No, I thought it was. I was thinking of an Eagles running back. Wasn't he an Eagles player?
I don't know. Just don't throw out random.
Well, I thought that was the guy's name. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to me. You're the one who's accusing someone of domestic violence.
Well, I wonder if you ask the players too, if you do get like a team meeting and say, okay, do we want him back? Because if they're not going to play for him now because of this, I wonder if they make their decision based off that.
Well, I think of it like a little bit differently of how's Chris Beard going to stand up there and tell these kids to stay out of trouble. Hey, the relationships you have, all the drama, all the this and all the that, be above it. Come on, grow up. A little bit hard.
Can't do that now.
A little bit hard to command the room.
Zach Stacy.
Zach Stacy.
Not
Deuce Staley.
We got it.
Close name.
Yes, Zach Stacy. That was ugly video.
Yes.
Very ugly.
God, terrible.
So Chris Beard is permitted to communicate with the alleged victim. That may be, a little bit telling that he's still allowed to communicate in a non-threatening manner, but must stay 200 yards away from the residence where the police were called, and he was told he cannot possess a firearm. So these are the details with what happened with the Longhorns head coach. They were ranked 7th yesterday in the AP, 7-1 off to their best start in years, and they got the narrow win over Rice last night. Second season of a 7-year guaranteed contract that pays him more than $5 million per season.
Yep. Yeah.
He has
a lot of money.
He has a provision. He can be fired for cause for conduct the administration reasonably determines reflects poorly on the coach, program, school, or university system. That includes being charged with a felony. So let's see what happens and where this goes.
This is the big question they're going to face now. This will be lingering all year because it probably isn't going to get resolved in a week. Well, I mean, you never know, but I would imagine this thing lingers on for a little bit.
Does TY mean no Dell? I thought of that last night. T.Y. Hilton is added to the Cowboys. Inside the Star, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Bobby Belt tells us why they added T.Y. next.
It has the
Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, our Cowboys insider, warming up the vocal cords for 7:20 this morning. The Cowboys have added a new receiver. Don't panic. Have you never been up here for a fire drill?
I'm not panicking. I'm just looking.
It's never been on in here.
The flashing light?
Yeah, the flashing light's never been on in here.
Look, I'm ready.
You ready to die?
I'm burn it down. I'm ready this year. Just flip the calendar or burn the building down.
Well, I don't mind burning the building down. I just want to be in it.
Good point. Great point.
Set up the Comrex in the parking garage and do the show from out there. The Cowboys, Bobby, you and Jane Slater all over this. Jane put it out there. You started texting us. This is going to happen. The Cowboys add the former Indianapolis Colt T.Y. Hilton. What's he bring?
He brings a lot of speed. He's a good route runner. He'll be able to beat zone coverage, something that they really need. I think right now he can stretch the field. Again, something that they really need right now. He's a slightly built guy. He's got a lot of issues with soft tissue injuries over his career. Think of him like this a little bit. He's almost like wide receiver Sean Lee. Like there's a good shot he's going to get hurt. He's really good, but there's also a good shot he's going to get hurt and be nicked up and, can't go today, calf strain. Can't go today, the hamstring's acting up. That's kind of T.Y. Hilton.
So also kind of Amari Cooper like.
Well, Amari would go. He just wouldn't always be effective.
He hated football. Hated football.
That's true.
T.Y. just turned 33. Ooh. So they had flirted with him before, right?
So allegedly, there was talk that he was here over the off season, but I hadn't gotten anybody to confirm that, yes, he actually visited here during the off season. But I think the biggest thing is that he did exactly what Odell Beckham wouldn't. Like, they got the workout, they got the meeting, they got all the questions answered that they needed to.
Mike McCarthy saying the timing is right. He's ready to go. He's an excellent addition, especially at this time of year. So 10 years with Indy, RJ, caught 631 passes, 9,600 yards, 53 touchdowns, 4-time Pro Bowler. He was their number one for a long time.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, look, if he's a healthy player, then fine. Like, I don't think he's going to come in here and all of a sudden be the number 2. That's not what he is anymore. He's depth. He's depth. He's not. I mean, they were going to bring in Odell Beckham for like 2 games in the postseason. Like that they were going to do that.
Yeah.
This is a guy who could play, and if he's healthy, hopefully play well. You get these smaller guys that are good route runners. Their careers can extend.
Any other market interest in him? It seemed
not a lot. No, his market was kind of dead, and I think a lot of people were focused on Odell Beckham because they thought Odell Beckham was going to be able to play. As soon as it became obvious Odell Beckham's not going to be able to play, I think people shift their focus and they go, all right, where can we get answers here? And T.Y. Hilton was able to say, I can go. I can play now.
So T.Y. missed a total of just 2 games in his first 6 NFL seasons. He then missed 16 over 4 years because of that assortment of injuries. But look, when he was the number 1, again, that was a long time ago, had at least 1,000 yards receiving in 5 of 6 seasons. Here's the way the contract looks, according to Tom Pelissero. $600,000 guaranteed for the remaining 4 games. $50K per game roster bonus, up to $700,000 playoff incentive. So the max value of the whole deal is $1.5 million.
Perfect. Cheap. Cost you nothing.
Yeah.
If he works, he works. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
So, skill set wise, with this group, they've been missing and looking to add a burner down the field.
Yeah, they were hoping James Washington would come in and do that. I don't know if this is just single evaluation and they go, all right, James Washington's not going to work. Or is this more about, hey, Jalen Tolbert's been dealing with something. We're going to have to stick him on IR for the rest of the year.
It's called being a bust.
Come on, it's 1 year, man. But I don't know if that's the way that they're going to do it. They're going to set, but they've got to find a roster spot somewhere to clear that up. But I think the bigger issue here is exactly that. They don't have anybody who's just a burner who's going to beat somebody down the field.
Isn't that supposed to be Michael Gallup's role?
No. I mean, Michael Gallup can be a deep threat, but he's not like a speedy, like just run straight behind the defense kind of guy. They haven't really had that in a long time. I mean, they haven't drafted a receiver who runs under a 4.5, I think, in 20 years. The last time they drafted somebody who ran under a 4, like ran at the combine. There have been some pro day guys who ran it, but nobody ran it at the combine under 4.5 that they've drafted at receiver in like 20 years.
What does this mean for the Cowboys and Beckham? And where do you think the league and everyone stands on Odell?
I would assume this has no impact on Odell.
No impact.
Well, I mean, like T.Y. Hilton's 33 years old. He's not a future. He has no future here. There's a reason he was on the street.
Yeah.
Right? There was a reason. To me, like, I cannot imagine this having. Now, it may have impact for this year.
Yes.
But they were going to bring him. It didn't seem like he was going to be available this year.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't impact anything if Odell's willing to just sit back and sign in March or something like that and then talk about it. They may have interest then. It may work out that he may be ready. But, as of like now, and if some team wanted to jump on him right now, Dallas wouldn't be that team and somebody else wouldn't. Then it would obviously cancel out any ability to do anything in March.
Ian Rappaport with the latest over the weekend on Beckham. No timeline for a decision, no firm answer on what a contract would look like, monetary details not discussed with any of the teams he visited. All teams felt confident in his rehab with the surgery having gone well, but 10 months out, Beckham was just not ready to play. Odell did not work out or run routes for teams, despite clubs clamoring for more information. While he's done some route running, has not put pads on, hasn't run his full route tree. That left teams with more unknowns than knowns. So the way I look at it, Odell Beckham thought that he was such a megastar and such a playoff difference maker that he could walk into facilities and gamble that they would be so desperate to have him that they would just sign him up without seeing him work out and with him saying, I don't really think I need to play in the regular season, as he told LeBron James podcast. That was his ego gambling, and he lost.
Yeah, he
lost for this year.
He lost for this year. He'll be on a team next year. He'll get a good contract next year, I would assume. But yeah, this year, I mean, that's again, this injury happened in February. It's
a bold strategy, Cotton. We're gonna walk in. I'm Odell Beckham. You're going to sign me. I'm not working out. You're not going to know my timeline, and you're still going to sign me up.
9 months after the surgery.
Not the worst strategy, though, because obviously if I don't get signed, I don't get signed.
Well, it's his only strategy to play.
Exactly. I created a bunch of buzz.
Yeah.
I almost made an owner fall in love with me enough to just say, I don't care that he can't play, pay him. I mean, it almost worked. It wasn't bad. But it does, when you see these injury timelines for Chris Godwin and Odell Beckham and Michael Gallup, and I understand those are receivers, but still, it does make you a little concerned when you think about here in December, Terrence Steele just tears his ACL. When's he going to be ready next year? He's probably not going to be ready for camp, I would guess.
Okay, so you don't think Kyler's going to be ready for camp? Yes,
December to July, he's not going to have camp.
You're right, for camp,
and so
week one.
You would hope week one, yeah. But I mean, that's about that's 8 or 9 months, the recovery time for a tackle.
Stephen Jones was on the KMC Masterpiece yesterday, and they asked him about Terrence Steele being gone for the year.
Well, exactly. I mean, you hate it for him first and foremost. He's put a lot of work in to his trade. I mean, he has really had him a great year. He just keeps getting better every year. Does everything the right way, and certainly a tough deal for him. Obviously, a tough deal for our team. But at the same time, we've been resilient this year, and we do have some depth in that offensive line between Ball and Peters, and certainly we got Tyron coming back, so that'll be a big plus for us. So, we just have to, as all coaches like to say, next man up. And at the same time, like you said, your heart goes out for Steele, for Terrence, and all the work that he's done, and he'll make a great recovery and be ready to go next year.
Bobby Belt breaking the news right after our post-show meeting with 530 retweets for Terrence Steele out with the torn ACL.
Yeah, that was a good thing, too, because I had turned off my phone because we were in our post-show meeting, and I pulled my phone out, and it was ringing.
What do you mean turned it off?
I had, turned off the ringer, so I didn't hear it was going off. But
I thought you powered it down.
No, we got into the car, and I was taking my phone out and just happened to see I was getting the phone call. And so I was like, oh, there it is. But, yeah, no, this is tough because he had played really, really well. He's been the most consistent, stable offensive lineman in the group. Zach Martin called him the best player on the offensive line this year. And, he's been...
They won this evaluation against Leo Collins, which we all need to acknowledge, who all of us who were critical of LC getting out of here, they won this evaluation.
Sure. Seems that way, at least.
Philbin won this evaluation over people in the building. Philbin thought he could play, and a lot of people didn't. And look, that first year, it was bad. That first year was not good, and he's shown he's got a great work ethic, and he's shown himself to be a really good student and pick this stuff up, and he's become one of the best run blocking tackles in the NFL. He's really great, and it's tough that just as you're getting Tyron Smith back, you're now losing Terrence Steele.
His PFF grade is a 74 on the season.
Oh, that's a good grade. That's that's like a very, very solid grade. He didn't grade well on Sunday, but
it wasn't good on Sunday.
Here are drives with and without Terrence Steele from Twitter. With Steele, 6 drives. This is on Sunday. 6 drives, 17 points.
Ooh.
With Ball, 4 drives, 3 points. With Peters, 1 drive, 7 points.
Score a touchdown every time he's in.
Ooh, Peters?
Yeah. That's the secret. They just need to run the touchdown play every time.
So now what are they going to do? We'll see if we can get Jerry to tell us.
That's one of the questions I want to ask Jerry today is if Peters is part of that, can he play 60, 70 snaps for the next 8 weeks at 41 years old? Or if you're going to involve Peters, does it have to be a rotation? Because I don't know. You may say, look, we got 6-7 weeks to go. Just tough it out, big guy. You're going to have to play all these snaps. We're not asking you to do it for an entire season, but you got to knock it out here at the end of the year.
Meanwhile, Bobby saw my interaction and back and forth with Dan Orlovsky.
Yes!
As yesterday, I responded to J-Ron Curse when J-Ron said, and Brad Sham tried to pick a fight too last night. Brad, if you want to keep it going on the radio, let's do it on the radio. I'm not tweeting back and forth. If you want, I thought we got it straight yesterday when you came on, but you're welcome to come back on anytime, and we can. I mean, you're trying to corner me. You're trying to get me cornered.
Catch me outside. How about that?
How about that?
But it all stemmed from J-Ron Curse saying, when someone else does it, they show they can win the ugly games. When the Cowboys do it, they suck. And I said, y'all been sleepwalking for 3 straight weeks. It'd be different if it was one game. That's the difference. This is a pattern now. And Brad chimed in with sleepwalking, think emoji.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, the wonder. And I was like, yeah. Sleepwalking, like I told you on the radio, same thing. Woo! He thought I was referring specifically to the defense.
Oh.
So he went and did all his defensive homework. He went back to the Vikings game and then the Giants. He broke it all down. And I was like, yeah, I'm talking about the whole team.
He was like, let me show you how Damian Clark played the other day.
Damian.
So
Very good game. Didn't hear his name called, so there you go.
So that was the back and forth. And then, we ended up smiling at the end. But then Orlovsky stuck his nose in it and tweeted me and said, good to hear you being honest.
Good to hear you being honest, finally. He sucks.
Like, are you like...
Oh, stop.
He sucks.
We're not going to have that kind of slander on the show.
Oh, Chop, are you an Orlovsky defender? All right,
we like Dan.
The guys that we like. I like him personally.
I don't.
Do you? All right, just Orlovsky on TV as an analyst. What do you think? I think I think he's great with his film breakdowns. He's entertaining for television. And do you believe he's taken the anti-cowboy role that many of these TV networks do? Do you think he's following any script? RJ Choppy.
You guys mentioned that the other day. I've never noticed that. Okay. I've never noticed that from Dan. I've never noticed that he's like this anti-cowboy ideal to him. I've never paid attention to it.
He definitely likes Philly. He definitely likes Philly.
Yeah, I mean,
going back to Wentz too, not just this year.
Yeah, and that's. I'd have to go check to see. Like, is he from there? Where's he from? I thought he was from Connecticut.
But you don't get like a trolley vibe from it.
No, definitely not a trolley vibe. I mean, he might be able. He might like. I mean, seriously, Philadelphia's been in the playoffs 5 or 6 years. Like, what is there not to like about that
He was
franchise?
saying last year Wentz is better than Dak. That's a troll opinion.
It's a bad opinion.
It's a troll opinion. No one else believed it.
I said it 2 years ago.
But did you believe it last year?
No, not last year.
He was slow. He was slow to correct his bad take. We've been there.
I agree.
I mean, I really haven't, but I mean, I'm still slow.
How do you feel about Florio?
Man, I can't. Florio's a whole different animal because Florio.
'Cause that's another friend of the show.
Yeah.
More so than Orlovsky.
Florio's an entirely different animal because Florio also brings politics in the mix all the time, and he can't stop just lecturing you on how you should be living your life. So he's an entirely different animal. But I don't think he's a troll either.
Okay.
I think your trolls are. I think Skip's a troll.
Yeah.
There's a handful. I think we throw it around too much.
But Orlovsky told me, good to hear you being honest. And I wrote back and said, I'm always honest, Dan. And I also watched the fourth quarters. I wanted to, because that was really stupid of him to say that. First of all, it was stupid of him to do it, but then to say it on TV. Oh, the Cowboys, look at this Colts game. It was a 2-point game. I fell asleep for the fourth, but really, that's the way I went to bed. So, man, Bobby's eye rolls are real serious in this segment. He hates Dan Orlovsky.
One day I'll read the DM. Not today, but one day.
We may do it. We may have to do it today. So that's Inside the Star on your home of America's team. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Bobby has been warming up the voice on Twitter for 7:20 this morning. And Bobby, RJ was a big fan of Bobby's song To Get It Going. We'll play it at 6:40. But
will we?
We will.
Oh, great.
We got it. You put it out there.
Put it out there.
We're going to go ahead and play it. Kyler Murray gone for the year, and how far into next season. An update on San Francisco getting banged up and what Luka can steal from the Oklahoma City Thunder to stop the whining. We'll explain next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
We are brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
And the Patriots win it over the Cardinals as the final 10 seconds elapsed by the 27-13 final. So they had to have it, and they got it.
And the storyline in this one happened 3 plays in. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you for a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Patriots win 27-13. But, Bobby, the nightmare season for Arizona continues. Kyler Murray, they fear that it's a torn ACL, carted off after the 3rd play with the non-contact injury, and the Cards fall to 4-9.
Hell of a way to lose your job, Cliff Kingsbury. This has been such a rough year for Arizona. And yeah, this is just kind of, the exclamation mark on it. But
you think he's done this year?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't know that it happens before the end of the year, but I think this is it. They've just had too many struggles with, I think.
And then they call up SP and see how interesting he is.
That's going to be the tough one to figure out. Where's he going to go?
Payton want the Arizona job.
Does Sean Payton?
Want a job.
Yeah, I was just sitting here trying to think. Is Sean Payton the right fit for Kyler?
What is the right fit?
I don't know. That's why I'm sitting here trying to think about it. Is that I don't know that he would now because
you would think Kingsbury comes across as like a player's coach, the cool guy, relating to someone younger like Kyler. Like traits wise, you would think Kyler and Cliff would be bros. They'd be perfect together.
Cliff loved Kyler, and I think Kyler loved Cliff during the recruiting process when he was coming out of Allen, and so they were fine on that front. I think it's just things change, guys change, their perspectives change in terms of I'm now an NFL head coach, you're now an NFL starting quarterback. That dynamic's very different from college head coach and high school recruit. It's a different.
Used to that mobile court, right? The Taysom Hill stuff, Kyler running around. I mean, what are we talking about fit-wise? Personality, scheme, both?
I mean, do we consider Drew Brees that mobile guy? Like he could move.
No, we don't.
He can move. He could pick up at least in 2009. He could pick up stuff with his legs.
He could slide around the pocket and do some stuff. But that was the other thing is that's why I don't know. Yes, he does know how to use Taysom Hill, but he used Taysom Hill exclusively as like, Taysom, you run, and I draw up plays for you to run, and Drew, you throw, and this is what we do. Is that I don't know? Can he structure an offense like a Jalen Hurts? I'm sure he can. He's a great coach, but a Jalen Hurts or a Lamar Jackson, is he the best guy to structure an offense where I have this guy and I'm able to take advantage of both things that he does?
Or do you think more of the hard ass who has to come in and crack down on Kyler and get on the same page?
I don't think the hard ass works in professional sports anymore. I think the players just push back on that. Sean Payton's next job is the Chargers. To me, that's where he's going to go. He's going to take over. He's going to go get Justin Herbert.
Well, what do the Chargers have to be to get rid of Brandon Staley?
That's a good question. I mean, we've seen guys get rid of coaches or players who
they're 7-6.
Yeah, prematurely. Even though they may not be the best or the worst, but they got rid of them to get that next guy, like that big whale.
They finish at 500. I think that's fireable for Brandon Staley based upon the expectations, the hype.
Yeah, he's been no net benefit. If they struggle again this year, I would go ahead. I'd move on. Now, the problem is, he's a darling. People love, oh, man, listen to him give a press conference. Listen to how great it is. And listen to how smart he is.
They love him. The analytics peeps.
His correct call percentage is super high. They just haven't, a lot of times they haven't worked. Like going for 2 or going for a 4th down. Like they were the pre-snap correct call. Those plays just they didn't pick it up, which doesn't mean that it wasn't the right call. It just didn't work, and that's really kind of put a damper on it. And it's a problem because this is going to prevent other teams from hiring those kind of guys, even though they're making the right call. People are results oriented.
I'll tell you what, there were Saints players that were terrified of Sean Payton, that were genuinely not feared for that, but they were definitely afraid of the discipline from Sean Payton, and they were don't want to do anything wrong, don't want to step out of line. So
Parcells' disciple.
Yeah, and so maybe if you're
and he was in charge of the cap. over there?
He was in charge of a lot of the decisions. They kind of, I mean, you've always got cap people there to help you make it work, but he's the one in charge of
Head of personnel.
Yeah, like we're doing, and he wants a say in that. He wants a hand in personnel, and so man, he might be a fit there for Kyler. It's just a matter of, would Kyler respond well to that? Would that be what Kyler would want? Would be the heavy hand?
Well, trucker.com text line, Kyler's uncoachable, immature, selfish, and a whiny little you know what. Yeah, I think Kyler pushes back on that one. Kyler's like, bro, I've got my money. I'm playing Call of Duty. Like, you're not gonna stop me from playing. It's my off-work hobby, and you're not gonna stop me from doing my off-work hobby. Seriously, I'm not joking. That's not a joke.
No, I know.
Like, that's exactly what he's gonna say.
It's last night when the tweet was out that said Kyler's out indefinitely on when Adam Schefter tweeted that, all the replies were, head over to Twitch, let's talk to him on Warzone.
Yeah.
So that's what he does. That's his thing.
Where is Arizona on your disappointment list, Bobby? We made a top 3 to start the show.
That's a good question.
Green Bay's 1.
Green Bay's up there. I mean, for me, Denver's 1. Denver was, I thought Denver was going to be really, really good this year. So I think,
but you didn't think Denver was going to be better than the Packers.
Yes, I did. I did.
You thought Green Bay was not going to be a top?
No, I thought Green Bay was going to be a good team, but I thought Denver very well could come out of the AFC before the year.
Same.
And so, Denver, okay. Green Bay, and then, you're probably looking at Arizona's, and they're the Rams. Those are probably the teams I think we're looking at.
All right, 877-881-1053, truckwork.com, text line. Meanwhile, the Mavs got a win they needed to get over Oklahoma City last night at the AAC, and I think Bobby's got a little advice for Luka based upon the Thunder.
And with that, Mark Dagnall pulls everybody back, looks down at Jason Kidd, gives him a wave, and the game is over.
All right, so I loved what you sent about SGA.
Yeah, this was really...
Say his full name.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay, Gilgeous, not Gilgeous. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been crushing it this year. You said he was fantastic out of Kentucky, Choppy. Last night, he scored 42, but fortunately, they lost to the Mavericks. Luka had 38, 11, and 8. Dinwiddie and Hardaway had 20 apiece. But SGA went 13 of 13 from the free throw line.
Oh, yeah, this is
You're
really
allowed to do that?
You are. This is from I believe it's Clemente Almanza, the managing editor from the Thunder Wire, and he had this note the other day that ever since SGA was asked about the refs on November 9th, and he said they're humans like us and make mistakes. They make a lot of right calls too. And this was on December 8th. Since then, he leads the league in total free throw attempts at 154, which is 21 than the next closest, which is Giannis. He went, and since that time, he's had 2 more times, 9 free throw attempts and 13 free throw attempts. He went from averaging about 7 free throw attempts a game to 11 and a half since those comments. So the question is, can Luka benefit from a similar approach?
Because you never hear any player say this.
No. And all of a sudden, it's like, it's human nature, right? Like, oh, that's a good guy. Yeah, maybe he was fouled there. It's funny.
To be fair, for context.
Yeah.
SGA, I mean, he's getting to the line anyway.
He gets to the, but you did see, the
third
first few
most free throw attempts per game in the NBA. He goes to the line 10 times per game. Luka's right above him at 10.4. So he's a dynamic scorer. He's going to get to the line.
But here's the thing. Before these comments, he had not gotten to the free throw line 12 times in a game. Since these comments, he's gotten to the free throw line 10 times. He's gotten to the free throw line 12 times in a game, 10 different times.
Wow.
In a month.
I love that stat. That was fascinating.
That's ridiculous. And look, is this you catch more flies with honey than vinegar? Is that what that is?
Yes.
I mean,
how could it not be?
And it's so human. Just the human element is such a big factor. But Garrett Wilson from the Jets was complaining that he's had refs tell him this year, this isn't Ohio State anymore. That he can't get calls. That they're like, this isn't Ohio State anymore, kid. Get back over there.
He said they said it on Sunday. This week.
Yeah, maybe that's the approach. Maybe you just gotta, kiss a little ass.
There's a reason why coaches work the officials all day. They're working the officials especially in college, right? Coach K, Cal. I mean, they were.
But what does working them mean versus complimenting them?
Well, you work them during the game.
By criticizing?
Yeah, you work them during the game. Hey, pay attention to this, pay attention to that.
Yeah.
And they'll pick up that through the construct of the game. But this is that reverse psychology after the game and such in the comment section.
Maybe Mike McCarthy should do this.
Well, yeah, maybe, because he's had his own issues with that. But honestly, and is it even like kissing up? Because all he said was like, yeah, they're humans and they make mistakes. He just had a very level take. They're humans, they make mistakes, they get stuff right too.
Yeah.
It's just a very fair level take. He just didn't complain.
I always forget to ask former athletes. I would like someone to do an article on that. After they're done playing, grade the officials. And I wonder what the average grade would come out being. And if they say B, good, then we wouldn't back off. But I'd think about that. Like, how good do players actually think the referees were while they were playing?
I think most of the referees or umpires are generally really, really good. I do. Like they generally, if you were to sit them down in a lie detector, at least baseball players, you sit them down in a lie detector test, like, dude, they get most of the calls right, the ball strike calls. Now you got Angel Hernandez, who sucks. Okay.
Yeah.
And they laugh at him. They have no time for it. But I think most of them are like, yeah, we get it. You're doing a bang bang play in real time, and the other side, the other issue in basketball and in football, not in baseball, but in those other two, they are one official shy, I believe, on both sports. They need one more. They need one more in the NBA. The game's too fast, too big, and they need another one in the NFL.
Bobby,
there's 7 of them running around the field. It feels like there's way too many.
I mean, the other one could be another like a sky
judge. All right, that's fair.
But in basketball, I do think they need a fourth one on the floor.
Bobby Belt starts warming up for the bet payoff at 7:20. We'll bring you this audio. And do y'all really think that Shannon Sharp was close to ending the life of Skip Weasel Bayless? We'll play you both audios. You judge. Bobby singing, Skip hopefully getting choked out next.
But let's get you over to the
start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals inspires barricades.com.
Got a tornado watch?
Huh.
Texas and Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Until 11 a.m.
Ugh.
So be on the lookout for that. I thought it was a little warm this morning.
68, 69 degrees.
Nice. Yeah. It's supposed to drop into it's supposed to nosedive. It's supposed to be like upper 40s by the end of the day.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the tornado was going to nosedive, like, bam, right here next to the building.
I mean, it very well could. I'm not saying it won't.
Do it. I already said. Fire alarm.
Take me. Is that what you
Take
said?
me.
Take me.
Tornado. Drop it down. I'd rather deal with that than a hand, foot, and mouth.
My favorite part about you is your sunshiny optimism. That's what I really love about you, Sean.
Well,
Sharif.
at least at these fan events, I can't tell you how many tolos come up to me and they're like, thanks for keeping it real about fatherhood. I can't say it. My in-laws would this and that. And they're like, thanks for saying it sucks. We appreciate it. And I was like, yeah, man, I'm here to tell the truth.
But you also lean into that character a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Of course.
You are not nearly as miserable with fatherhood as you make
No,
the
but
jokes about.
I will say this. We think we should have a second child only so he's not a lonely child. It's not because we love it. It's not in no part of me. I tell her every other day, I'm like, you sure we want to do this? Like, I don't want our relationship to be stressed and we're miserable. I think it's important to know we're not loving this right now. Now, look, he's 2, right? The terrible 2s and all that. He was a COVID baby, so now he goes to school, and every damn other week he's sick. It's another thing. It's awful. It's terrible. He's also a whiner. He's not like showing the early stages tough. Like, he's maybe a little soft. So I'm like, are we doing it for the right reasons? Lonely child, which I'm terrified of, especially with our last producer here.
Oh, yeah.
Troy Hughes syndrome versus, man, we don't love this. But then the next one we're thinking would be easier. Easier child. They say no 2 children are the same. But if I get another one like this, I will bring in the glass cutter.
And jump.
And circle it. and I'll be waving to y'all from up here on 11.
Yeah. I mean, like, most kids whine. You know, like they're whiners.
I know I'm being
general.
unreasonable.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to compare it to.
They're whiners in general. Now, every kid's different. Like, they'll sleep better. Some sleep better than others. Some eat better than others.
He doesn't sleep. He doesn't eat.
Yeah, I mean,
like Hagelin's kid, and it's it makes me feel bad. I see Hagelin's kid at Top Golf.
We yell on the microphone for the charity auction.
And
that is exactly what it sounded like, by the way.
Bobby walks in. Bobby's a radio nerd, but he goes, who's the engineer here? Who's the sound guy here?
Only thing for coming out here, you killed for cops and said man for seeing.
Meanwhile, I probably just got herpes from this microphone.
Dude, I would have done that with mine, but this microphone
whatever is in here.
You watch South Park.
Yeah.
So what it reminded me of was, you remember the John Denver experience when they would ride that ride?
Thanks so much for driving the John Denver experience.
My point is, Haggie's baby is just sitting there dead asleep, and I just look at it with like anger, and I'm like, my child would never do that. Like, I'm jealous. I see 2-year-olds talking. He doesn't talk.
They're all different.
I know.
Like our youngest one was so difficult for the first 3 years. Like really, really bad. And the middle one was the perfect baby, the whole way. And so, like, it varies. But yeah, it's honestly, that's one of the reasons why wife doesn't totally want us to have a 4th, by the way.
Oh, 4.
She's worried. She's like, I don't know that I want to have you raising another boy. She's like, you're too tough. She's like, you're too tough on boys.
1 hour from now, we'll give you some evidence on that. So that's what's going on. I don't know how we got to this, but Bobby at 7:20 this morning is going to pay off our little bet. Cowboys, Texans. Bobby told me not only will he give me the 17, as I knew the Cowboys would cowboy it up, Brad Sham. He said, I'll give you 20 points. Well, I ended up winning that bet pretty easily. So in the sports segment at 7:20, Bobby, in different genres, has to sing all of his opinions in different formats. And this morning, while driving in, while RJ and I are busting our hump here at 5:30.
Yes, we are.
And Bobby's all moseying in. He got the voice warmed up on Twitter.
All right, Sean, getting my warm-up in. Shenandoah for you. I brought flowers to your door last night.
Ow. Sing it.
I done you wrong and I wanna make it right.
Yo.
Come on, Sean, sing along. I know you know the words.
You say I'm not welcome here. I know it ought to be perfectly clear, but I can't help but wonder what.
Okay.
It's a great song.
It is a
Shenandoah
good
is
song.
so awesome.
I had to turn it off before you got here because Choppy wouldn't shut the hell up.
There it is.
Singing it. But I think you got a voice.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Yesterday
it is.
you sang a little bit Choppy, and I thought it was legit.
I think you got you have that ability. It's in you.
You look like you may have been a choir kid.
No,
Were you a choir?
no. My
You
mom
were.
sang, but I have no. I'm just saying my mom was like big time singer, but
Big time how?
No, like in terms of like she sang a lot at like college and stuff like that. She was she was always singing growing up. Like that was everything she did. Not like big time like accomplished, like did it all the time. But no, I think everybody has like tone generally, but I don't have pitch. I don't have pitch.
Nobody has tone.
I don't have pitch is the problem.
I guess I don't know the difference between the two, but
I have neither.
Tone
I
is
don't
like
even know-
vocal quality and sound.
No,
and,
nobody has. Are you kidding me? Have you heard Sean saying, "Hey"? It was like,
work for Little Richard.
It
I
did.
mean,
7:20 this morning. All right, let's get to the viral video of the day. This is round 2 between Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp.
man.
Round 1 was Baker Mayfield. Well, yesterday they were arguing over Tom Brady. Of course, Skip's character. No one can touch Tom. Tom is the best. He's the all-time great. Don't ever say anything versus Brady. And it seemed to get a little personal on FS1.
Still playing at a high level at 45 when you had to stop at 35.
That's what you do.
That's the point.
That's what you do. Every time I call something into question, I'm jealous.
No.
Skip, I did what I did.
never said you were jealous of Baker Mayfield.
Skip, I did what I did. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame.
Okay,
I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what?
So what?
He's way better than you were.
I'm better than you.
Better.
Skip, I got to see what you do. You take personal shots.
No, I don't take personal shots. You started it.
Time out. You would take a personal shot at me.
I didn't take a personal shot at you.
Hang on. Okay, that did not sound like that just watching it, but radio does different things. That was Bayless reacting. Go back 10 seconds, Peyton, as it sounded like. So at this point, Shannon, who is muscle fitness model still, has taken off the glasses, and people thought that's when Skip's balls just shriveled up.
I'm in the effing Hall of Fame.
Okay,
I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what?
So what?
He's way better than you were.
I'm better than you.
Better.
Skip, I got to see what you do. You take personal shots.
No, I don't take personal shots. You started it.
Time out. You would take a personal shot at me.
I didn't take a personal shot at you.
Wait a minute.
What are you talking about?
You would take a personal
Put your glasses back on.
Can I finish? You're willing to take a personal shot at me to say this man is better than me because I say he's playing bad this year?
Well, because you just
Go ahead.
you disrespect him. It's just so.
You
know what? It's beneath your
you
dignity.
You would disrespect me to support him.
No, well, I'll support him over anybody because he's the greatest player who ever played your game, and it's by far.
Have at it.
Okay,
Take off,
I'm going to have at it because I'm going to have at you.
Okay.
I'm gonna have it you.
the way he did it with what have it you.
But the second part of that made me. It took me a while throughout the day, and I was like, okay, did I fall for was this one set up and fake, Choppy? My theory is, because I know this from Fish, Skip Bayless would sell his mother and his wife down the river for attention. He has no soul. He is a spineless weasel, and he saw the reaction. That show is not successful. They get no ratings. Everyone now views Skip as a joke, I think, overall. He saw the reaction from that first Baker Mayfield fight. It would not surprise. Because the nicest thing I'll ever say about Bayless, he's got to be credited for this fight formula. Him and Stephen A.
Oh, the format, yeah, he created it.
They got to be. He has to be credited for that. But because of that, man, I don't know if I put it past him to say, Shannon, we gotta make it personal, because he does not care how people talk about him as long as they're talking about him.
That's all he cares about. Like, and
because the argument in this is so freaking stupid. Like,
it's so dumb.
You sit there and you attack Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is one of the greatest, for the youngins listening. He is one of the greatest tight ends of all time. and you're going to sit there and say you were nothing compared. You got exposed by Jalen Rose for scoring 1.4 points a game. You lied about your JV high school career, and you're going to sit there and insult Shannon Sharp and his playing career as if you did anything except for make up stories about Troy Aikman's sexuality in Dallas.
Yeah, it's
true.
It's
that he made it up.
I was gonna say it's true. He said that.
Yeah, it's true. He said that. It's look. This is. Do I believe this was real? I think that this was like he was like, okay, I'm gonna kind of needle him here, but I think that it went like way beyond what either one of them expected it to be, and it got really awkward, really uncomfortable. And we're doing exactly what Skip wants. We're giving him attention. We're giving him attention here. And that's exactly what he wants. That's all he cares about. Like you said, he doesn't care about anything but whether you're talking about him. But like this is like those. You hear people say like they'll judge a player's playing career and use it to justify why they shouldn't be a coach. This is Kellen Moore. Why could Kellen Moore running off coordinated offense? He was a terrible quarterback.
Right.
Like what the hell does that have to do with that?
Trent Dilfer.
Or they say that about Tony Romo. Romo never won a Super Bowl. How could he be an analyst on how to win a Super Bowl?
What do you think, Bobby? Was this real?
Yeah, no, that seemed real, and I think because when Shannon,
and I tweeted Shannon, I begged Shannon, please just choke it. If you choked him to death on live television, I don't know how much I would donate. I'll set up a GoFundMe.
You should call him Chris Everett. See what he does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good reference, Rome.
I think it definitely seemed real, and I think Skip realized how deep. Like put your glasses back on.
Yeah.
Like almost like he felt like, oh, this is glasses coming off because he's gonna
glasses.
come across the table and like beat my ass or whatever. But I think it was absolutely real. Like I think that Skip was probably just trying to throw something out there, and he threw something out there that Shannon genuinely took offense to, and then he had to kind of pull off a little bit and go, well, no, but he's just the greatest. He's the greatest ever. And then as soon as he calmed down, he's like, let me go after you. All right, let me get back to my stats. And then he had to quickly just shift off because I think he realized it was getting to a point where Shannon was angry. Not so much that he's going to come over there and actually beat him up, but it was going to be an awkward commercial break where he was going to get yelled at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Shannon usually goes on Twitter and addresses everything. As of later last night, I did not see him tweet about it, but then I'm like, Skip told him, like, let's just not address it. Let's just keep it going. Everyone will tune in tomorrow morning. That's how much of a soulless weasel I think he is. All right, let's get to headlines. It was a packed night in the sports world. You got Mavs, Stars. The Cowboys add T.Y. Hilton. Kyler gone for the rest of the season. And updates on the health status of Mike Leach and the criminal status of Chris Beard. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday. Then Bobby pays off his bet next. But first.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Murray setting up, looking deep, now takes off, running to the right at the 35, at the 40, and dives to about the 44-yard line, a gain of 3. And got an injured Cardinal. It's Kyler who went down very awkwardly that time as he tried to cut. Oh, no. Non-contact. He cut right, then tried to cut left, and just buckled.
Third play of the game on Cards Radio for Monday Night Football. It's a Tolo Tuesday headlines with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Bobby's bet payoff coming up at 7:20.
Oh, yeah.
And he's already looking for some vodka to go ahead and shoot before. That's how miserable he is. Coming up in 20 minutes. Cannot wait. Kyler Murray, third play of the game. They think suffered a torn ACL. Choppy, he was carted off. The season for Arizona was already over. And now, an all-season that could be filled with even more drama has this added to it. Kyler Murray injured for the season.
Yeah. And for how long to start next year? I assume, I assume he'll be back for maybe the start of the season. Not camp. Not camp, but, maybe he'll be there week 1. But this is a tough blow for Arizona. Not that they were going anywhere anyway, but there's still development issues with Kyler. There's still, what are they going to do at coach? How is this going to impact, if at all? Maybe the decision's already been made. But now maybe you worry about your draft status, and now you just try to get the best pick you possibly can.
On the season, 14 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 20th in yards amongst quarterbacks. And Bobby, 21st in QBR at 51. Nightmare season for Cliff Kingsbury, who we don't think is going to last.
Yeah, this has been a bad year for them. Like you guys were talking about earlier. I mean, it is one of the more disappointing teams in football because they should have been better. But
we're having Kyler Dak arguments.
Well, I wasn't. I mean, you guys were having those arguments, but no, I think that.
But according, you don't even have Dak Justin Herbert arguments. You already have Dak ahead of him.
Herbert? No, I have Herbert ahead of Dak.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I do have. I know you hate Herbert. You're the one who hates Herbert.
I don't hate
you and
Herbert.
Hagee. Hang on.
I don't hate Justin Herbert. I'm just like,
he hates when people get crowned like this.
Where's the heat?
Yeah.
Well, then you would really not want to talk to Sandler about Jalen Hurts then if we're talking about people who get crowned too fast. I think the issue is Cliff Kingsbury's just I don't think he was ready to be a head coach. Like to handle the dynamic of being a head coach and managing those personalities and doing everything like that. But this will be a tough recovery because you're talking about it's not just a standard quarterback who stands back there in the pocket and throws. Like this is a guy who uses his legs and has to cut. And so I don't know. That may be one of these longer ACL recoveries the way it is with receivers and stuff because he needs to cut the way a receiver does.
Nelson Aguilar is getting props from last night. By the way, the Patriots won 27-13. Aguilar noticed that his teammate Devontae Parker was not right. It looked like Parker was concussed. He was stumbling a little bit, and Aguilar is waving off the play. Stop it. Stop. Blow the whistle. Stop it, refs, to get Devontae off the field. That was cool to see.
That was always great. I mean, he deserves a raise, a bonus for that one. Like that's a teammate right there. It's like, guys, this guy can't even walk. He's stumbling all over the place. First of all, how'd the spotters miss this? The spotters are paid to pick up concussions. I know it's hard to do visibly, but, Parker was kind of stumbling around, man. And he didn't have that Tua where his hand locked up. He didn't have it like that.
Curled.
Where he's curled up, but he was down, and then he got up, and he was kind of woozy. And the cameras were on him. But the cameras were on him when he was doing this. So I thought that was like, ooh, great move by Aguilar, but a bad day at work for the spotters.
The Dallas Cowboys add a receiver. We'll ask Jerry about it at 8:30. The former Indianapolis Colt, the 4-time Pro Bowler, T.Y. Hilton, joins the receiving corps. This was the number one option for years in Indianapolis. He has been banged up over the last 4 seasons. He's missed 16 games. He has made the Pro Bowl 4 times. And Chuck Pagano, his former coach, was on the Charles Davis podcast last night when the news broke. Here's Pagano saying what the Cowboys will hopefully get.
I think this is a good sign. Veteran guy, it won't be a distraction. It won't be an issue in the locker room. It won't be an issue in the wide receiver room. He won't take away anything from from obviously CeeDee Lamb or Michael Gallup, Noah Brown. He'll fit right in that way, and whatever they want him to do, whatever they need him to do, he's going to do. He's crafty. He's smart. He's played for a long time. He knows how to get open. He'll catch everything and give you everything he has. So I think this is a really good. I'm really fired up. Obviously,
Bobby, take us inside the signing. How this all developed yesterday.
This is somebody that I think they had. I don't know that he ever came in or had discussions, but this is somebody that they've been working on in terms of the scouting department, keeping an eye on him, where he's at, doing homework on his tape and things like that. And so they've had discussions in there. Slightly built guy. He's like 5'10". He's like 180 pounds. He's smaller, but man, he's really fast. He can do things that they need. And this is something that I think they've internally discussed recently has been, we need somebody who's a clean route runner that can beat zone. We need somebody who has top end speed that can run right by a corner. Because even though Michael Gallup's a good route runner and he's, good at tracking the ball down the field, we need somebody who can blow by a DB. And we don't really have those guys right now. And so, they did this homework. I think the James Washington game on Sunday helped push things a little bit.
Mm-hmm. What was the James Washington game?
He wasn't good. He had one target. In fact, I think it was a drop. He was in on a couple of run plays blocking, had some issues there at times. And so I think what this came down to was Odell Beckham Jr. wasn't going to be ready. Odell Beckham Jr. wouldn't give us the workout. T.Y. Hilton gave us everything that Odell Beckham wouldn't. He would work out. He did tell us he could play this year. That's good enough for us, and so I think that's what pushed them to move.
Is he still a burner that can blow by DBs? He hasn't played all year. There's probably a reason for that, right? It probably wasn't just him that didn't want to play. Can he still do that? He's had to recover from injuries and things like that. But I think he's still somebody who is able to run. I mean, he was a 4.34 guy coming out. Like, even if you lose a step, 4.44, that's faster than any of the guys they have right now.
Meanwhile, we have breaking news from the NFL Network. A reunion in Buffalo. Cole Beasley is coming out of retirement and expected to sign with the Bills practice squad, according to Mike Garafolo. After a brief stint with the Buccaneers earlier this year, Beasley returns to Orchard Park to provide Josh Allen with another trusted target. Beasley versus Hilton here? I know different skill sets. Cole's not that burner down the field that they were looking for.
Okay.
He'll beat zone, though. Like, that is what he would do. If things weren't so damaged, he very well could have come in here.
What do you mean damaged?
In terms of just his way out the door, he had a lot to say about Dallas. And so, but that was...
Jerry doesn't care about that.
There were people who in this building who reached out to him when he got released, though. And so there were considerations to it.
Yeah, so you prove my point that it wouldn't have stopped them from signing.
It was enough to consider. I don't think there were enough people on board. Here's one of the things. Mike McCarthy does not like small slot-only players, and that's what Cole Beasley is.
All right, same age as T.Y., but now Cole Beasley's going back to Buffalo.
Yeah, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Why did he leave? Did he not leave Tampa right after?
It was quick.
It was quick, right? I was on his own accord.
Yep. He retired. Yeah, pretty fast. It was like 1 game, 2 games.
Yeah, it was like, I want to spend some time with my family.
Yeah, he got like two targets.
Family. He braided it. He braided it. He wanted to spend time with his family. He got a taste of family. Yeah. And he's like, yep, I'm out. Nope, no more of this. I'm done.
I mean, was he not thinking that there was playing time opportunity in Tampa?
Could be, because he got very little that first game. He had like 2 catches for 4 yards. He may have just not been happy with, Tom really does throw it 2 yards. I don't want to be here.
So Cole Beasley coming out of retirement. I'm okay with T.Y. I don't like Cole Beasley personally, but I still think he had a little bit of game left. I think Cole Beasley can help your football team, especially in some bigger moments.
I think Cole's game will last longer than, some other receivers' game, because it's not built on, super speed or power or size or like jumping ability. It's just, it's good route running. It's being a kind of, I don't want to say a safety net, but I think that kind of game can kind of stand the test of time.
Yeah, it's Amendola, it's Welker, it's that, small, shifty route running.
Dallas Mavericks against OKC last night at the AAC, and Luka was able to close it out.
And with that, Mark Daigneault pulls everybody back, Looks down at Jason Kidd, gives him a wave, and the game is over.
That was the call on Bally. Luka didn't score as much as Shea Alexander on the other side, but he still had 38. Mavs had a huge second quarter. Hardaway got hot. Dinwiddie scored 20. Tim scored 20, and the Mavs get the W. Man, Barkley went on a rant the other day. He got shut down pretty quick. Charles is like, if they don't put Shea Alexander as the starting two guard in the All-Star game, they should take the votes away from the fans. And Ernie and Kenny were like, so you going to start him over Booker and Luka? And Charles was like, they got him backtracking. He's I'm just saying he needs to get his props. And, man, he has been crushing the league this year.
Oh, no, he has. And he was tremendous coming out of college.
Had 42 last night.
Man, I'll tell you, the NBA, it's so weird. Like, their positions, like, they're not even positions anymore.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, like, Luka's not a two guard. He's a point guard.
Yeah. I mean, he's that classic, like, point forward.
So there you go. Luka's the one, and Devin Booker's your two.
There you go. Or Shea.
Dude, Shea has increased his scoring this year from last year by 7 points. You don't see that jump from 24 to 31 while shooting 50% from the field.
Yeah, it's a big jump. And you know, like, you also know he's getting all the attention. He's getting all the attention.
Absolutely.
He's getting Luka attention when they show up.
Yo, this is fun. Texas William just sent this to me. I'm like, are these official? The NBA you sent the other day that they were going to rename
the trophies. Yeah.
I got the new names and trophies for all the individual awards. Don't look at it. I want to see if you can guess. By the way, the Stars ended up losing to the Penguins 2-1 last night. Pittsburgh 13-2-2 in their last 17. Did you look at this?
No, I did not.
MVP.
It's got to be the MJ award.
It is the Michael Jordan Trophy.
If it was anything else, I would not have paid attention to the rest of the list.
Okay. The Defensive Player of the Year.
Bill Russell.
Great guess. No. More
Bruce
current.
Bowen.
No. Texas player. Big man.
Duncan.
No.
Like University of Texas player?
Buzz him, Peyton.
Hakeem.
The Hakeem Olajuwon Trophy is the Defensive Player of the Year. Rookie of the Year.
Michael Olowokandi.
20,000 is the
Wilt.
20,000.
Wilt. The Wilt Chamberlain Trophy. Sixth Man of the Year, Havlicek.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Most improved. The original big man in the NBA.
George Mikan.
George Mikan?
Yes. Good job, Bobby. And
Wait a second.
And what?
Okay, I mean, I never what did
I thought he was like a starter.
What did he mostly improve from?
I don't know. He was the original star. He started the NBA.
And then this is a new award.
Oh,
the Clutch Player of the Year.
Robert Horry.
Kobe.
No and no.
Hold on. Let me think.
It was a Laker.
Clutch. Not the Jerry West Award.
It's the Jerry West Award.
He was 1-7 in the final.
I was gonna really laugh. It was like Elgin Baylor, who never won one.
So,
the Jerry West or Mr. Clutch.
The Michael Jordan Trophy, the MVP. By the way, confirmation: Bobby Belt broke it yesterday. Terrence Steele is out, torn ACL and MCL. We'll ask Jerry how they're going to replace the right tackle at 8:30 this morning. Chris Beard has been suspended without pay by the University of Texas. They barely survived Rice last night while they're trying to check out his domestic violence accusations. And despite Bill Snyder's Twitter account, Mike Leach is still alive and battling for his life with serious health issues. World Cup today, 1 p.m. Argentina against Croatia.
Oh.
Loaded headlines here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Oh, get on the fan cam. He's looking miserable.
Oh, baby.
He says he hates it. Bobby Belt pays off losing Cowboys-Texans to me through song and sports. Next. But first, you want some entertainment. You can always get DFW.
That's not true, Chop.
Oh, see?
He's already in. He's already in.
I told you he's not afraid of this. He's been
I don't want to do it.
bitching about this the past 24 hours. So here's what happened on Friday or Thursday. I can't remember. We were talking about Cowboys-Texans, and I was like, something tell me, 17.5 points in Vegas, that's a lot. I don't think the Cowboys win by that much. Dallas going to Dallas, allergic to prosperity. They haven't been playing well the past 2 games. The Texans' final scores have been a little bit closer than one would think for being 1-10. And Bobby's like, let's bet it. Bet it straight up. He had that confidence against RJ winning the 49er Dolphins bet. So he was 1-0 on the show. And he said, I'll give you 20 points. I'll give you 20 points, not even 17.5. And I was like, okay, cool, bet. Obviously, Cowboys squeeze it out. I end up winning. So we're just going to do our normal show, but the Tolos have chosen different music genres, and Bobby has to sing all of his opinions. He's got to sing all of his opinions, and we're going to go country, rock, boy band, R&B, what?
Just this song. Just this song.
You run down there, cross the railroad.
Start it off, Chop.
No,
you want to stop things down? Take
This is
over.
amazing.
You want to stop it down? Go ahead.
Oh, God.
He's
This is
fine.
amazing.
You want to give a little bit of it?
Thanks so much, Cavante turnover.
A Cavante turnover. All right, so Bobby's got to sing all the sports opinions, and he says he's going to be miserable. I think he's got this is like a, what's the movie where the guy can sing? Step Brothers. He got a Step Brothers type voice over here. Pro Football Focus grades.
All right.
Bobby loves PFF, so I'm hoping this could trigger him a little bit. Cowboys PFF grades.
Offense or defense first?
Let's go with, what do you think?
Let's go with defense, Chop.
All right.
Now I'll just end up hating this because I'm gonna like love his singing voice and he's gonna be really good at it.
I will just give the starters.
Okay.
All right, because if you play 12 plays, whatever. Yeah. By the way, for reference, Quentin Bohanna played 15 plays. He was the highest graded player overall with a 92.
Okay. Micah Doncic, number 1.
No, Micah was.
Well, you got something to say?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Micah was the 7th highest graded defensive player with a starter with a 61.
Disappeared the past few weeks.
Leighton Vander Esch is your number 1 player on the defense. He had an 83 grade, Robert.
Well done, LVE. And what is his future here? How do things set up?
I think he's probably done because he was on a 1-year prove-it deal.
God. Man, he's doing it to lyrics. Like he's doing it to the.
He is.
He's doing it to the lyrics.
He is, but it's Brooks Dunn, man. You got to.
Hey, you got to give Leighton props for this year, though.
You do. I wouldn't necessarily object to bringing him back for another year. Largely because Sarah just bought a Leighton Vander Esch jersey at TJ Maxx.
What?
She wanted a jersey for the game.
She's
was
dating.
It on clearance?
Yes.
Yeah, it was absolutely. That's why she was on clearance. She's like, I'm just gonna go find a jersey for the
Dating
game.
a sports talk coach, you think you could give her like the contract details and expiring contract?
Well, I had gotten her an authentic throwback. It didn't fit right. Like an Aikman one. And she was like, nah, we're going to take this one.
You bought her an Aikman one after what she did at the media party.
Oh, well, yeah.
Salivating. Her
That's
jaw was
fine.
on the ground when she saw Troy.
Yeah, I figured she could wear it. And,
She's a big Jay-Z fan.
Jay-Z.
Aikman. All right, next one.
I don't like the way this is going.
Next one.
All right.
Tank, 78.8.
Play of the game. I feel like the McAfee show. Give it up there, Tank.
Yeah,
play of the game.
88.9 on the run defense.
Shan, RJ, and Chop.
Yeah. Number 3, J. Ron Curse, 77.8.
Thought we had lost him before the game.
Yeah.
And he was able to return. Tell him the Tolos on Twitter, give us our props. Stop coming after America's team.
And number 4, on the starters, Osa, 73.9.
Osa.
I'm surprised J. Ron Curse was that high.
Hey,
especially with a bad knee.
We switched music.
Yeah. Yes. Caught into the undertow. Just caught in the undertow.
Okay, I thought that was country.
Who was last? Who was bringing up the rear On the defensive side.
We'll guess it's Dorrance Armstrong.
Perfect.
Dorrance was not there. Dorrance, in fact, had double the grade that this dude had.
It wasn't Kelvin.
No.
Okay.
Do we have any boss man fat I can rap to?
No, we don't. It was Malik Hooker with a 29.
Ooh! He got trucked. He got stuck. And Steven, speaking of Kelvin Joseph, had this to say about the Cowboys corner yesterday on KMC.
Well, he's getting his first, big doses of it. I think, one of the most encouraging things is he's become one of our top special teams players while he's had to, bide his time behind Anthony Brown and Diggs. But, the fact that he's, consistently, week in and week out, one of our best special teams players, if he applies that same focus and consistency to being a great corner, a lot of people, on this in this organization believe he may be one of the most talented corners we have. He's got all the skills, all the tools. He's long. He can make plays on the ball. He showed it in college. He's just got to go out there and be consistent. He obviously made a great play yesterday to stop a drive, and we'll expect him to continue to get better.
There he is, still loving Kelvin Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to have to rely on him. All right, let's continue. Pro Football Focus grades that Bobby loves so much.
All right, Bobby, your boy Trayvon Diggs had a 43.9 coverage grade.
That wasn't my BFF grade. I gave him an 80.
Switch the music.
Peyton, yeah. I think you've got this on a loop. Because it started back at the beginning.
We're 1 for 2.
Okay.
The country was awesome. The Rock, eh.
All right, so offense.
Oh, turn it up.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Offense. Noah.
No. But he was high.
Okay. Is it a lineman?
That's quite an accusation.
Tony Pollard.
It was a lineman. It was not Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard was third overall.
Tyler Biadasz.
Tyler was. Let's see. Biadasz was not.
Just
there.
give us the order.
Okay. Tyler Smith was your number 1 graded player. 77.4 and 88 run block grade. That's really boosted him.
Brad Sham would be happy because he says he threw it out there yesterday. Tyler Smith should stay at left tackle. Jason Peters at right.
Peters was the second highest graded player with a 76. Then Pollard. Second highest graded starter was Zach Martin. 71 grade.
The line was awful. This is why. PFF stupid. Peyton, you have it on a loop again.
Now, wait a second. PFF is giving the highest offensive grades to the linemen, and you're sitting there saying they didn't play well.
Yes, because PFF is stupid. Well, they don't know what the F they're talking about.
The offensive line plays well or poorly or good based on the quarterback. We know that.
Okay.
We know.
So they were awful?
Zeke was the third highest graded starter. So
Okay.
Noah Brown was higher than him. Zeke was the third highest graded starter with a 65. Then Dalton Schultz with a 65. Although Dalton Schultz's pass block grade was a 14.
He gone. See you later.
Yeah.
He gone.
He was great at run blocking the other day.
Yes, he was.
Wait, Dalton Schultz was great at run blocking?
Yes, he was.
They just gave him a 14.
No, that's for pass block.
Oh, pass block.
Run block, they gave him 75.
They are stupid.
Josh Ball's pass block grade was a 24.
Oh, Lord.
His run block grade was an 84.
Oh.
That's very good. But let's see, how many run block grades? He had 14. Okay, Zeke Schultz. Dak Prescott was next. So he was the 5th highest graded offensive player. Still a very bad grade for him. It was a 64. That's not even starter level. And then Biadasz with a 59.8. Your lowest graded player on the offense? Terrence Steele.
Oh, turn it up.
I'll be really trying, baby.
Turn it up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What was Dak's grade?
64.
64. So there
64.5.
it is. From Pro Football Focus, Cowboys versus the Texans.
I'm only just realizing this Marvin Gaye song sounds like Ed Sheeran.
It does.
Okay.
I think Ed Sheeran stole it.
You think Ed Sheeran stole it?
I actually do.
I think
It sounds like perfect.
I think you need a
Because
little.
honey, your soul
you need
can never grow old. It's evergreen.
I think you need a little more soul in this one.
I'm white.
You do need to like deepen the voice a little bit.
I'm white. Okay, let's move on to the Jalen Hurts MVP discussion. Choppy, is it time? Has Jalen Hurts taken over after Pat Mahomes? And if I hear Cowboy fans, these comparisons this week, good Lord, look at Philly and what they did against Houston and Indy. Stop comparing the Cowboys to the Eagles. The Eagles are better than the Cowboys. And stop comparing Dak to Patrick Mahomes, who threw 3 interceptions on Sunday. Stop. You sound ridiculous with the argument. It's crazy. But Jalen Hurts now may be the leading candidate. I'm going to get the odds from Bet Online.
Oh, I saw the odds yesterday. He is now the favorite. He's the only one in the minus money, right? So you got to lay some juice to get Jalen Hurts.
Will you, Jalen Hurts hater Bobby Belt, admit that right now he's justified as the leading candidate for MVP?
I mean, I get it. But I would still say it's Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. He would still say it's Mahomes. Chop, you love Mahomes more than anyone.
Patrick Mahomes is better. There's no doubt about it. We all know, though, MVPs are won by the most surprising player more often than not.
But let's just talk about who's having the better year. I think right now Jalen Hurts is the MVP of the league.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, he's not playing as well as Mahomes. Like, he's not playing better than Mahomes, but man, I do think he deserves the MVP because he's doing something that nobody ever thought he could do, right? Nobody.
Well, it's not supposed to be about surprise. If you think Mahomes is playing better, then Mahomes should be the MVP.
Yeah, I do think Mahomes is playing better.
Okay. That's all it should be. They need to change the name of the damn award. That's number one. This value part of it, it's like the Hall of Fame. You can't tell the story of the league without this guy. He's famous. It's a really famous moment. No. Who's the best player? Who's having the best season? Who's the best player that year?
Yeah, and we run into that with like other sports. Like,
what is this?
It's Celine Dion.
No. If you're gonna do Celine, okay, this is it. This is the ballad. This is the finale. No. You need to Mariah this thing a little bit. All right. So make
one night when the wind was so cold.
As a sports statement.
My body froze in bed if I just listened to it right outside the window.
See, that's good. Yeah. I would kill to be able to sing like that. So
this song's gonna be stuck in my head.
What did Dan Orlovsky say about Jalen Hurts on TV?
He said a lot of really stupid crap.
Like?
Dum, dum, dum. He said that Hurts was as good from the pocket as Drew Brees.
That was good. Yeah.
Because he's a moron. Am I supposed to read the DM?
Okay, so let's finish with this. Bobby has intentionally not read a direct message that Dan Orlovsky sent him a while back because Dan is super nice. He responds to you on Twitter. He got me like that. I'm like, oh my God, Dan Orlovsky tweeted me. Let's be friends. He's nice. Yesterday, he tweeted me. Glad you're being honest about the Cowboys. Bobby can't stand Dan. He doesn't want to like him. So he has not ever read this message. He's let me read it, but he doesn't want to be suckered by Dan's nice guy personality. So for the first time ever, in song, to pay off and finish off the bet, read what Dan Orlovsky wrote you. And why did this get sent?
It got sent because I was taking shots at him for not knowing end zones were 10 yards deep.
Okay.
Dum, dum, dum. He says, hey, man, I don't know you and I don't think you know me. My guess is you do a great job with your work. Just felt like reaching out and letting you know I truly have nothing against the Cowboys. Boom, boom. I don't troll. I just try to do my job as well. Yes, you guys can all take your shots at me. You're right to, but just was important for you to hear from me.
Yes.
Dun, 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 dun. That I'm being serious, and I have nothing against Dallas at all. Be well and be safe, and that's the end of his message.
Well done.
Wow.
There you go.
At least he ended with be
Very
well and be
nice.
safe.
Get
I
the-
like that's a condescending way to end a message.
He's a douche.
That's a very I gotta say.
And the music's over. I'm done
condescending.
singing. By the way, I want to be very clear to the fan text who, because we're out of music now. I want to be very clear to the fan text that walked in the middle of that segment. I was not wanting to sing that whole segment, you guys. That was a bet payoff.
Yeah, that was a bet
I was not
payoff.
choosing to just sing.
Was somebody miserable?
Yeah, they were like, okay, point made. Please make Bobby stop.
Okay. Be well and be safe? That's condescending?
Oh yeah, I think it's a hugely condescending thing to say. when you just wrote a long text or email to somebody, and you're kind of jawing with them a little bit. The be well and be safe. No, man. Like finish it strong. Finish it with I hope I ruined your weekend.
Maybe it
with
was
this message.
threatening. Be safe. Okay,
Safe.
why don't you be safe?
You're gonna need it.
Watch
You're
your
gonna
back.
need it.
Watch your back.
Watch it.
All
That's
right,
fine.
So there it is. All right. Was that so terrible for you before we move
Yeah,
on?
it was awful.
Okay.
That wasn't fun at all.
The
It
fan
sounds like
text-
an idiot.
Fan text destroying him, absolutely tortured.
Yes, they all are.
Oh yeah, go for the high notes. Let's see. Bobby is being annoying right now. Bobby, stop singing, and you're making me cringe.
Okay. Good. This is perfect.
Stop encouraging him. This is a bet payoff. Don't encourage him.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. So all the goodwill we've built up with Bobby joining the show.
Have
Right
we
up.
built up goodwill?
I thought we've tried a little bit. We bought people a lot of drinks. So there it is. Now,
$600 worth.
in addition, Boomer Jacks?
Yeah.
Yeah! No wonder your wife was ticked off. All right, now we're going to play a little game of whose life sucks more. It's going to be me versus Bobby in this week's edition. I got my dog paralyzed. Surgery is supposed to cost 5 figures, gets reversed at the last second. They think he has an autoimmune disease. The poor boy's crapping all over himself.
That is semi-normal for children, right?
No, I'm talking about my dog.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's normal for dogs too.
I'm talking about my dog. My son went from the flu to yesterday confirmed hand, foot, and mouth.
Foot, and mouth.
Hand, foot, and mouth. That's the good one,
That
man.
is going around.
Yeah.
Hand, foot, and mouth. That's the good one?
That's being facetious.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
I'm just waiting for how long it's going to be till you're out.
It's very contagious.
I don't think it's
It's
like,
not. It
the
doesn't
doctor
pass to
said
adults very easily.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think I'm at risk because the doctor's like, we've all had this at some point. So I don't know. Coughing him out. He's miserable. Rash is breaking out everywhere. It's disgusting. And then the poor child, he's behind on his speech. We got to get therapy for that. My ceiling is leaking. What else? We're ping-ponging the flu back and forth in our home, the stomach bug. It's awful. I can't wait for the year to end.
And he's 2?
He's 2.5.
How many months is he?
6.
No. How many?
2 years, 6 months.
2 years, 6 months.
No, dude, I'm going to need that in month form, Sean.
What do you mean?
30 months.
30 months.
30
29 months. 29.
You can't do 2 and 6? 2.5 years? No. I had to do that. Bobby, did you hit yourself in the face with the mic?
I did.
Ryan, slow-mo that. I know that took out my...
It didn't hit my tooth.
No,
It
I
hit
just
my
wanted-
lip.
You are going to have a busted lip from that. He
just
definitely
wanted to
hit
see-
himself in the lower lip with the mic. What is the point?
I just wanted to say, because parents, he's 41 months.
Yeah.
It's like, just tell me how old he is.
Yeah, 2 years and 6
He's
months.
41 months.
Good Lord. So that's my life. But I feel like within the past 48 hours, Bobby Belt has overtaken. Tell us what's going on.
Okay, so I don't have the long list you do. That's where you have me beat.
No,
You
but
have
I think,
multiple things.
I think your issue is more serious.
I have one on my list, but it's pretty significant. So, we've talked before on the show. Over the summer, my son got in trouble. Caught him vaping.
How old?
17. Caught him vaping. And
vaping tobacco.
Yes. Yeah, just doing a regular old vape cartridge. And he was, didn't get to go on the trip to with the family to Oklahoma and stuff. Had to stay back here with me and everything. And so we were on top of him and making sure he wasn't doing anything bad.
And we met the young man. You punished him by making him sleep up here in the that room.
Yeah, and like he just couldn't. He couldn't leave my sight. Like I needed to make sure he was here because it's like, okay, I'm not just gonna leave you at home with mom and them gone. You're gonna have to come with me.
You brought him out to Boomer Jacks as well. We all talked.
We did, and that wasn't punishment time. He hadn't done anything recently. Now there was this point recently where you know how you can tell, Chop, especially you. You know how you can tell just by the way your kid is acting or talking to you. Like, what are you hiding? Like, what are you doing right now?
Yes. Now my kid's a master manipulator.
They
already turned into one.
Which one?
Luca.
Okay.
Oh, he can manipulate.
He'll come up sometimes up front and start talking to us really gung-ho in a way that it's like, why are you doing this? This feels like I know this tactic from when I was a kid. Like, make sure nothing unusual here. I'm just back here. I'm hanging out. I'm doing my stuff.
Yeah. It's like, why are you being enjoyable?
Yes, it's like, what's happening here? What are you trying to get me off this end of? So like the last couple weeks especially, I was like, there's something I don't have the energy to find out. And I don't have the energy, like I don't want to go have to searching for it, and I don't want to find out and then have to deal with it. Well, then Friday we get off the show. I go have lunch with the youngest at her school. We told her we were gonna go have lunch with each of the girls. And so I went and had lunch with her at 11, and I'm sitting there and my wife calls me and I'm like, she knows I'm at lunch. Why would she be calling? So I answered it. And she goes, you're gonna have to go to the high school and get Jacob. And I was like, okay, why? And she said, the nurse called, said he couldn't keep his head up in class, couldn't keep his eyes open.
Sleep deprivation.
Said he's very pale, and they took his blood pressure. It was very low. It was like 84/50 or something, which is really low. God. And his heart rate was up. It was like 140.
Dang.
And so it's like, okay, this is it. So they said because the heart rate was up and the blood pressure was low, needed to take him in. Need to take him to an urgent care or an ER, one of them, just to get him checked out for something more than they could do there. It's like, all right, fine, I'll come get him. So we get him, and I pick him up, and he's slurring his words. His eyes are like drooping, and I'm like, okay, what are you on?
What are you on?
He's just
so they tell me at the school, they're like, didn't have anything on him, but he's clearly on something. So we walk outside, and as soon as we walk out of the school doors, I go, we're about to drive to the urgent care. You need to tell me right now what it was. And he goes, I hit a weed pen.
Oh man.
And so either he can't handle his stuff at all, or there was something else too. Because the other thing I noticed was his quads were twitching like crazy when I showed up. It looked like he had like, what's the, you remember, was it Star Trek, one of those movies where they like shot something into the wrist and then you saw the bug like crawling up? That's what his quads looked like.
Really?
Yes. And I was like, okay, this is weird. So we take him to the doctor, they check him out, and they're like, there was probably something in there that wasn't good.
Because people die from like fentanyl going around, right?
Yeah. And
I
look,
don't know if fentanyl can be put in pens. I have no idea how it all works.
Apparently
well, and like that's the other thing that's frustrating with my son is like he's got currently, like, and I've referenced this before, like I've got a brother who's dealing with some of that stuff right now. So he's got a front row seat to this.
Yeah.
He should know better.
Yeah.
And so now we're dealing with yesterday afternoon, we had to go meet with the school, figure out punishment and things like that. Because
is your wife just like devastated? I'm a bad mom.
She's pretty upset.
We failed and all that.
She's pretty upset, yeah. And that's the other thing is that we're sitting here going like, man, we've tried so many different approaches here.
Yeah.
Where we've tried like
the anger.
Hey, let's do the like, hey, I understand. Let's do this. Then it was all right. Let's be angry. Let's put the fear of God in here. Let's have consequences. Let's take this away. Let's do this. And it's like none of it's really working.
Yeah.
And so look, and here's the thing. What he's doing is probably no worse than a lot of high schoolers. He's just really bad at getting caught. And so he gets a ton of consequences that get him in trouble. And so now after meeting with school yesterday, so he's got to spend 30 school days. So not 30 days period, just 30 school days. He's got to go to alternative school as his punishment for the next 30 days.
For weed.
Yeah, so, any being on any substances will get you this.
So is that like suspended?
Sort of. So it's basically he's got to go to a different campus and where they have kids where it's like, you only wear white crew cut shirts. There's no talking to other students and like knock that out. There are other things he can do. Like he can finish this little essay to get a couple days knocked off. He'll be like in school suspension he'll be in school suspension the next 4 days. That'll count to his 30. So that'll knock off some of the days. But yeah, this has been a wonderful thing. And what he's really big on right now is welding class. He loves that. And because of this happening here, the welding class told us yesterday that's too much time missed for the hands-on assignments, so now he's out of welding for the rest of the semester.
They kicked him out of the program.
It's not a kick out. It's more like he'd be too far behind when he came back, so he's going to have to try and do it next year. So he's going to have to change classes now, and he's now going to miss the class that he really liked. And hopefully, that's what I'm hoping. We were trying to drive home to him yesterday.
Like his passion.
Our decision, like our thoughts on how to apply consequences are gone this time. Like we were hoping that would really register with him, like, this is out of our control now. It's whatever they decide, and this is what you got to realize. Like it's serious time now. Like you're getting older. Like you got to figure this out. And so I don't know. I'm at a loss for that. Like I don't know the next way to handle this. I don't know the next way to approach him to get it to register.
The text line can be very helpful for these types of situations.
Or really mean.
They'll be helpful. Watch.
Let's see. Tell him possession of those THC pens is a felony.
It is. He didn't get caught with it. Someone else did.
Yeah. Tell him to do a dab instead. No, I don't think you want to do that one.
Do what?
Do a dab. He needs his butt whooped. Your son is popping. Oh, you don't want to popping pills. You don't want to start popping pills.
Okay.
Come on now.
Maybe
What's
we
wrong,
told
people?
you.
Don't.
You can't teach teenage boys anything at all. They got to learn on their own.
No, they're the most short-sighted people on earth.
Yeah.
They don't put any weight to the future at all.
None.
It's what do I do right now? He can know. I swear, his mom. That's the thing that's funny. His mom that week, because we were just a little curious. His mom that week bought THC tests, bought them, and he knew she had bought them and that he was going to be administered one at one point, and he did it anyway. Like he was like, well, that's tomorrow Jacob's problem, not mine.
I would struggle with this on what the hell to do, because I can't get mad. I can't get mad at my kid for doing something that I did at the same age. Boys will be boys. They're gonna do stupid things all the time. Like I was drinking at 17, 16, smoking weed. Like what am I gonna do? Am I get mad at them?
Yeah.
I smoke cigarettes at 15 years old. Am I gonna get pissed? If
Yeah,
my
but
kid
doesn't it
shows
do
up
as
at
I
one
say,
then?
not as I do?
Yes.
No, that's one of those stupid things your grandfather used to say. No offense to your grandfather, I'm talking about all grandfathers. You know, like this is dumb. Like that's not realistic.
Yeah, but why should you repeat my mistakes?
Because
I got arrested for triple felony in college. Like you can do it. I'm not gonna get mad at you. I'm gonna get mad at you.
You can get mad at them, but like you've got to let people fail. I'm a big proponent. Like let my kids fail.
He's failing.
I'm gonna let them hang. Yeah, I want them to like let them like hang them out to dry. Like let them figure out how to fail on their own.
Well, and I think it was really registering with him yesterday. Like they were talking to him, like, yeah, if there's a second time, like this is now you're looking at like potential.
But really,
you're looking at expulsion.
In reality, this is the second time. Well, first time he was vaping.
Yeah, and that was we caught him at the house. That wasn't on school grounds.
So this is Bobby's kid, 17-year-old. A little bit of a vape problem. This one was for weed in school. So
I blame Zero ultimately.
Yeah, I would too. This is a good one.
I don't know if Zero's Q rating is high enough to keep mentioning him here. I love Zach. I just saw him, but
have a Q rating.
Who else vapes here? Do I have another person I can blame for vaping? I don't have a vape reference for
Lucius?
a joke. Does Lucius vape?
I don't know. Reggie?
Doesn't Eric? Doesn't she follow vape?
She follow?
Oh, Cheech. Yeah, that's who I should blame it on.
Everybody's
Cheech.
business out there. I love it.
Yeah.
Who else is doing it?
Cheech talks about it.
Lucius talk about American Shaman. I thought it was, alternative medicines.
You're right. Here you go.
Alternative medicines get you to alternative school. So
Find a friend. Do you have a friend in law enforcement? To scare him.
Oh.
Pretend to arrest him and take him for a ride.
I don't know that.
Man.
I don't think that would register with him in the right way.
So what gets to him? Is he upset? Is he depressed? Is
He's pretty
scared?
I think that, like I said, I think the weight was settling in on him yesterday. That like, especially once he found out he couldn't do the welding class the rest of the year. I think that he felt like
Trace said, "Trade your kid for an arms dealer." Come on, Trace.
the merchant of death.
The merchant of death. But what affects him? What does he care about?
He cares.
The welding.
The welding matters to him. He cares way too much about, obviously, as most kids do at that age, what other people think. So he's very big to like, oh, I got to have this clothes and I got to have these brands and stuff. So these crew cut white shirts are going to kill him for the next several weeks.
He's a fashionista.
But you know what? We're talking like that's things that we're also about to hit winter break.
Oh yeah.
So this is gonna be a very extended absence. We're talking about probably not till the end of January, beginning of February before he's back over at the campus.
So it's not 30 days; it's 30 school days.
Yes, and he can work
God,
off. He can have
6 weeks.
4 in-school suspension. That brings it down to 26. He can do some other program that brings it down to 8. But ultimately, the most we can get it reduced is probably 15, which is 3 weeks.
I love this. Is like the Waffle House challenge of schools. Like you just start writing essays, and for every essay you write, you get like a day off. I can't believe they're just reducing time for writing a couple of essays. And
so are you just like lost?
I'm just exhausted. Like I'm tired, and it's just kind of like, all right, either it's gonna click or it's not. Like, dude, like adulthood's coming up quick. You gotta, and that's like.
Are you a household of when you're 18? See ya, you're on your own.
I mean, I guess that depends on what he does over the next year or so. That'll weigh into that. I guess is that depends on where he's at and how he's behaving. Not just as a rule, like you turn 18, you're out, but like I mean, if we're having problems,
what do you tell the younger girls?
They don't know about this. They don't.
So it's good to talk about it on 100,000 watts of radio.
Right. I mean, look, we're 12 plus here, okay, and then they're 9 and 6.
Ratings insight from Bobby Belt. So man, that's tough. That's serious. You got any advice there, Ralph?
None. I'm not there yet.
Any recommendations for better vape pens on the Fantext or anything?
The
problem is he wasn't using a clean pen.
Does he you think he love weed or
no? I think
here's
my honest opinion, and he may be listening right now. I don't know. Here's my honest.
Maybe this will help that we're sitting here talking about in front of the whole city.
And he knows this, and I've said this. He's a follower. That's one of his big things.
Yeah.
He kind of follows, and it's like you got to break out of that, dude. And I get it. Again, I don't want to have unrealistic expectations. I get a lot of kids at 17 are followers.
Of course,
and they get it. It's just
a lot of people at 40, and 30, and 50 are followers.
I want to. Because I always put weight to the future, even when I was younger, and I knew I was unusual that way, but like put some weight on even 6 months from now. At least consider the next 6 months, even if you're not going to consider the next few years. Just consider, how does this impact me in the next 6 months? Just do that for me. That's what we're trying to get to click.
Yeah, I'm lining up like a series of videos or places to take Ollie to scare him to death before he does this stuff. Like I want him to watch the smoking commercials that are on.
You want him to hang out with my kid?
I have to like turn away from. Or like show him YouTube videos of like accidents that I just need to show him like Errol Spence videos if it comes to like driving dangerously.
I just show my kid that because he used to put his feet up on the dashboard, and then the video of like someone getting on an accident, all of a sudden their hips going the other way.
Yeah.
Oh,
scare him like
scare
that.
The hell out of him.
Andrew Luck. Oh my, the Cowboys are gonna love their new receiver, and there's been someone predicting all the Jags games. He says the Cowboys are in trouble. That's next before Jerry Jones live at 8:30 here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC Connects.
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. A very busy Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. But we do have some sad news coming in. There's now multiple reports. Bill Snyder, former K-State coach, may have jumped the gun last night. Maybe he did know something else, but now there are multiple reports that Mike Leach has passed away at the age of 61. Man, 61 years old, and now everybody is confirming it. So there's one publication out there in Mississippi that said he suffered a massive heart attack. This, just for accuracy purposes, is from the Clarion Ledger. Mike Leach collapsed at his home in Starkville during a massive heart attack. He did not receive medical attention for 10 to 15 minutes. When EMTs arrived, they used a defibrillator machine to restore normal heartbeat. He was transported to the hospital. Once stable, he was taken by helicopter to another medical center. He may have suffered seizures. There was fear of brain damage as well. And everyone, I mean, you could tell the seriousness of it from players and coaches who were saying, he needs your help. This is bad. Now, Mike Leach had battled pneumonia and the flu in recent weeks and apparently had a noticeable cough for the past month. But Saturday night, he was in great spirits at a holiday party. This is all according to the Ledger. And now it looks to be official that Mike Leach has passed away at the age of 61 years old. Choppy.
The college football world, the sports world, has lost a personality.
Beloved.
A character, someone that I have never seen a coach that was so perfect for the outposts of conferences. He was at the outpost of the Big 12 at Texas Tech, outpost of the Pac-12 at Washington State, the outpost of the SEC at Mississippi State, and he thrived and he embraced. It was so hard for those schools to get players time after time, and he took Texas Tech to the damn near pinnacle of the coaching world, college football world. And he made Washington State a really fun team. And then he started, he was trying to do the same thing at Mississippi State in a league that nobody was like, is his thing going to work in the SEC? And he just, time and time again, he was a very great offensive mind, ushered in the modern era. And not to mention the fact that he had this alter ego that was a 600-year-old pirate.
Yeah. He was beyond interesting.
He could talk everything. There wasn't a subject he couldn't talk. He could talk what's the best Halloween candy. He could talk what's the best kind of creamer to put in your coffee. Yeah. He could also talk about why you shouldn't drink coffee. He could talk about why all the women in your life are going to lose their mind, which is a quote of his. Like, he could talk literally about every subject.
Yep.
And he did it in an interesting way. And the best part about him is I think Mike Leach knew exactly how to do radio because he kept every clip to 58 seconds. Like, every answer was under a minute. It was phenomenal what Mike Leach did. And this is just tragic.
His influence, obviously, on the way college teams draw up their offenses and the air raid and everything else. And then you remember it became this push several years back where he had a huge impact on the NFL too, because the NFL started talking about how do we work in these college concepts? How do we do some of these different things? And that's become something that, he had a big impact on. Sonny Dykes learned under Mike Leach. You had, Dana Holgerson, Lincoln Riley spent a lot of time under Mike Leach, learned a lot from him. Cliff Kingsbury played for him. And so he's got such a heavy influence on the way modern offenses are run at really all three levels, pro, college, and high school, and just, a hell of a character.
So talk about the air raid, what that was and his influence on the X's and the O's, because I think 50% of this, and maybe more than 50%, going to be remembered for the amazing personality. But I think it was The Athletic. There was a profile done on him from former quarterbacks. It was fascinating to read through in terms of how he tried to simplify things for an offense that hit many different levels in terms of being copycatted or principles taken from it. What was the air raid?
Yeah, so the air raid was something that he had worked on and helped develop at Iowa Wesleyan when he was there, and it's kind of like a variation of the run and shoot. But basically, it's a big focus on shotgun formation, 4 receivers, 1 running back. It's got usually trips receivers on one side and then a single receiver off to the other. A lot of people saw it come through and get popularized with when Bryles was at Baylor as well, where you'd see like kind of one guy, not even on the outside, really running a route. He just kind of lazily come off the line. And so a lot of what it does is it just focuses on passing concepts, a lot of audibles, different things based off of what the defense is showing them. And they use a lot of no huddle. And so it's just, an ability to stretch the field, spread the defense out, makes it really tough to get guys off the line of scrimmage. A lot of the times when you see trips receivers in the NFL or college or whatever else, that right there is a big thing that Leach pushed. He was not obviously the inventor of, trips right or trips left or whatever else, but he made it such common usage that now when you see the Rams do it, or you see, when the Cowboys go out there and they have 3 receivers stacked up, that's all like the Mike Leach, air raid offense influence right there.
Like, put it this way, he got more out of Graham Harrell than Cliff Kingsbury got out of Patrick Mahomes.
Damn.
Say that again.
Like, let that sink in. He got more out of Graham Harrell than Cliff Kingsbury got out of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. And the clips, there's so many. People, maybe we'll play some tribute clips to him in the final hour of the show. Not really in the most laughing mood right now with some of the comedy gold that he provided. Led teams to bowl games in what did that say,
19 of 21 seasons. And look at his coaching tree. Lincoln Riley, who has had his team at number 1 in the nation. Josh Heupel, who's had his team at number 1 in the nation. Sonny Dykes, who is in the Final Four, and Cliff Kingsbury, who's coaching in the NFL. It really doesn't get as the guy was like a legendary coach for somebody who never like won a championship. I don't know. There's a more like beloved and like sure thing. Like, oh man, what a great coach.
Yeah,
but he never won. He never won a title.
Yeah.
But he was also in places where like they understood, the college football world understood doing what he did at Texas Tech, and where you're, sorry, Red Raider fans.
Hey, be careful.
You're the 6th option of kids in DFW. You go to Texas first, you go to A&M first, you go to Oklahoma first, you go to Arkansas first, and you go to LSU first.
Maybe Oklahoma State.
And maybe Oklahoma. Yeah, and then if Alabama comes calling, like it's a different story too, right? Ohio State,
right?
But like it's like yeah, I'll go there. Like you're the first choice of kids in Midland or Amarillo, or you know what I mean. But like it's not easy to recruit at Texas Tech. It wasn't easy to recruit it in Pullman. Like what do you do? How do you get players to go to Pullman, Washington?
Yeah,
like you don't. And Mississippi State, there's that's you can say, hey, look, we're in the SEC, but still, you're surrounded by Alabama and Ole Miss and Auburn and LSU. It's like, good gosh, how are we going to do this?
And it's just a word we don't use anymore as we get older. Man, he was just a freaking cool dude. Like everyone would want to hang around Mike Leach. I always said, like from a radio or TV standpoint, man, I would do anything to try to get him locked into doing a 2-hour daily show. A Mike Leach 2-hour daily show. How are you going to get more interesting than that? That was my radio nerdiness, always thinking about him as a host or as a co-host. The breaking news presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. Today it is now official. Mike Leach has passed away at the age of 61. Let's see if Jerry Jones has thoughts at 8:30. Sean, RJ, and Bobby continuing right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30. The breaking news, it has been confirmed that Mike Leach has passed away at the age of 61. Complications related to a heart condition. So the entire sports world is mourning the loss of the Pirate. We'll ask Jerry Jones if he has any Mike Leach thoughts or memories or classic stories at 8:30 this morning. There's tornado warnings everywhere, so be on the lookout. Be aware of it. Tolo D is just sending me nonstop updates. Tornado warning, including Fort Worth, Arlington, North Richland Hills. You just got a text message, Choppy, around your area. Where is it?
Well, I live in Roanoke, but no, Sarah's just got the sirens are going off at her place in downtown Fort Worth, which downtown Fort Worth seeing their share of tornadoes.
I see tornado damage near Decatur, so just be on the lookout, be aware, and text us if you think we need to get anything over the airwaves at 877-881-1053 with any warnings, any damage, any heads ups. 877-881-1053 with some nasty weather this morning in the Metroplex. We have World Cup semifinal action today, 1 o'clock, Argentina against Croatia. All right, so Messi, obviously, the star left in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rooting for Messi to win.
Oh, big time.
Me too.
Big time. Absolutely.
Turn
You
your
don't
mic
even
off,
care.
Bobby.
You don't even care.
I care deeply.
I don't care deeply, but I just want to see
do.
like why do you care?
Because
Break it down, smartass.
So great. You know, Messi doesn't get any better than that. Messi and what have we always said? Messi in December. That's what you got to watch out for.
Yeah, that's what we've always said.
That they're gonna
What
make
foot
30.
does he kick with?
Dude, they're gonna the one. Like you know.
The answer's both.
Second semifinal appearance in the last 3 World Cups for Argentina. Croatia, second straight World Cup semifinal appearance, 3rd overall. Tomorrow, it'll be France and Morocco.
And Morocco is the first African nation to reach the semifinals. They are the...
Why don't you break that down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great name, Morocco, right there. I think that's the lead right there. Just the football, the football that they've played has been. I like whenever I see it, I'm like, what? You're kidding me?
Is Argentina, Choppy, just like this is it? This is the opportunity. They have the heavy favorites.
No, I think France is the favorite. Mbappe. Yeah,
You got
Mbappe is
Mbappe,
tremendous.
that's
Mbappe.
Yeah.
But Argentina is like, it's...
Oh, and France is the defending champs.
Yeah. France is fantastic. But it's like, Messi's at the end. I mean, this is like probably the last World Cup where he is a major factor.
Mm-hmm.
So...
What about, let's see, anything on Croatia? Tony Kukoc?
Yeah, just not as fun to say as Morocco, mainly. But, also had some great football moments this December. I mean, it's been a December to remember, right?
It has been.
I think we've all said that.
Plus, they filmed a lot of Game of Thrones there.
Uh-huh, yeah. I mean, I think I've said that consistently. You guys have all said it consistently.
All right.
Magic. They will make 30 for 30s about this.
Meanwhile... we said yesterday that the body of Grant Wall, the soccer journalist who weirdly passed away over the weekend, needs to get back home. He wore the rainbow shirt in support of his brother who is gay, and all of a sudden people are raising an eyebrow. Grant Wall sitting there covering a game, covering a match, and he's dead? Why? How? It doesn't make sense. He had experienced some issues with bronchitis and felt really worn down while there in Qatar, and we are getting the body back. His family is getting it back for an autopsy in the States.
Yep. They were repatriated to that's what the article says.
What?
Repatriated.
What does that mean?
I guess returned. I don't know why they couldn't have just said returned in the article.
You could have just said returned.
I could have.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure if that's what repatriated meant.
Tell us, English minor.
The U.S. on Monday, after his death last week, they got the belongings back at about 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning. So Grant Wall was returned to the U.S. Thank God. 'Cause now you can get hopefully a real idea
answer.
of what happened. A real answer.
By the way, just Fantex pointed it out for us. NBC's apparently saying tornado on the ground at Meacham Airport. So if you're near Meacham Airport, watch out.
Nathan Wall, sirens in North Arlington at Lamar High School taking cover. Let people know. And that pick was on Noah Brown. Nathan, no, it wasn't. No, it. Yeah. I always fight with Nathan during Cowboy games. Nathan Wall - author, which is really a douchey way to describe yourself. To put author in your Twitter handle. Come on now.
I'm going to use it.
You can't do that. Are you author or talk show host? Insider?
I author articles.
I thought the website said you don't write anymore. You're not cranking out any work, Mr. Big Time.
I author plenty. So yeah, I think I'm going to add that to my bio too. Author, soccer fanatic, all that.
Sirens in North Arlington at Lamar. Anything else? Truckwreck.com text line. Hit us up. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And also the very latest downstairs at our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Man, a lot of Argentina hate coming in on the Trucker.com text line.
Wow.
Saying they're a dirty team. They've been cheating their way through.
I've been saying that.
You have been saying
the
that
whole time.
Maybe they're Ronaldo lovers. Maybe that's a lot of females texting in right now.
You think that the Ronaldo thing?
Ronaldo lovers, right, should want Argentina to lose. I'm being very basic here as a soccer observer. But, right, the battle for who's the best, the battle for who's the greatest, this could be, Michael LeBron here with Messi over Ronaldo.
Yeah, maybe sit this one out, Sean. I think that Argentina's clearly shown what a dirty team they are. So,
All right, Ronaldo versus Messi, Bobby.
Right now it's got to be Messi, right? Ronaldo, 37 years old. He's not the same guy that he once was. Messi's shown he's got the fire still.
You try to be Dak Prescott and answering generically for any questions.
I trust our preparation.
All right, maybe we'll ask Jerry about the Final Four with the World Cup. We got to ask him about the new receiver. Why did they sign T.Y. Hilton? Does it mean the end of Odell Beckham? And who's going to replace Terrence Steele at right tackle? The Hall of Fame GM and owner, Jerry Jones, joins the show live right after this.
Well, let's get that carpet.
At 8:30 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And Jerry, of course, is brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, guys. Mike. Good to be on with you guys.
Jerry, we have some news coming in that Coach Mike Leach has passed away because of some health issues. Do you have a lot of interactions or any classic stories about Coach Leach that everyone in the football world seems to have?
Well, listen, I had such respect for him. I knew him fairly well and would enjoy talking football with him. Some of his experience as a young coach there with some of the Barry Switzer involved in his time with him were really just classic stories that you would get from someone that spent his life in football and by the way, had a really unique, effective, successful skill in terms of, if you will, offensive football. So, boy, he's going to be missed. He's a guy that always made it better, made the game better, as a real personality. So, my best to his family. I know his boy has been at Arkansas for a couple of years, or not a couple of years, but for several years. But so I'm real, just real sad for their family, and certainly pay tribute to Mike's career.
Jerry, you guys made some news yesterday with the acquisition of T.Y. Hilton. Why did you guys decide to sign T.Y.?
Well, of course, I've always admired him as the player he was there at Indianapolis, and knew that he was picking his team, so to speak, seriously. He had a lot of interest out there. We knew it. We've known it. And he, of course, was interested in what we're doing and what we're doing at this time. And so it was an opportunity for us. We took it, and he can really help us out. He's really one of the smartest receivers that I can remember. Kelvin Martin was such an influence when I first came with the Cowboys. And I've heard Michael Irvin give Kelvin Martin such credit for a lot of the things that happened in his career. But the thing that always stood out about Kelvin Martin was how smart he played the game. And T.Y. has some of those characteristics and got a lot of speed, runs really well, and, of course, is ready to go.
Is that what you're looking for physically, Jerry, in terms of the skill set, that burner to be a deep threat down the field? Is that his best attribute?
Well, we've got a lot of position flex with him, but I would say that he's got that step, but he also brings a ton of experience. That's big, real big, because we'll want him to step in immediately, and these guys that have played a lot of football in the NFL have a good chance of doing that. He's seen the kinds of routes that we're going to run. He has seen them time and time again in the NFL, and there at Indianapolis. So I think he's a real pickup for us that will, frankly, hit the ground running and immediately give us some help.
Why did you feel he was a need? Did you think and see that the rest of the wide receiving core was lacking a little bit?
Well, no. The real, for his availability, has a lot to do with it. But I think that we have continued to look for a speed element, being able to have a player that can give those secondaries something else to think about out there as our core base of receivers are basically doing their thing, and he does that. He's a receiver that the defense will have to honor, and when he does, he'll make it better for Wilson. He'll make it, not Wilson, but Brown, and he'll make it better for, of course, with Lamb. And So I'm glad. I'm glad's not the word for it. I'm excited the fact that he's available.
We're talking with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, does this take you guys out of the running for Odell Beckham Jr. at least until the spring?
Of course, we wouldn't have been interested in Odell had he not had the kind of talent that certainly can last to the spring, so to speak. But I think it's fair to say that he's an outstanding receiver. He's, as you well know, he's not ready to play today. That's important, but he will be ready come spring, and he's a receiver that I think would fit any team. And so I want to easily say there's going to be continued interest in Odell.
But is it safe to say he won't be on this year's version of the Dallas Cowboys?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go that far if you'll include the playoffs.
Okay. Jerry Jones right here on DFW Sports Station.
Jerry, you guys were dealt a big blow with the loss of Terrence Steele this week. I assume it sounded like after the game you were saying Josh Ball, Jason Peters, those would be guys who you'd turn to here at right tackle. Jason Peters at 41 years old now, is he a guy you think that can handle a full 60, 70 snaps every game down this, these remaining weeks?
Yeah, yes, I do. And we're so fortunate to have him. I think he's a Hall of Famer, ultimately. And I was real impressed with the way he stepped in Sunday. One thing that I want to brag on is how our coaching staff and how the players themselves in the offensive line have created us quite a bit of flexibility here. So with the fact that we've got Tyron Smith coming back, that gives us some real options here on how to set this up without Steele. So we'll see how the week unfolds, but we've got some real options here to go forward, and that's a real credit to your coaching staff.
Jerry, how are you feeling about an updated timeline for Tyron Smith to return at left tackle?
Well, he'll be in, as I see it right now, he'll be playing Sunday, and we'll see how that works. But I'm planning on, and I know that he's planning on having a good week of practice, and if so, then we could see him get snapped Sunday.
So, Jerry, Brad Sham yesterday told me I was overreacting. Mike McCarthy came on the show, said he wasn't too worried about it. I'm worried about these slower starts. Giants, Colts was close until the fourth quarter. We all know what happened on Sunday. Are you worried a little bit about the way you guys have won the last 3 weeks, or you just take the W's and not worry about it?
No, I will tell you, we all want to see that fast start, and I thought we had it. Mm-hmm. When we came out the other day, especially when we had offensive possession, the way we were able to execute the running game, we had an overthrow there early from Dak, but other than that, I thought we started fast. And but again, it's just a reminder that how all NFL teams have really outstanding football players. All of them do. And I know you're tired of hearing that this week, but they do. And anytime you step out there, if you give the other team chances, like turnovers, then you could be in for a dogfight, no matter what your current rank is as opposed to the team you're playing. But I thought we started actually fast. And then, of course, the punt took the air out of us momentum-wise and lifted the other team, which can happen. And then you do that with some help of turnovers, and you can end up in the shape that we were in. To me, and I want to burn this in our head because that's the way I feel about it, I see one of the best and momentous goal line stands that I can remember by our defense. And stopped them against high odds because they had been effective in making some short yardage. And then turn around and Dak lead a 98-yard drive to win the game with that much on our shoulders, that's the memory I'm taking away from that game. Not necessarily a lot of the turnovers and mistakes we made in between. Can we not have those turnovers? Can we do better? You can bet that no one is more sensitive about how we can do what went in between the first quarter and the last quarter of that game. This team is going to have that burn in their mind too, and that's a good thing.
Jerry, I know you said after the game that the Texans came out and gave some looks that had frustrated the passing game, frustrated Dak a little bit. Similar question to, I guess, the one that had come out after Denver last year. Do you expect teams to play you similarly the rest of the way as to what Houston threw at Dak on Sunday?
I expect to see it all over the next weeks ahead and into the playoffs. We're going to really see it. You especially see it differently in the playoffs. And so if you think about the potential of the games we'll have in the playoffs plus the next 4 games, that's almost 3/4 of a high school schedule or college schedule. So we got a lot of football left, and we'll see everything.
Are you concerned with the amount of interceptions he's thrown lately, or do you like the aggressiveness?
Well, the two are actually, what if I said yes? Okay, period, to your question. And I'm not criticizing your question, but certainly those concerns those interceptions can neutralize great execution and effort in other parts of the game. Interceptions can. That's being tried. But I will tell you now, the definition of aggressiveness doesn't have to include turnovers. It does not have to include that. Aggressive does not. And I do like aggressiveness without the turnovers.
Jerry Jones with Sean and RJ every single Tuesday at this time on 105.3 The Fan. You had a lot of praise for our new best friend on Fridays. Mike McCarthy's been gold on the morning show. Just kind of reset that for the radio audience, Jerry. Another 10-win season and the job that you think Coach McCarthy has done this year with your team.
Well, we all know that starting the game off against Tampa with a rough outing, and then on top of that, lose Dak, was about as the best example I know of getting hit right on the nose when you walk in with a smile on your face to the party. That was our season start. And for us to be sitting here with 10 wins at this juncture, working through it, the great job that the team and the great job Rush did to give us this opportunity. And now then to be here, frankly, keeping in mind the loss of Steele, we're here pretty healthy. And we all want to knock on wood there. That, I will tell you, is great coaching management. And on the way, we have gotten a lot of snaps to a lot of young football players or players that needed the experience. And, boy, they played a lot of snaps on both sides of the ball. That's taking advantage of an opportunity and living to tell about it, sitting here at 10 wins. And so we've really prepared ourselves for now, which is the football time. It's the putting together the team that you're going to have walk in that playoffs. And Mike has done an outstanding job. And he's done it with his staff. He's done it with Quinn. He's done it with Moore. So, yes, I do sing his praises. The team is in good shape mentally, very good shape. Everybody's excited about what might happen. You got to give Mike his credit for being the architect of all of that.
Jerry, we all think that you're in the contention conversation. We know that your hopes are very high. Is there an area where you're saying, this is concerning me a little bit? If we can just clean this up or improve this a little bit, I feel even better about us as a contender. Is there an area there for you?
Well, since we all know that there's just no such thing as being perfect in football, that's really a big part of what makes it so challenging. it's like holding Jell-O in both hands. Just the minute that it stops coming out and between the little finger, then here it comes out the other side in a middle finger. So the whole point is that it's a continual process of getting better. You won't, at any juncture, you want bright eyes, you want excited players, you want committed players, you want good health, and you want a combination of success, but you'd love to have some battle-tested, some real, if you will, tests of will along the way if you're getting ready to go into your most important part. And so I like the fact that we've been tested. We've been without Prescott. We've had games where Prescott could have played better, which is the nature of the position, by the way, to have that kind of attention. But we've seen him play outstanding and do some outstanding work at quarterback. And I know, comparing him to a lot of other quarterbacks, we're fortunate to be going into these playoffs with him and with him healthy. So when I look at these areas, I don't see a area that that's gaping with something that we're going to have to compromise the rest of the team to overcome that problem. I don't see that. I see a good balance. I see a balanced team, defense, offense, special teams. That's been a work in progress. We're in good shape there. So if we can maintain this health thing and not get a rash of injuries over these next 4 ball games, boy, I think we've got a chance to walk in and go into those playoffs with a real solid to potentially team that can really advance and maybe get the big one.
Jerry, we saw the news at the end of last week that you guys are planning to spend close to $300 million to upgrade portions of AT&T Stadium in advance of the World Cup. Can you talk about those upgrades? And I mean, is this going to be anything that's going to be noticeably different in terms of aesthetics and things like that?
Since building that stadium, we've always known that you've got to always be, if you will, maintaining the experience. And a big part of our stadium was that the stadium was built for the approximately 100,000 that can come to the stadium. And but you could have had a great place for the Cowboys and not had what we have out there and still had a great place for the Cowboys to play with that number of people. Stadiums are downsizing, and we're downsizing then, but I chose to go the other way. But the thing to remember is that stadium was really built for television, and it was really built so that Al Michaels, or it was built so that when John Madden was there, or Chris Collinsworth today, that when they are talking not to the 100,000 people at the stadium, but to the 25, 30 million people that are watching, and they say, folks, you ought to see this place. It looks brand new. It's pristine. There's no intellectual clutter. The squares are with the squares. The rectangles, they match the rectangles. The circles are with the circles. There's no clutter here. And it's beautiful. You can eat off the floors at the event level, and I say that literally, where it's usually hectic. And so those are the goals that we have out there. And as a part of that is this $300 million project that we have that will maintain the stadium just like the day we walked in it when it was brand new, and we'll add some things that are better than what we had 15 years ago.
And it'll be ready for the World Cup.
Yes.
Which will be here. There we go.
So
hopefully.
Can you confirm we're going to get it, Jerry?
I can't, but we're in the hunt, and that's a thrill, and it's exciting to think about, and we're working hard, but we can make this stadium the best one they've ever had a World Cup in, and be a great way to present soccer.
Jerry, if the playoffs started today, you guys would be in Tampa, which is a team that is below 500. The league's never really gone to, best record to host a playoff game. Has there been discussions about that within league meetings about getting rid of division winners automatically getting a playoff game over a home playoff game over a team with a better record?
Well, you can imagine there's always been discussions about that key point for teams. and it's usually the same ones. It's not the same team, but it's the ones that would have liked, with their type season, a better shot to get in it, and that's natural. And I like our system that we're in right now. I'm well aware of any of the flaws that might be there. You could have a team with as a division champ that doesn't have as good a record as one that's third in their division, but still there's some reasons for that too, competitively, that we strive for. I think it's a great one. It keeps it's exciting for our fans, and the main thing, it really, since I've been in the NFL now for 30-something years, it maintains the promise in each of our 32 markets that our team has still got a chance. We can get in the big game, and we all know this crazy football, and if you get in the tournament and you got 3-2 games to play, you could be world champs. And that's what it's about. It's who is standing at the end, and that is our game.
Jerry, last one for you here. Do you have any update on Jonathan Hankins? I know he had the pec strain, but do you have any idea how long he'll be out?
You could see Jonathan back for the playoffs. He won't be back before then.
Jerry, thank you so much for all the answers and the time. Hopefully you're dodging the weather today, and we'll hear you on Friday. Good luck Sunday.
Well, that's great. We got our NFL meeting in town today and tomorrow, and got some key things to be working on. But more importantly, day off for our players, and then they'll be coming back, getting ready for a team that I respect a lot over in Jacksonville. So we got a big week planned ahead of us.
Jerry, did you have that hype in your mind that Trevor Lawrence was like the next great one when he was coming out of Clemson?
Well, he was outstanding. I know that coaching staff over there uniquely pretty good, and I knew he was an outstanding talent, and he hasn't disappointed. Now he's a very, very talented quarterback for the NFL, and he gives us fits when we think about him.
Jerry, thank you so much. Have a good meeting. We'll catch up soon.
You bet, guys. Have a good day.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. You got a traffic update, weather update?
Yes, it appears 114 in Esters. They've shut the highway down. Some kind of an accident. So if you can avoid that, do so.
All right, let's react to Jerry on Odell, Tyron, Hankins, World Cup. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, with Sean and RJ on the Fan. But the hour, it's not here where it's set to expire, but make sure you take advantage before the
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Be careful out there. It's an S show.
It's coming. Look at that. It's starting. You can see it. You can see the weather coming to downtown Dallas.
Let us know, 877-881-1053. What we need to relay over the radio airwaves. Tornado indicator this morning. It's a mess on 635. No surprise whenever it rains. 635 is always a nightmare anyway. Tornadoes touching down in Fort Worth. We got Arlington warning.
Coppell.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a tornado in Coppell.
Apparently they were saying on the Fantex 3 tornadoes in Coppell. One just also north of Grapevine Mills Mall in that Grapevine Flower Moundy Coppell area.
Yeah, it looks like we got the TV up here. It looks like Hebron, like Vista Ridge Mall, like it'll all be over there soon.
I just tweeted out a photo of these two numbnuts trying to break down weather patterns. Bobby was giving RJ an NBC5 education on the circulation and where it all meets up. It was
Did you go to OU?
I'm a circulation expert.
I tell you
Just
what,
like-
Bobby can do it all. He can sing. He can be a meteorologist,
Soccer,
report, insider.
Soccer,
I mean, he can do it all,
insider, yeah.
man.
What don't you think he can do?
Swim. He's not a swimmer.
Wow.
I can't.
I can swim great,
Is
actually.
it no that you can't swim?
No, that's why
I
I'm
just
caught off
made it
guard.
up.
He's just throwing out something random.
What was your best sport?
I was homeschooled. I wasn't playing organized
That
tennis.
explains a lot.
I assume.
Okay.
I assume you still went.
Did you know I'm married to Chop? Because this is we've talked about both these things several times. And you react the same way every time. It's like,
That's
new
fair.
information.
That's fair. But you know me. I pay attention to things that I really care about, which, as Sean knows, is
Nothing. Yourself.
me.
Yeah.
No, I played like a lot of pickup basketball though. I have a jump shot. I can shoot.
Okay.
I can't break anybody down off the dribble, but I can shoot.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. You don't have to do that.
That's
I'm
fine.
full Brian Cardinal in the corner.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are going to honor the legend of Mike Leach, who passed away at the age of 61. We'll do that with classic audio clips at 9:20. Apparently, OU and Texas to the SEC are happening sooner rather than later. We'll get to that at 9:20, but Jerry Jones did just join us here on your home of America's team with Mike, RJ, and Choppy. That was the first. Jeez, I was just telling Darren Woodson at Top Golf. Well, I was like, yeah, man, Jerry, I still don't know if Jerry would recognize us out in public. It's disappointing. Darren, we've seen him 3 times in a decade, remembers the name every time, and then he comes on here and calls us Mike. Maybe he was prepping for the Mike Leach question. Maybe he was thinking about Mike Bassick, even though he clearly likes Derek Holland better than Mike Bassick.
We all do.
When it comes to former baseball players. And then Holland.
Derek's current, I think.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Current?
Wow.
Sort of.
And then,
Wow, Sean.
Not signed. Not signed.
sorry.
Not signed.
And then Holland was texting us, wondering if heard a noise in the background, as another Tolo asked on Twitter during the Jerry interview.
Somebody may have asked if there was some rumblage.
I didn't hear
in the
anything.
seat.
There was a chair scooting. I heard it. It was like a chair scraping on the ground is what you heard.
Okay.
So for years, Jerry would always, do these interviews, right? It doesn't matter what year it was. And there's always the ding, 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 the clanging. Like
The teacup.
It was, but years ago, I'm talking like maybe like 04, 05. Anytime Jerry would do an interview, it was so loud. It was like, is he lifting weights? Is he in the gym clanging and banging? Is that what he's doing in there?
Right.
Like it was the loudest ding, 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 ding that you never heard. It was like a but it's always the teacup, and now the chair fart.
I like your vocal impressions of.
All right, let's get down to business. What came out of that? What is the media reacting to? What are they throwing on TV? What do y'all think was the biggest thing? For me, it's Tyron Smith is playing on Sunday.
That's significant.
Significant.
The thing that you're seeing a lot of the media reacting to right now is the quote about Dak that the definition of aggressiveness doesn't have to include turnovers. It does not have to include that. I do like aggressiveness without the turnovers. And they're not mutually exclusive to.
Aren't they? Are they mutually exclusive? Or don't you have to, take one with the other?
Kind of. I've always been confused about what mutually exclusive actually means.
Okay.
I've never known how to actually use that in a sentence.
All right, let me chop it down. Do you have to accept interceptions with aggressiveness?
Yes.
I would think so as well.
You take it. You deal. One of the reasons I always loved Romo, he was hyper aggressive, right? I will accept the interceptions for the added aggressiveness. Now, there does come a point of diminishing returns where you're too aggressive and you're too careless. But I would much rather have an aggressive quarterback that'll throw a pick every now and then than a guy that doesn't throw the ball downfield, that is the ultimate check down, that defenses can keep everybody in front of you and not really have to worry about over their heads. I will much rather have the hyper-aggressive guy that'll make a few mistakes every now and then.
Do you believe it has to come with it, hand in hand?
I think it does. I don't think at the rate it has. So I think it is something that will naturally occur when you're taking risks. I don't think it has to happen at quite the rate that we've seen recently, is where I'd fall down on that. So yes, expect some, but I don't think you should just accept, oh yeah, 8 interceptions in 8 games or whatever.
What are we taking from his Odell comments?
That he is... My initial take is that he's just trying to keep it in the news.
I agree.
Yeah, my take was he just had some lighter fluid and was like, "Oh, let's get that. Let's make sure
Very
that
end
flame
of the
stays
bottle.
alive."
Yeah, that it's over.
Yeah, he's out of wood for the fire. He's like he's going into Amazon boxes now. Those old. He's just throwing anything on
Looking
there.
For anything for kindling.
Anything.
I agree. So this is not happening.
I don't think so. But he clearly wants us to talk about it. And so I don't know. Maybe this spring. Look, if T.Y. Hilton doesn't work out, Odell's ready to go, and Odell really wants to be here. Maybe they do. But I think for now, it's got to be over.
Did he slip up on the World Cup?
Look, we know we're going to get a game. We just don't know which one.
I mean, my part of that, yeah, the World Cup, it sounded kind of like he slipped up. But the bigger thing there was just, it's going to cost $300 million to vacuum the stadium or whatever.
I mean, look,
curtains.
I want it to be clean enough to eat off of. That costs $300 million. I believe it. I don't think we're going to see a bunch of aesthetic changes, but
yeah.
I got to imagine there will be something that if you walk in the stadium, there will be things you'll be able to tell are maybe a little different for $300 million.
Yeah, like,
how about saying we built a stadium for, TV? He said it before, but it just sounds weird. Like, not for the fans going there. It's for, because he always says, only 7% or something of NFL fans have actually gone to a game. So this was more important to have it be presented on TV, which I don't know how the Cowboys TV view looks different from any other NFL stadium, but we didn't get exact details in terms of where the upgrades are going to go.
No, we didn't. If you just do a quick Google search, and there's no official decision yet, but if you just do a Google search on World Cup 2026 final location, it pops up as MetLife on Google. Now, I don't know that.
WorldSoccerTalk.com came out with the 3 reasons Arlington is not the ideal host for the 2026 World Cup. Here are the shots fired. Artificial turf, 1.
Well, they're gonna, first of all, they're gonna fit. They're not gonna play a World Cup game on artificial turf, regardless. But they're gonna put grass in there.
Get you some grass.
They are.
Yeah, that's what they've done that before. I mean, they've no matter what the stadium is, they've always made it into a grass. And they do it for here,
even though
they do it here with when they have games here.
Even though Kyler goes down for the year, 3rd play last night on the Arizona grass. Number 2, public transportation. That throws everybody off when they come to DFW, especially for the Super Bowl. Stay in Dallas. You think Dallas, the announcers on TV say, "Welcome to Dallas." And then you got a $35, $40 cab ride with no public transportation. And then number 3, stadium faces east-west. These were the things that were put as to why we shouldn't have the World Cup from WorldSoccerTalk.com with game 1 of the semis today.
I don't think they have to worry about that because I'm pretty sure the final would be a night game anyway. You know what I mean? Like usually, isn't it? Like it's at 1. So the game today is at 1 o'clock our time, which is nighttime in Qatar. Like I assume the game would be played at night. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. When it was here, In LA, it was mid-afternoon.
Did you gather from him that Jason Peters is going to start and be the right tackle, or are we going to rotate this thing?
I mean, I gathered from him that he thinks he's capable of doing it. I don't know that I took from it that, like, yep, this is our guy, we're going with it. But I get the sense, and Mike McCarthy said something similar yesterday, that they both kind of seem to think, yeah, he's if we need him to be the full-time starter at right tackle the rest of the way, we can. Which I think it is a much more modest ask of Jason Peters to say, knock out these 4 games, get through the playoffs, playing this whole workload of snaps, because you've just had the first couple months to stay fresh, get some reps in, not be completely rusty. Now we're going to need you to really lock in and give us the last bit that you have.
So name the offensive line Sunday, left to right, in Jacksonville.
Tyron Smith.
Why are you hesitating?
Because I don't know for sure that they'll go Tyler. Tyron Smith, Tyler Smith, Tyron, Tyler, Baez, Zach Martin, Jason Peters. And then I think you very well could see Connor McGovern and Josh Ball in there.
Okay, but your biggest hesitation would be at left guard?
I just don't know what I think you could see some rotation there. And so I don't know who would start the rotation. You remember we saw all through camp, they always started McGovern with that rotation, and then they would swap him in.
We were talking to Jerry about the playoffs and contending, and the king of all meatheads, Rob Gronkowski, was on Fox, apparently calling out the Cowboys as fake.
But you also can't forget about the Minnesota Vikings. They have a better record than the Dallas Cowboys. And are the Dallas Cowboys pretenders or contenders? And history states that they're pretenders every single year. Wait and see. Where have you been?
They don't have a the record. They're both 10-3.
10-3.
Well,
we have the tiebreaker.
So this was from Sunday.
This was Sunday when the Vikings lost as the Cowboys won. So he's
before,
wrong.
It was before
Fox pregame.
Before.
This is stupid. Rob Gronkowski is such an idiot.
Oh, we don't like Gronk now.
No, we don't. We don't.
Why do you like Gronk? He's one of the best tight ends ever.
Well,
what do you like him
He's no
for?
George Kittle, but he's,
No, he is, because they both never play.
He is, but it's like Sean said. You acknowledge he's a meathead. I would not put him in front of a microphone for anything other than to laugh, not for actual analysis.
I think Gronk probably has absorbed a lot of football from Belichick, and I have to assume he can talk a lot of football. I just got to hear him do it before I give him intelligence points.
I mean, look, a lot of football players are meatheads.
Sure.
Like, that doesn't make them not,
And Rob plays
Mike Bassick's a meathead.
Yeah, and Rob plays the part.
He does. He plays it up well.
But I love this thing about history. Well, you kind of brought it up yesterday when we were talking about standards. I just like to judge per year. I know Stephen A's go-to is just be patient. History will bite them in the rear end. I like to be like, okay, what is this year's team? Who are they going up against? What's the path to the playoffs? I mean, it's kind of just lazy and generic to go, well, past 25 years, so I'm eliminating the Cowboys this year and their playoff run. That was Gronk's angle.
It's dumb. That you can't say, well, it's past. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but last year has nothing to do with this year. Is that like,
Does it?
Breaking?
No. Does it not?
It's breaking.
You know, the Cowboys are going to go into this game one of the playoffs with San Fran in the back of their minds about how they got their ass kicked.
They're not.
J-Ron Curse referenced San Francisco a month ago when he was talking about the media. And so, I mean, for some of those guys, it still sticks with them a little bit. I think it does motivate some of those guys.
All right, who is this guy in Jacksonville, by the way? Peyton, you pulled this clip. Is this guy like, he's the Dionne Warwick of the NFL?
Dionne Warwick?
He has no idea who that is.
Do you know who that is?
No. I'm just
Okay, the
laughing,
Tyler
but-
Henry?
No idea. What about Rob Domofsky? He's an ESPN reporter.
No, I'm referencing psychics.
Oh.
Give me a psychic current.
Is it Miss Cleo? Is it Miss Cleo as the psychic?
He wasn't going to know Miss Cleo. He thinks that's a 900 number. Who is this?
I think it is a 900
John
number.
Edward.
John.
Yeah, Michael Duraco, he's part of the Jaguars beat team for ESPN, and he was a couple weeks ago during the Jags bye week, he was predicting the Jags record through the next 3 weeks. He goes through the teams they're playing. He's like, oh, yeah, we'll run through the Ravens, who they beat, the Titans, and then he throws the Dallas Cowboys out there.
I think it'll probably be 3, but based on the way the first 10 games have gone, it won't be the 3 we all expected.
Great point.
Right. Like they'll beat the Cowboys, the Ravens, and go into Tennessee and win in Tennessee.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it won't be the 3 we expect.
He's 2 for 2.
Did he say the Cowboys?
Yeah, he said the Cowboys at the start, but that sounded kind of like a half-hearted, like, they're going to win 3 at some point.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it inevitably would have to be these 3 that we wouldn't think they would be.
Let it start now.
I don't think that was like a hard, like we're going to crush the Cowboys.
Okay.
But after Sunday, he might.
What?
That was a good win they had last week.
Yeah, after the Texans game Sunday, he might be right here.
Man,
They might lose
Tennessee is falling off a cliff right now, losing 3 straight.
Yeah.
And who is Bassett going to be rooting for this week when it comes to Trevor Lawrence against the Dallas Cowboys? All right, we got to pay homage to the legend. Mike Leach has passed away at the age of 61. Some of the all-time clips and stories from the Pirate himself next on The Fan. But, man, be careful driving out there. What an
back to it feels like it's 6 a.m.
Man, it got dark real fast. All the TVs are out. Be careful driving out there. I feel like the bad husband and father. We got these two every commercial break calling their loved one. I'm looking at you two, not KNC. Bobby and RJ, you both look in the conference room. They're calling the loved ones, checking in. I love you. School lockdowns. I'm waiting to see Sean and RJ on First Take. I'm waiting for our
That's
names.
what you're waiting for,
I'm
yeah.
waiting for our names to put up.
You were on Get Up, but you don't care about Get Up. You want First
Oh, no.
Take.
If Mike Greenberg's on it, I don't care. I can't stand him.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, he's annoying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why. Look, the big news today is Mike Leach passed away, age of 61, because of a health condition at his home. That news broke at around 8 o'clock this morning. Jerry Jones just joined us an hour ago to discuss the life and legacy of Coach Leach. We're going to line up these audio clips, but first, Choppy, OU Texas moving along a little bit faster for the SEC?
Yeah, it is. Brett McMurphy had this yesterday that there is talk that OU Texas, which is scheduled to go to the SEC in 2025, he is saying that it's looking like that will happen in 2024, and we could get an announcement this week as to where and when they might go to the SEC in 2024. He's with the Action Network, and he's saying they're growing sentiment and momentum that they will leave it a year early. Their grant of rights expires in July of 2025, so they would leave after that. But there remains a lot of obstacles to jump through. But this means that, they would do it for the start of the college football playoff, the 12-team. The 12-team playoff will expand not next year, 23, but the following year, 24, which also means Arch Manning will never have to play a Big 12 game.
He's too good for that.
He's too good. Yeah,
Bobby, in case y'all don't know, is a big-time Texas Longhorns fan. How are you looking at this move to the SEC?
Look, do you want the bluster or do you want the actual take?
Oh, sure. Give me the non-actual take.
The bluster is like,
give us the Dan Orlovsky first, the fake one.
They're not ready. They're not ready for this smoke. They're not ready for Arch Manning. They're not ready for Quinn Ewers. All right, we're recruiting our asses off right now. This is only going to increase when we get to the SEC. Alabama's been able to pick away at Texas players for years because Texas has been in the Big 12. Well, now it's like, okay, we can offer you the same thing Alabama can. We're in the SEC. So
okay,
just
now
get ready.
Take.
It's going to be a struggle for a few years. It's not going to be great. You need Arch Manning to basically just be like play way above his head as like one of the greatest college quarterbacks of all time for it to click right away. But yeah, there'll be some struggles there. But Arch Manning, he gave an interview yesterday to 24/7 Sports. Said, "I feel we can build something special here."
Okay.
He's pumped. He's ready to go.
Did you just hear that lightning?
You don't hear lightning. I thought we were calling ourselves the Thunder D's now.
Okay. Over the weekend, it was the loudest thunder strike I've ever heard in my life.
Lightning strikes, thunder rumbles.
And I just...
Thunder rolls.
All right, which
the
one?
Lightning strikes.
Ask Garth.
What pops? The bam! Pop!
Thunder.
That's thunder. Yeah. Okay, so I had said that's the loudest lightning I ever heard. And Brad Sham, who is my enemy of the week, and every other freaking meteorologist.
Thunder.
Good song.
Feel the thunder.
Good song.
See, you don't
It's
know,
a terrible
He
band.
doesn't know Garth Brooks.
No, he should have played Thunder Rolls.
How
by
many people
Garth.
instantly, if I was just like, which one makes sound? Lightning, thunder? How many? It would probably be 50-50.
Thunder.
It'd be a 50-50 split.
well,
I mean, half the country is dumb. Yeah. I mean,
that's true.
I'm in that.
You were about to say
dumb.
something.
I had a political joke. I wasn't going to go there anymore.
Okay, so
Ooh.
I messed up the sound for the lightning versus the thunder. And that's what I just thought of right there because it's a light show out there. Man, this is crazy. Was this expected before this morning or last night? Were we hearing?
I was coming in and we were in the
Turn this off.
We were in marginal
Get
risk,
the song
but
out
like
of
I guess this is it because there was a severe weather threat, but we were in the marginal, so I guess it ended out hitting.
Will this cause anyone to wait to drive home?
No.
Will you hang out here in the building for 30 minutes?
I probably will.
Really?
Like 20 minutes, depending on if it's still like storm. Because these people leaving 35 they're awful drivers.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I will look at the map, like not the weather map, the road map.
Right.
And I'll be like, okay, how long is my drive?
I trust myself to drive. I don't trust people around me to drive out of here. And that's my biggest thing. If it was just me in the rain, I'd go.
Are you cautious, conservative rain driver, or are you one of these dummies sitting there still going 75, 80? I can see RJ still speeding.
Well,
and
it's not speeding. It's not speeding. Just move with the flow of traffic. It's not speeding. You're actually breaking the law if you're slowing people down.
No, I mean I gauge it based on like the road conditions. Like if there's puddles everywhere where you're gonna like hydroplane, then I'll slow. But I mean I'm not going 85 in the rain like today.
Yeah.
I would probably go the speed limit or a little bit less. It depends on the flow of traffic.
All right. What?
He hit the flow of traffic line anyway.
Well, but the flow of traffic is usually slower in the rain anyway.
Yeah.
In general.
All right. Why am I getting a shelter update from our web guy?
Because he's sheltering.
I had to shelter in place right when Jerry started. Missed the whole interview.
Dang it, web guy.
So what?
He has a name. His name is Josh.
Josh Clark. So what? He had to he stop under one of the tunnels. Is that shelter in place?
Yeah, or I don't know if he was in like a certain building. We've gotten some crazy. Somebody like texted us or tweeted us a photo of a Sam's Club with the roof caved in.
The one in Grapevine.
Yeah.
The one in Grapevine. And it is dark.
Oh, it's
it's lightened up some.
It's
now.
like blue out. What the heck?
Yeah. All right, so let's pay homage to the legend, the absolutely beloved Mike Leach. We were just talking about Texas and OU. Bobby, be respectful. Here's a clip of Mike Leach talking trash about Texas football to a fan.
Hey, Podoloff, this is Mike Leach reaching out from Aaron. Hey, he just wants me to reinforce a few points with you. The SEC isn't scared of a team that goes 5-7 in the Big 12. And then the other thing, I hear Texas loses every game that you attend, so I assume you were there in 2008 where Crabtree made the catch when Texas Tech played number 1 Texas. And the other, maybe you should skip the Kansas game this year so Texas can go to a bowl. Okay, and I'll tell you, just as a personal favor, if Texas moves into the SEC, I want to personally invite you to attend every game that Mississippi State plays Texas in, because I don't want to take any chances with this. So, hey, you can personally, at my invitation, come attend every game that Texas plays Mississippi State in, because, listen, we need your help. We want your help. Texas loses every time you attend. Hey, we need you there. Look, we got hot dogs. We got popcorn. Anyway, Podoloff, Hail State.
Is that I can't even remember the website now where you get paid to do messages.
Oh,
Cameo.
Cameo.
Is that Cameo? That sounds like
Slater's made some money on there, baby.
Really?
Yeah.
I bet. I bet she has.
They're just shout outs.
That's the site.
They're just shout. Okay.
All right.
Come on in the room, RJ Choppy.
You didn't say anything?
I just say, are you sure that's the site?
Yes, I am. I'm 100% sure. Yeah.
wasn't
No,
sure.
I would take getting roasted by Mike Leach any day. There are a few people that you'll take the roasting from, and Mike Leach is one where it's like, yeah, I'll enjoy this.
He could talk football, and he could talk zombies.
But I find zombies to be the most boring of the monsters. and what I don't like about zombies is they're incredibly redundant. Here's a zombie. All right, we chopped him. Okay, now get the other zombie. Okay, boom, and the ash or decayed flesh flies somewhere, and then and it's so after somebody's killed 3 zombies, I mean, it's all the same to me.
That's the only thing. If Leach was hosting a radio show, he did that. Yeah, that Kalishaw cough all the time. He would go ahead and do that. And then here's Mike Leach looking for a kicker.
There's an open tryout, and you can announce this. There's an open tryout on our campus for kickers. Anybody that wants to kick or walk on and kick at Mississippi State, we'll hold the tryout anytime you can get over there to our building, providing you're cleared by the NC2A.
Yo, man, there was a video clip. He went and folded up all the wide receiver chairs on the sidelines yesterday because he said they didn't deserve to sit down. So he's just folding them all up one by one and throwing them on the ground.
So amazing.
So awesome. Here's one during COVID. He would call into the station, too, randomly. Like, he would do radio hits.
Oh,
He would just call in. Here he is during COVID on having those, remember the cutout fans in the stands? Like, try to make it look like the stadium was filled a little bit. Here's Leach on the fake fans.
I just have to be honest. I haven't quite gotten the hang of the cutout people in the stands. You know, I mean that's an episode of Twilight Zone. Some of you guys are probably all too young for Twilight Zone, but I mean the black and white Twilight Zone where Rod Sterling would get on there with the really creepy voice in the suit, and then all of a sudden, you know, is this real? Is it out of space? Is it? You know, it was almost like. You know, haunted houses met science fiction, that show. And I don't even know how they decide what, you know, the seating. I mean, do the fake people have a lottery of where they sit? Because I know this, some of those fake people have way better seats than other ones. And you know, I want to be one of those fake people on the 50-yard line about row 12. But, you know, some of them are still up in the rafters, you know. So, I mean, you know, in this world, in this day and age, in these funny times, even a fake person can get screwed, you know? So, yeah. So live clean, live smart, and maybe when you become a fake person, you'll get good seats at the LSU game.
Gosh, how good is that? Now,
He's
the one
awesome.
thing that is trending today, the one blemish, some would argue on his record, Craig James. So Craig James is trending.
Look, that's okay. Now listen, that's not fair. Don't do that. Today's not the day to do that. Today's not the day to go on that stupid app and bring up Craig James. Like that's a different day.
Yeah, do something about that, Elon. Get those people out of here.
I hate 4,800 characters to write.
Oh my gosh.
What are we expanding it to? Do you know this?
Yeah, I know they're
You
expanding.
seen this? Have you heard about this?
Yeah. You see this? You heard about this? Yeah, he said 4,000. Somebody said, is it true you're expanding 4,000 characters? And Elon just said yes. I think he's trolling.
Okay.
I think, but everybody wrote news stories about Elon confirms they're expanding to 4,000 characters.
He's like doing something new every day on that.
The Twitter files?
Yeah, it's like 5th installment now. It's like, what the heck is going on, man?
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece on a busy Tolo Tuesday next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place for half-price wings today. All 17 Boomer Jacks locations have half-price bone-in wings today, half-price boneless wings tomorrow. It's a great deal at Boomer Jacks, of course. They've got happy hour all day, every day. Drink specials as low as $3.
was the call last night on Bally as the Mavs beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's Crosstalk with KMC. Did the boss just come in with another weather or traffic update?
Oh, yeah. Said Tarrant County really got slammed. The Grapevine area, Coppell, Fort Worth. I mean, you get the mid-cities. Hazlitt, everyone's getting just destroyed out there.
I just got a text from my kids' school up in Plano. They're all in shelter right now, so everybody's kind of hunkering down. It looks nasty based on what we're seeing on the radars right now. And Kevin, I always told you I could go outside and look up at the sky and tell you if it was going to rain or not.
I don't think that
rain.
is the brag that you
this
think
is definite
it
rain
is.
for sure. But I'm really I'm hurting for the people out there that got hit as bad as it did. And I'm betting we're going to start seeing a lot more of it on social media.
How long
and
is this
stuff.
supposed to last?
It looks like
9:15.
There's like I guess
11?
the eastern part of the viewing area I guess is going to be under tornado watch till like 5.
It's a listening area.
Yeah, but I'm talking about on the map. Like that's how they do it with that thing. What the hell do you want from me, Chop?
Man, these two arguing over maps and traffic. And
I saw your
weather.
picture. That was
Together
my
on the
favorite
8s?
memory as a kid. Was in the DFW area. They'd show it on the blue screen, and it just. Beltline is a big D around Dallas. And so my dad would go, all right, where do we live? And I'd run up and I'd point right there. And then we'd sit there and watch storms together. It was a blast,
That's
man.
a rough childhood when the favorite memories are the tornado warnings.
Yeah, that is it.
It brings back the warmth.
Pointing out the big D.
Really?
What part of the big D did you live on?
Really makes me feel good right there. Corey, what's coming up?
All of us had bed and breakfast to take care of.
Holy crap.
Today on the show, Sean.
My goodness.
At 11:20.
He's saved up a couple like that. That's the second one. I think you got me with one on a week or two ago, but clearly you got something in store. Okay.
11:20, the Black Widow Jeanette Lee joins us, and she has 30 for 30s tonight, Kevin. So really excited to talk with her today.
What's her story?
Did you ever watch The Pool on ESPN? The Pool.
No, I was too busy looking at the pool at my bed and breakfast.
Okay, gotcha. She was the dominator in pool, in women's pool. She brought it up, and ESPN2 really took off with it at the time, and she became. She was a legend, and I believe she's dealing with stage 4 ovarian cancer.
Yeah.
But her story back then, man, was awesome. And then at 1:20 today, the Jungle Boy Jack joins us from AEW.
That's Luke Perry's kid.
Yeah, Luke Perry's kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Rest in peace, dude.
Wow.
Legit.
Yeah, it is.
Kyler Murray gone for the year. Cole Beasley is back. He's going to Buffalo while we sign T.Y. Hilton.
Didn't he take some shots at Buffalo too on his way out? I feel like.
Oh yeah.
I can't keep track. Keep track of
He's
it.
the kind of guy that
He's
likes
a
to
rapper.
light
They
up-
make diss tracks and you get over them.
I was listening to Jerry, and I thought the follow-up question was logical about Odell.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that our name wasn't Mike.
Oh no, or the
Mike?
noise. Yeah, no, I heard that too.
Are you trying to suggest that there was a toot?
No, I just said I heard a noise.
Derek Holland texted us asking.
There was a noise.
We got a lot of fan texts about it too.
It definitely seemed like he ruled out Odell Beckham, and then when he followed up, he was like, "No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Maybe for the playoffs." I was like, "Oh, I thought we just decided we were done with that."
Squeeze
Okay.
one more headline out of it.
I know, but doesn't it really sound like though that they are done with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It sounds
Until
like
playoffs.
Everyone in the league is done with it. Is he going to play
Except for
in
the
the
Chiefs.
playoffs this year?
No, I don't think anybody's going to give him a shot to. But he's still blessed.
Stop it. All right, give Bassick this stat.
Real quick, when he did that just now, have you ever noticed in all the bad guy movies or whatever, it's always people rubbing their hands together that are bad? Is that just him? Is he bad too? But
He doesn't rub them together. He puts them together and just goes like,
it's a
blessed,
bad thing. I
blessed.
got my white gloves and I'm going to steal bags of money with dollar
I love
signs
how
on them.
Bobby just mocks
year were these
Odell's religious
religiosity.
religiosity.
I'm not.
Just
I grew up a good Southern Baptist boy, so I'm not. I'm just. I think it's just. It's like, all right, guy. Like, come on. Like,
we just can't dance.
blessed and highly favored, my brother. Just like I don't know that. Yeah, I'm over
It's
that.
a very non-threatening
People
way
get
to
mad.
use your hands. You put them together like this, you bow. It's a very non-threatening way.
All right, Mike, we have an answer. We have some advice for Luca from Shea Alexander last night.
Yeah, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander on November 9th was asked about referee calls. And he said, they're humans like us, make mistakes. They make a lot of right calls too. Since that time, He leads the NBA in free throw attempts by 25 over the next
What?
closest. And his free throw attempts went from 7 a game to 11.5. And his 10 highest free throw attempt performances have all come since November 9th.
13 to 13 last night. Maybe just, a little bit of honey versus
We
the-
can't do that.
Kill him with
vinegar.
kindness, Luka.
Who can't do it?
No, I'm saying we can't make 13 free throws like that right now. Like, we can get them.
Hey, he was 9 to 10 last night, Luka was. So maybe just a compliment here and there. And the refs, from a human element. Well,
Oh, 100%. They are not. They are human, and they give benefit of the doubt to the people they like. It's not new.
Yeah.
I remember having meetings with umpires, and they would say like, I think it was Jerry Hairston. You guys
former
remember him?
Oriole.
Junior.
Dad or junior?
Well, and it might have been his brother. Was it Scott?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
So he had a
It's your
brother.
story.
Well, he complained a lot, and the umpire said, "Yeah, we screw him over." Like, and until you stop complaining to us, every call that's borderline or just a little bit of a ball, we call it a strike, and we'll throw you out. You want to complain about it? We'll throw you out. Once you stop complaining about it, because we're making good calls on you. And then, so that is what happens. I hate to tell you this, it happens in the NFL. They think you're a bad guy that's an offensive lineman. It's borderline. Guess what? You held. They think you're Zach Martin, and like Zach Martin probably holds, but they're like, the dude is super awesome, doesn't complain, and we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And so that's just the way it is. That's where the automated strike zone, I'm for and against. And I know that sounds like, I'm for is that it shouldn't matter who's at bat. The strike zone is the strike zone, but that doesn't happen. At the same time, when you do an automated strike zone, you could put Corey Seager back there at catcher and just be like, just catch the ball. Just put on the gear and catch the ball. Everything else doesn't matter.
Also, and yes, and then the receiving catcher, who's a good pitch framer, is going to be useless. But also, if you've seen the Atlantic League, right? Some of the
the calls.
The calls.
And
These
the umpire's
balls
like,
are
"I know it's a
bouncing
ball."
in the dirt. Now they're curve balls. They're saying, well, it hits the front quadrant of the strike zone, and it's like, okay, that's not a strike. I don't care. It's not a strike.
Are you guys fans of the new NBA award names?
Yeah, I just saw that Michael Jordan's the MVP award. I didn't really look through the rest of them.
Okay,
and I
let's
know
see if
Corey wants. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did you see them?
Yeah, test the guys. I know what they are.
Do you know what they are?
I do not.
Okay.
Michael Jordan's the MVP.
Defensive
Good job,
Player
Mike.
of the Year.
Bill Russell.
Olajuwon.
No. Have you seen him?
That one I remember too.
Why are you?
That I'm out. I'm out after this one.
Yeah, somewhere in there, Rattle.
Those are the only two I remember. Those are the only two I remember.
All right. Rookie of the Year.
Don't know.
Oscar Robertson.
No. Old school.
Older than Oscar Robertson?
Tall.
Yes.
Tall.
Wilt Chamberlain?
Wilt Chamberlain. Like, how many people, though, know, like, Wilt's rookie numbers? Six man of the year.
All I know is this. Oscar Robertson, when Luka had the triple-double thing, and they're like, yeah, Oscar Robertson had 20 triple-doubles in his first 32 games. And I'm like, what the hell was going on? That he could just triple-double every game, right out of college.
Six man of the year.
Plumbers. He was playing
Roy
plumbers.
Tarpley.
John Starks.
Not John Starks. He stole the ball.
He stole
The
ball.
original
Gary
sixth
Payton.
man.
Havlicek.
Not Gary Payton. Havlicek.
Stole the ball.
All right. Most improved. Old school big man. One of the originals.
Sean Bradley.
All right.
Wow, John Bradley, an old school.
The oldest big man. The oldest big man.
George Mikan.
George Mikan. The most improved.
George
Right.
Mikan
And then-
is the most improved. Okay,
Right?
great.
I didn't know he was like a
yeah.
scrub. I assumed he was great.
Yeah, me too.
The new-
Maybe it's you're playing like Mike and now you're playing like a modern NBA player because you've improved.
The new award, easy JJ Redick. The new category is Clutch Player of the Year.
Whoa, that seems very.
Clutch Player of the Year.
Not Kobe.
Wow.
Well,
Bobby
Well,
guessed.
no,
I
you know
guessed
what?
Kobe.
I do remember those numbers that Dirk was more clutch in the final 2
Dirk
seconds of the
Nowitzki.
game.
Oh, is it Dirk?
It's not.
No.
I bet
It's
is
a Laker.
Kobe.
Jerry West.
Jerry West.
The only reason I kind of had an idea is he said, do you know what the Jerry West Award is? I was like, no.
That was it over in the yeah.
You guys
They
are
didn't
like
know.
the worst show to do and any unveiling with. Awful.
Because we're ahead of the curve and got all the content. I hear you.
already know
I
what's going
appreciate
on.
your compliments.
How is
We do our show prep.
I still don't know how Jerry West is. Isn't Jerry West like 1-7 in the finals? Like, how is he the Mr. Clutch Award? Even though it wasn't his fault all the time.
Logo, dude.
Right. He's the logo. I think his nickname was Mr. Clutch. So he must have go look up his
Well, I know
old
he hit a
numbers.
half-court shot to end a All-Star game when the All-Star game really mattered
Yeah.
to send it to overtime.
There's got to be like clutch PER numbers or something back in the day that we can look up. I was telling you maybe look it up right now, but we don't have time anymore. We're back tomorrow.
It's a shame.
It is a shame. Look, it got bright.
It did.
It's bright out there. It's over.
Yeah, because we're coming on.
Here comes
Well,
the sun.
I mean, it's still going that way for other people.
All right. We're back tomorrow. It's the KMC Masterpiece.
Mesquite and Garland.
Next, Doom and Gloom over here. Corey Majors. We're back tomorrow with Michael Irvin on The Fan.
GetRefunds.com helped their business, and we can help yours too. Go to GetRefunds.com and see if you qualify in just 8 minutes. GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds.
In the last 3 years, I have bought not one, not two, but 3 vehicles from Platinum Chevy. And the last 2 we had to buy, one because of an accident and one because of our car got stolen. And it was still easy. Imagine if you go into Platinum Chevy under regular circumstances, how easy it's going to be for you.
GM Justin Rudd is ready to assist you right now. Clear upfront pricing online. If you see that price, that's what you're going to pay. No dealer ads or anything like that. Shop online, let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Cholo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey guys, Mike. Good to be on with you guys.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studio.
In your face.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. We've got Corey Majors. We have Joey Erickson and the world-famous Mike Bassick.
He's the Mike, remember?
The Mike in the Metroplex. Jerry knows that. He's like, hey, Mike. And that's just how the rest of the show went. And
awesome.
I think that's pretty awesome.
Congratulations, Mike.
You're welcome.
Now, we're gonna, I mean, you said congratulations. He's just being polite. It's polite to say thank you or you're welcome. All right, so a couple things we're going to do here. We're going to change it up just a little bit. We're going to talk about the dazzling career coaching in quotes of Mike Leach, who passed away last night at the age of 61. But also, my question, given the situation across the Metroplex, do you have a healthy respect for the weather?
Absolutely.
Because I don't think I used to until the tornadoes came through and tore up the roof of our house. I think I was just kind of like, if it was raining a lot and I was driving home and I saw people sitting under the underpass in their car, I thought they were dumb.
You weren't home when that happened,
No,
right?
I was actually at the Mavericks-Bulls game.
But when you pulled in, that was when you got to see what was going on through the whole neighborhood.
It was really scary because I remember just everyone was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And I was like, yeah, we're at the Mavs game. And then I saw Facebook mentions in my neighborhood is like, whatever you do, stay away from the exit of Bobtown and 30. And I was like, oh no, that is literally the exit to get to my house. And so I remember, and my son was littler, and I was just really nervous because we were driving home and I didn't know what we were going to drive home to. And I think that really changed my young, naive perspective of I can do whatever the hell I want. And I was like, hey, no, you can't, because this is an awesome force that is 60 kajillion times better and more powerful than you are. And so now I have a more healthy respect for not only the weather, but the weather report. I don't know if you ever
What about the reporters?
Well, for sure. Well, okay, look.
Cantatori.
I do, but sometimes I question, do you need the guy to almost get thrown out of picture by the rains and the wind? Could you just get the shot? And I'm like, no, I comprehend. I can see the tree that's almost bending. I don't need the weather person out there to be like, it's windy. And I'm like, yeah, that tree is about to break in half. But I know people used to get bent out of shape when the weather report would come on and break up their show or whatever.
Yeah, people lost their minds with Fox at one point. They were like, we're watching House right now.
Yeah.
What are you doing? And it was like the season finale or the series finale or something, and people lost their minds. So yeah, no, man, the respect for the weather, very important. But you got to know the differences. That's the thing that I've learned over life, Kevin, is you got to know, what the levels are. That you're like, okay, I know Texas well enough that this is bad, or that this is something just to keep an eye on. To this morning, it was one of those things where there was a lot of bad happening around us.
Yeah, and it's just sad to hear there is, you mentioned in Louisville, Grapevine, Coppell, schools are sheltering, people are sheltering. Hope everybody out there is safe and has a healthy respect for the weather.
From the 845. So Kevin, the gatekeeper of life, acknowledging he is not better than a tornado. This is progress.
Okay.
That's good, dude. That's
Thank
good. Look
you.
at you, man. You've all the growth we've had over this
Man.
career.
What do you respect the least that people respect?
Authority.
The need and availability of shorts, I feel like. It really, that opinion seems to bend people out of shape more than anything. And I'm like, you do realize you're a human that can live your life however the hell you want. I'm just saying it's not for me. But I want to focus on the progress because I have Talking Doctor today, and I would like to tell him that I am I'm making progress.
Yeah. I respect the weather now, you know?
Absolutely.
Progress.
And apparently people have lots of thoughts about parking under underpasses during the rainstorm. I did not realize that this was such a passionate, hot button, differing opinion issue.
Corey, what do you think Kevin respects the least up at the Fan?
Oh, authority for sure.
Or who? So you're saying Spittle?
That could go a lot of different places.
Or Brock Purdy?
Not well.
It's
not Brock Purdy for sure.
or his dad.
I think the higher up you go, the less respect he has. Does that make sense?
No, untrue. I'm just not great at...
I mean, like, look at how well he treats every board op we have, all right? Think about this for a second.
Don't you fire him
He
all
is
of
so,
No, they don't leave because, well, you know.
You know, like, look at that. He is so nice to everybody that's right around our level. You get a little bit higher up, and it's just constant conflict.
Look, I am really bad at sitting in a meeting where an idea gets presented that I think is a stupid idea, and I'm really bad at just sit. That's not just at the radio station. You were at the newspaper with me. I am really bad at just sitting there and being like, "Hey, this is a dumb idea," and just keeping it to myself. Instead, I will voice, hopefully more constructively,
Or you'll make
though not
loud
all-
breathing sounds. You'll be like... And then you'll put your hands down on the seat and you'll adjust yourself.
There are coping mechanisms that I've worked on over the years to do a better job interacting with society.
That is growth, Kevin.
All right, now, unfortunately, Mike Leach passed away last night at the age of 61. And I know so many people, I wanted to talk about this aspect first, because I know there's like a bunch of fun quotes and everything like that, and we can 100% get to that. But I also think of him as the guy who made Texas Tech football like exceedingly relevant. And I want to go with cut number 10 right here, because this was a game and a moment that I just thought was incredible.
Down now. Deep strike. Got the big man. Crabtree pulls free. And touchdown. Red Raiders with a second to go.
That was I believe it was 2008 Texas Tech-Texas game. That was when Texas was ranked number 1. Texas Tech beat them on, well, you heard 1 second left, but essentially the last play of the game with that pass to Michael Crabtree. And that was one of the things that, I mean, we all got to know Mike Leach first, is he turned Texas Tech into maybe not a consistent team in terms of the top of the standings, but a consistent team in terms of they'll win a lot of games.
I have no clue what it was like to play for him. All right. Like, I just want to,
sure.
There may be players out there that are like, I had this feeling towards him. I understand that feeling. As a fan of football, the dude it was why the hell not? That was like his offensive playbook was, why the hell not? Let's try this out. There's no bad ideas unless Kevin's in the room, and then it's like, ugh. But like that was his mindset was, let's try and figure out how to do something fun, play some fun football, and like I may not have all the tools to go beat, the big colleges, but I have a lot of different things I can do some fun things with. Dude was always drawing up plays on napkins and whatever and shoving them in his pocket and everything. That was his approach to the game, and I respect that part of him a ton. Was he took a lot of different risks offensively that were a lot of fun, and I think Jerry did say this morning, like, football's less for not having him around anymore, and I think that's true because the creativity that he put out there was an absolute blast to watch.
Do you think today or in the future people will celebrate or remember the creativity of the offense more, or the creativity in the press conferences?
Man, I hope it's both. I really do hope it's both, because I didn't know this about him I think it was until he did the ham one where he was like, he was talking about fat pigs, I think.
Oh, did you want to go to cut number 11?
Yeah.
Is that what you might be?
Coaches, we failed to make our coaching points and our points more compelling than their fat little girlfriends. Now, their fat little girlfriends have some obvious advantages. For one thing, their fat little girlfriends are telling them what they want to hear, which is how great you are and how easy it's going to be, and how we had a whole bunch of people. Everybody wanted to win the football game, but nobody wanted to play the football game. Well, that defies every level of work ethic that exists with regard to football. And as coaches, we have to solve our failure on reaching them, and the players have to listen. And I'm willing to go to fairly amazing lengths to try to make that happen. I don't know if I'll be successful this week or not, but I am going to try, and there will be some people inconvenienced. And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriends, too bad.
What school was that at?
So
I think it was Tech.
Are you sure?
It was Tech.
Oh, dang it. We have skinny girls at Tech.
You can see, though, how
He rubs people the wrong way.
or how people would love it, right?
Yes.
Like you could see how people would hear that and be like, that is brilliant. And then you could see how other folks or some media people would be like, this is abhorrent and the worst kind of thing that could be said and not okay. Do you want to play? You want to play one more clip and see if it does not offend?
There was a very valid point in there, though. Is like, I'm here to make sure I get the best out of you. They're there to support you.
Do you think he would have been better off if he just said they're off with their girlfriends instead of saying they're with their fat little girlfriends?
Absolutely.
If he'd have just said they're off with their girlfriends and they say what they want to hear, I feel like his point might have reached more people.
He didn't care, though.
No, he did not.
He did not.
Absolutely.
He must have had a lot of heavier girlfriends. Because to put in that word, like he wanted
You
to
don't
make
think he was
sure
just
to tell
trying
them,
to-
like, you
okay.
girls are overweight that are dating my ball players.
Oh my God. All right. So here's cut number 9.
Usually that's not bad. We call those slump busters.
Mike, did you have to see how, I don't know. All right, let's go to cut number. You know what? I can
make
see
t-shirts. I didn't make up that saying.
Let's go to cut number 9.
I never had a slump buster.
Right here. This is Mike Leach talking about how he takes his coffee.
You got your coffee. It is early. How do you take your coffee? What's the best way to take your coffee?
Well, coffee tastes terrible anyway, so don't put anything in it to obstruct the harsh, bitter taste, and just put it down one sip at a time, you know.
So it's just all about the effect, the taste. It's not about the experience at all. It's about the outcome.
No, the experience is terrible.
You're just trying to get that little bump, you know, and you have to go through that bitter brown stuff that you're dealing with.
And I know
coffee is pretty bad on its own.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a black coffee guy. I don't love coffee, but if you put enough sugar and cream in it, I can definitely handle it.
Okay. Do you ever think like maybe you should just get a different drink then?
It does have the most caffeine per sip.
Okay.
Right?
I believe so.
I think.
Okay.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I
What
always
has more caffeine?
I always put a couple ice cubes in it and just drink it as fast as I can so I can be done with it. Like that's what I don't want it to be too hot, but I don't want it to be too cold.
So you're just looking for the caffeine
I just try
aspect
to
of it.
Make sure it's not hot so I can chug it.
Yeah, I need it hot.
It's going to be that kind of day, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't
in the
even know.
first
What's
segment.
wrong with saying that?
Some like it hot.
I don't think that it's the phrase. It's just that we were talking about, hey, could you see how some people would be offended by him saying fat little girlfriends? And you're like, that's not offensive. They're called slump busters. And I really just feel like you made the situation worse by leaning into it.
877
Yes, really, Mike. Do you think a
881.
girl...
They make t-shirts.
Okay, but do you think a girl wants to hear that she's a slump buster?
Some.
That's a great question. Do they know they're slump busters?
Probably.
Oh my God.
I bet. Look, I watched Bull Durham. She knew what her job was to make him the greatest pitcher ever.
Yeah.
And then from the 972, Kevin, this is why you're the fun killer. I get it. You know what? I really do. There's amazing things talking about the college football playoff, talking about candy. My favorite one, though, and we talked about this I think yesterday.
They had a speeding ticket one that was hilarious.
It's the one where that guy shows up late to the press conference, and I guess he missed the first several questions. And he goes, "Are you guys going to talk about your quarterback situation or no?" And he just was like, "I'm sorry. I know you walked in late and you might have missed it. We spent a really long amount of time about that at the beginning. Maybe next time get here on time." And I thought it was very fair and very bold of that reporter to just assume no one asked those questions.
I always love when he would go on these long conversations and you're like, where is he going with this topic specifically? And then it turned out to be a really funny story. Kevin, one time we were at a press conference where at the end of the press conference, everybody started clapping. And I think you and I, we didn't know each other at the time. Both were like, what's happening right now? And I feel like if Mike Leach had been part of that press conference, he would have stopped as he was walking off and turned and been like, why the hell are all y'all clapping right now?
Sure.
That's just kind of the personality I think he rolls with.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little Mavs Thunder. Plus, we will discuss with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881.
Beer buckets starting at $15. Drink specials all day, every day, because it's always happy hour at Boomer Jacks. 17 locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
The upcoming segment is brought to you by Construct Capital.
Temperatures are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at Permapeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we got that Brian Regan ticket giveaway. But right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
We're doing pretty good. Already having probably too much fun to start the morning, but I like it.
We finally signed our receiver. We finally locked him in.
We did it, Mickey. We did it.
Just the guy you thought they were going to sign, right?
All along.
Up until, I don't know, about an hour and a half before it happened, I was not thinking about him whatsoever. And then those rumblings started to go out there. What do you think about the addition of T.Y. Hilton?
Well, I think, you end up for, kind of a inexpensive price bringing in a veteran receiver who would add some speed and experience, by the way, to this receiving corps. And since, you bring it in and really he's guaranteed, $600,000? That's peanuts for a guy that's played 10 years in the league, a 4-time Pro Bowler. And, we'll see where he can fit in as, maybe that third receiver. But the best part about it, and the reason they, chose him over Odell Beckham Jr. is it sounds like he's ready to go. I think Jerry Jones said this morning, he's going to hit the ground running. So it'll be interesting to see, does he play in the first game, this Sunday, or is it the next week against Philadelphia? But that's the key thing, right? Availability. And, he was a guy that, had some injury history with the Colts last year, had, surgery to repair a disc injury in his neck. He had groin problems. And, when you start, guys get around that 10-year age in the league, things start cropping up. And so, but in this case, they only need him for a part of the season. And then you would hope the playoffs too. So, yeah, I think it's a good look-see, and it doesn't really hurt your salary cap whatsoever.
Does this team need wide receiver? Like, is that because that was something we kind of were discussing with Beckham at the time? Like, are they shallow there? It seems like they have some depth.
Yeah, I think they do, and now they have more depth.
Okay.
But Corey, think about this: what if one of the top two guys get hurt?
You got a tough spot. You don't have a guy that played number one before. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I think it helps in that sort of case, and sort of it's almost sort of like why did they bring in Jason Peters? Well, what if one more guy got hurt? Then Josh Ball's your starter, right? So I think it's almost kind of a security cushion going forward, but a guy that probably brings more speed than most of the guys they have on that team. I mean, that was kind of his calling card all those years with the Colts. He's kind of more of a slot guy, shifty, speedy, and let's remember he and I know it was 6 years ago, but he led the NFL in receiving yards in 2016 with 1,448 yards. So I just think it doesn't hurt anything, right? It can only help. There's no real downside to it, is there?
I don't see one actually at all.
Yeah. So it's kind of an insurance policy to me.
While we're talking about the receivers, I know the final stats ended up looking okay, but did it feel like CeeDee Lamb disappeared at times in the game against the Texans?
Well, I mean, he ended up with 5 catches, right? I think it was 5.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
No, I think you're right.
And so, well, for a certain part of the game, the offense disappeared. But they were running the ball. I think they ran it like 31 times. So, everybody that wants them to run the ball, well, okay, they ran it, which means you're not throwing it as much. But in crunch time, you saw what he did. You saw what Schultz did. And all of a sudden, that offense that had disappeared reappeared. And they did end up, after, turning the ball over 3 times, still scoring 27 points. I think we sometimes get spoiled that they should put up a 30-burger every time. But 27 ain't bad. And especially if you can drive the ball 98 yards, at the end of the game to win it. So, that's the fewest points they've scored since the first game that Dak came back, when they had 24, but 18 of those in the second half. So they've been piling up points, and it's a good thing when the defense, struggles at times.
Mickey, speaking of the defense for the Cowboys, Hankins, we heard Jerry say this morning, maybe the playoffs. Do you feel the same way?
See, and that's one of the things that happens when you invest, but you don't want to invest a lot in older players, right? Mm-hmm. They're susceptible to injury. And I would think that's one of the reasons why they don't want to, it would seem like, overexpose Jason Peters. I don't know that they want him playing 60 snaps. But yeah, Hankins, that hurts. They brought him in as a big body to put in the middle of the defensive line to help with the run game. And I think he had. But unfortunately, you strain a pec. A lot of times, anytime I hear pec, that almost means the end of the season, right? So they would hope he gets back for the playoffs. But yeah, that's kind of a big loss in more than one way, because that's a big man in the middle of that defensive line. So yeah, that's something that they're going to have to compensate for. But I think somebody already signed Ndamukong Suh, right?
Yeah.
But you see how teams brought him in late, too, to try to bolster the defensive line. It was the Eagles, right?
Yes, it was. Have you been, this seemed like another good performance, since we're talking about losing Hankins. This did seem like another good performance from the rush defense. Is 3.1 yards per carry allowed against the Texans, and then Dameon Pierce only had 3.5 yards per carry.
No, they did a really good job. The part that kind of got them was Jeff Driscoll coming in and running for 36 yards.
Right.
As I guess he was the quarterback, right? He took the snap anyway. Yeah. That kind of got him a little bit. But yeah, they needed 37 carries to, gain more than 100 yards rushing against the Cowboys. So they somewhat shut that down. It was just a play here and a play there that really got them in trouble. A couple long runs from Pierce, but for the most part, it was another good job. And once again, we see the downside of turning the ball over, especially in your own territory, and giving the opposing team, a short field to go score a touchdown or kick a field goal. So yeah, I think. You eliminate those 3 turnovers in this game, they probably wipe out the Texans, but they're part of the game. So you just have to be careful. And, that was the first time Turpin lost one, right? But again, as I think I said yesterday, boy, he was under pressure from a guy that beat the guy that's supposed to hold up the gunner on the right side of the field. The guy was standing right next to him. You get a double tip pass for an interception. You get a quarterback hits arm on a throw that's intercepted. And that kind of kept the game a heck of a lot closer than it ever should have been.
Mickey, I was just I have this idea. I'm going to go back and kind of do some history research here. Yeah, this might be dangerous. And I was like, did the Cowboys back in the day, in the Troy Aikman era, did they complete every pass? And did they score on every possession? History shows no. So far. I'm still researching.
Okay.
But I also saw that they lost to the 4 and 10. The 4 and 12 Phoenix Cardinals. They didn't lose. They won 16-10 against the 4 and 12 Phoenix Cardinals in the 1992 season.
Oh.
Yet they still went on to win the Super Bowl. So barely beating a bad team does happen sometimes in the NFL.
No, it'll happen through the course of the season. How badly did the Eagles this year beat the Colts?
Oh yeah, not enough.
1 point.
Right? 1 point, right? And they have to come from behind to do that too. So yeah, it does happen. And again, that's why when you play teams like that, you just don't want to, dish out, handouts and just give them points by turning the ball over. You turn the ball over, they score a touchdown. I mean, this team was ready to go away at 7-0, right?
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
And then you're getting the ball back, and then you fumble it, and then they score, and it's 7-7, and all of a sudden, this team that's probably highly motivated to get the first pick in the draft says, "Yeah, you know what? Maybe we'll hang around and see if we can win one." And if you're an athlete and you're competing, and somebody's got whatever you're doing on tape, now you're a little bit more motivated, and you go, "Okay, well, let's see what happens here." And I think that's what happens with these teams. You let them hang around, and then you find out you got a game on your hands.
Kevin, the next week they came out and beat the 6 and 10 New York Giants 30-3 though. So I think the
So we're about to whip Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's got one coming this week.
You love to hear it. Thank you very much, Mickey. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, you hope they got that one out of their system, huh?
No freaking kidding.
Okay, guys, stay away from the storms.
All right, there you go. Mickey Spagnola right
He has a
here.
healthy respect for weather.
Absolutely, as we all should. All right, go ahead and fire off that audio right now, because let's talk a little Mavs.
Bring it up. Oklahoma City has stayed in contact here in the third quarter. Shot fake by Wood. Take it to the basket and posterizes Beasley. Wood got him a body.
So the Mavericks win right there, 121-114. I know the Thunder, not the most captivating team, but good to get the
I
win.
love watching them, honestly. I
Because
think
they
Shea's
are
fun to
fun.
watch. Josh Giddey. My son called Josh Giddey the Luka Walmart special. I thought that was a little disrespectful because I really like Josh Giddey. You should watch how he plays. I'd love for you to play like Josh Giddey.
If you're
He goes,
Josh
"Yeah,
Giddey,
Walmart
though,
Luka."
if you're Josh Giddey, though, at this stage, aren't you like, okay, that's not too
but
bad?
Luka is like, what would you? He's the Louis Vuitton, right? He's the Louis Vuitton, as they say. He's that good, right? Like he's just so far beyond. So yeah, Walmart, you can get some stuff there.
I just think Oklahoma City is a solid team, and then they add Chet Holmgren and most likely another top 5 or 6 pick next year. But I would want to go watch them play. I think they have a fun team. They play fast and have some pieces that might end up coming together and being a really nice team. But I hear what you're saying. They're not Milwaukee. They're not Golden State. They're not Phoenix, who have recently kind of come into town.
Do you think they should probably cut their losses with Pokashevsky?
No, I don't think he's horrible.
I mean, last night he played 22 minutes and scored 0 points. I feel like this is a Mavericks line. You would hate that very much.
For sure.
But seriously,
how much better is Josh Green than Poku?
I think a pretty good amount.
Do you think that go look at their stats through their career and you tell me that he's way better than Poku?
Well, one of them also plays defense, right? Though, and the other one doesn't. Would we say?
So you're now going really high on Josh Green.
No. I just compared to that kid, I would take Josh Green.
For sure. I mean, I think Poku off the ball can obviously block shots a lot easier because of his length and everything. And to your point, I think they're both going to have a similar role in the NBA and be kind of 6th, 7th men.
Okay.
And I do think that, thank God, Josh Green is turning into that because he looked like a guy you're going to have to release after a year and a half of his career. And now you're like, oh, good. He's turning out to be a contributing nice player in the NBA.
Was the number one thing from this game, though, it wasn't an embarrassment at the free throw line. I know we'll have an opportunity to talk more about it, but
it was a comic tragedy again in the last minute of the game. It was horrible.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe this. We're about to lose. We're about to maybe go into overtime up by 11 points with under a minute to go because we can't get the ball past half court. Again.
Yeah.
But like I said yesterday, I was
But then
on
Bullock made some free throws. Thank goodness.
I was on with G-Bag Nation yesterday at 6 o'clock. And
What?
I said, I should probably bet a lot of money on this game because there's no way the Mavs are covering 8.5 with the way they shoot free throws at the end. To your point, they did make the free throws at the end, but they can't get the ball over half court or beat half court or full court traps. So if the number's ever like above 7, I think if you're a gambler, I think you should always bet the underdog against the Mavs because I don't think they can finish a game to cover big spreads.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, let's do some baseball nuggets right here on 105 Through the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones on with Sean and RJ. We'll have reactions at 2. Krusty's Corner at 2:40, and the Nation runs till 7 on the Fan.
I love Platinum Chevy because they cater the buying experience to you. The first 2 cars, my family's bought 3 cars there in the last 3 years. First 2 cars we bought there, needed to go into the showroom, look around, see everything, do the test drive, all that. This last time, I was able to hit up Platinum Chevy.
You say, no, let me break that down.
Mike, you use this argument with Tim Hardaway Jr. all the time, though. You don't care how many points. What's the efficiency for shooting? The efficiency for shooting for Poku's first 2 years, that would have driven you insane, and you would have called him a piece of trash if he was on the Mavericks.
I think he can improve, and he is. He's a 45%
I never said he couldn't improve.
shooter now. That's pretty damn good at 20 years old that you're 45%.
I agree. Josh Green is shooting 58%.
All right. Do you think Josh Green will shoot 58% for this season?
No, but I think he should shoot 50%, which is a lot better than 45, is it not?
All right, so wait, let's go to all the Dallas Mavericks stats. I don't give a crap about this show anymore. I just care about arguing
Why
with
not?
you.
Why?
Because you think you're right all the time. All the time.
I think I'm right in this instance, Mike. I'm just saying, in this one instance, I think Josh Green is better than Poku.
Okay, Tim Hardaway Jr., 37% this year, which he's going to shoot better than that, by the way. 36% from three. That's probably what he's going to shoot, you know. Dorian Finney-Smith, 40% from the field, 33% from three. Let's look at his career, because you like Dorian Finney-Smith, right? Averaging 8.4 points and 4 rebounds. Poku's averaging 9.2 points and 5.4 rebounds. So those are better. He shoots 5% percentage points better. Let's look at stats here for Dorian Finney-Smith. And let's see what we have here for Dorian Finney-Smith's career. He's a 35.8% three-point shooter. This year, 33% and 40% from the field. For his career, he's a 44% field goal percentage shooter. Do you like Dorian Finney-Smith?
Yes, and that's 5 points better than Poku.
5 points better.
For their career.
Okay. Let's see, when Dorian Finney-Smith, after playing 4 years of college, so he came out a little bit later, shot 37% from the field, 38% from the field, then 43% from the field. From three-point, he shot 29%, 29.9%, and 31.1%. So you think he's better than Poku? Like they should just release him and get rid of him in the NBA?
Right now, Dorian Finney-Smith is better than Poku.
Right now, Dorian Finney-Smith is 29 years old.
So you would rather have Poku than Dorian Finney-Smith right now? I'm just asking. I'm seriously asking.
No, but in a simple answer, see, I'm good at actually having discussions and not just saying I'm right all the time, is I would say that Poku's 20 years old. What will Poku be at 29 years old? Obviously, I have no clue if he's going to improve or not improve. But Dorian Finney-Smith was a really bad basketball player from age 22 to 24.
Okay.
And we haven't even hit those ages yet. We're still a year plus away from Poku even hitting the age when Dorian Finney-Smith entered.
Literally all I said was he has not played well so far.
All right, let's go look at other players' stats for the Dallas
I don't know
Mavericks.
why this is bothering you so much.
So you're going to have to deal with it.
Okay. Okay.
All right, let's look at Reggie Bullock, 32% from the field, 30% from three this year. Let's look at career stats for Reggie Bullock. 31 years old right now. I mean, we do pay these guys a lot of money too. We pay him $14 million, and then we pay Reggie Bullock about $11 million for his career. He's a 42%.
And it's Alexei Pokushevsky for
people that don't know.
the Thunder, since we keep using the short-term Poku.
I was confused too. I was like, all right, I got to go find this Poku guy.
Yeah.
And it just kept popping up Alexi, and I was like,
So
is that the guy
he
that
was
you
the
like
17th
coming out?
pick in the
Okay.
draft.
All
I
right.
said, look, if
remember
he
him.
gets to 18, I would take a major chance. I'd say he'd do absolutely nothing his rookie year. Like, you should expect absolutely nothing. But I do think there's a lot of potential from him. He's a 7-foot ball handler. And, you know, what's interesting with him, too, is and this is what happens with teams, you draft Josh Giddey. He's now the point guard. Even though Shai Gilgeous might be considered he's playing that role, you look at Shai Gilgeous' stats, if you watched the game last night, you see who's really running the point. It's Josh Giddey running the point, and Shai Gilgeous is also a very good ball handler, but he's the one setting up the offense. But Poku can take the rebound, and you will see him take the rebound and then start the fast break type of a situation. But I'm just looking at Reggie Bullock, and since he's played for the Mavericks, let's look at 40% and 32% from the field, 36% and 30% from three, averaging 8.6 and 4.9. But you like him?
Sure. I mean, and this is another person that I would just say, Mike, for their careers, He is 3 points better from field goal from all shots, and then 8 points better from three. So I'm just saying, also, he is better than Poku right now. Would you rather have Poku or Reggie Bullock just right now? Okay.
I would rather have Poku because I think the potential and everything's a lot better. I think Dorian Finney-Smith gives you a lot of intangibles, and I don't think Reggie Bullock, and I do. See, I hate doing this because it's not like I do hate Reggie Bullock right now.
Okay.
I think he's horrible right now, and he had a decent game last night. But I don't think Reggie Bullock is going to help you too much. He's so limited as a player that Poku, I think, has the potential to really help you out. Now, that being said, Jason Kidd would never play him.
Okay, and I never said he didn't have potential. I just said up to this point, he hasn't been playing well, and I think he's been a disappointment.
I would say he's been inconsistent from 18 to 20 years old.
That's okay. I can agree with you on that for sure.
Reggie Bullock, after spending 3 or 4 years at North Carolina, in his first 3 years, averaged 2.7, 2.6, and 0.4 points a game. So that's a tough one for you there. He's also a horrible person because Christian Wood's a bad person because he went from the Clippers to Phoenix to Detroit to LA to New York to Dallas. So
I don't think Christian Wood is a terrible person.
No, I know, but the Mavs are kind of like, well, what about the thing about him can't stick on a team for his career?
Okay.
So like Reggie couldn't really stick on a team for his career either.
At the moment, I have offensive and defensive ratings for both players.
All right.
I'm going to name offensive rating 111 and 105. Who do you got?
I don't know. We got to go. What do you got? What's the answer?
It was Josh Green's winning.
Green's winning there.
Okay.
Poku's winning defensive rating 117 to 103.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asked all the football questions right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute. Chris Carter is being too humble when he ranks Justin Jefferson as the greatest Vikings wide receiver ever. Yes, Jefferson probably has a greater skill set than Carter, but he's got another decade of doing this before he's in Canton like Carter. And as great as his first 3 seasons have been, it ain't Randy Moss, who was a meteor demolishing Earth when he came into the league. This is Damon Amendolara.
Enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text JUDGE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text JUDGE to 321-321. That's JUDGE to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
How well can I travel with soda? I've been asked this time and again, and my answer is a definitive very easily. The beauty of soda weight loss and nutrition, and the reason why I dropped 176 pounds, is they personalized the program around my life and schedule, whether it was shifting my eating schedule if I had to get up earlier to take my son to school, or helping me prepare for taking business trips. I was always ready because of soda. That's one of the many reasons soda won me over, and why they have more than 6,700 Google reviews with an average score of 4.8 stars out of 5 on sodaweightloss.com. Reviews like this one from Veronica. When I first got started, I wasn't 100% convinced this would work, but now I have energy and no inflammation. I play hours of pickleball and have plenty of energy. I am a believer in the program. Veronica believes, I believe, and thousands of others believe soda is the best solution for weight loss. Your journey can begin by going to sodaweightloss.com, calling 1-800-555-6521, or going to one of those 7 beautiful Metroplex locations. That's soda. Wait for it. State of the art.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, I'm Eric Thomason, owner of Blue Nail Roofing. If your roof has not been inspected in the last 5 years, call us today. High winds and hail can cause damage that's difficult for the untrained eye to see. And it's important to get damage documented with your insurance company in order to get full coverage. Call us today for a free inspection of your property and learn about the Blue Nail Lifetime Workmanship Warranty on our new roofs. Go to BlueNailRoofing.com. That's BlueNailRoofing.com.
This holiday season, Huff Finds has it with some of our biggest savings this year during our Red Tag Bonus Cash Sales event. Save big on all the great Huff Finds Chevy values when you find new roads to Huff Finds Chevrolet in Plano and Louisville. Plus, buy with confidence knowing Huff Finds is the Consumer's Choice Auto Group of the Year for the 14th consecutive year. For more, please visit HuffFindsChevroletPlano.com and HuffFindsChevroletLouisville.com.
It's all in the details. From remodeling the office or setting up your home office, Dallas Desk knows details. It's what we do. From space planning and design through delivery and installation. We also know that every office is unique, every business is different, and no two budgets are alike. That's why we carry top brands like Aspen Home and Via, as well as gently used office furniture. Dallas Desk is all about the details, from beginning to end. Tell Dallas Desk what you do, and they'll do the rest. DallasDesk.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, man, coming up in about 20 minutes, the Black Widow, Jeanette Lee. But now it's time for Mike Asks All the Football Questions.
All right, I go to the Minnesota Vikings to start off because I know later in the show we're talking about San Francisco, so I didn't want to include any type of Brock Purdy, San Francisco, where they're at questions.
Impressive as hell, though, right?
Yes, and I think Cowboys are in trouble if they play him.
I think we thought that before, too, though. I mean, you would hope that it would fall off, but I think we all thought San Francisco's going to be tough out.
Yeah. I hope we play the Vikings at some point.
Me too.
Justin Jefferson has exactly 1,500 yards. He needs 125 more yards per game if he can get that.
2,000.
He gets to 2,000 yards. Do you believe that Justin Jefferson gets to 2,000 receiving yards this year?
I think I do. Because that'd be the record, and he'd be the first guy.
I want to see what their schedule is real quick because I know they're going to go at him, but there may be that one matchup that just does not suit him well. And will he be playing against the Bears on the last game of the season? You know, because are they going to need that? Are they going to look at it the same way and say we need that, or are they going to say?
Because it might still be chasing Philly or whatever the case might be.
Or maybe they're just sitting there going, we won our division.
The tough thing about that is they're 3 games back with 4 to play because they don't have the tiebreaker because of head-to-head.
Yeah.
So I don't think Philly is catchable for them anymore.
So maybe they don't need it.
Yeah,
then.
so how
they
much
need to fend off the Niners,
How much do you want that prize? You know, do you want to be able to put that down and potentially risk being injured in the playoffs? Because that is something that you got to think about whenever you're chasing something like that. So I think if he has a really good game against the Colts, we'll start thinking more about it in the next week against the Giants.
Did you both say yes to 2,000?
I say yes.
I don't think so.
Okay, just like
I think it's too tough.
Where do you think he lands?
I think that it's going to be interesting. Let's say he's 90 yards away or 100 yards away going into the last game, but they have nothing to play for. They've won the division.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure he would want 2,000, but then do you risk Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson out there that he needs to catch the ball 6 to 10 times to get his 100-something yards to get to 2,000 to
Probably not, right?
Right? Isn't that tough to do? Because I would say that's not a smart thing to do in this situation because we're about to have to play a game on Saturday or Sunday in the playoffs. So I say no, but let's just go with the hypothetical of yes.
Okay.
Where would you put him in MVP voting if he's the first ever 2,000-yard receiver in an NFL season?
Because I'm trying to think, do you put him third? But somebody immediately was like, yeah, but it's 17 games, so it's not the same. which I feel like they're going to have to get that stigma. I think he would finish third then.
Behind like Hurts and Mahomes.
Mahomes, yeah.
Yeah, and then what are his touchdown numbers?
That's right now. It's
6.
He's not going to win the Triple Crown. He's one catch behind. I believe Tyreek Hill has 100 and Justin Jefferson has 99. So he might be able to win both of those categories.
But not touchdown.
He's going to win the most likely he'll win the yards.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it, Mike, and I know the quarterback position is so important, but man, the top 4 receivers in the NFL right now are all really close in lots of different categories. And 2 of them, the 3 and 4 guys, they may have less yards, but they have more touchdowns by far. Like they have double the touchdowns in these guys. So I still kind of have them in the 4 or 5 window before they even crack that top 3.
Last night, Kyler Murray's season ended. I don't know when he'll be back next year, right? That's always the deal of how quick can you come back. We're seeing that Odell Beckham Jr. is going to take at least a year pretty much, and that's why the Cowboys didn't decide to really go after him. Does Kyler Murray's injury and his contract status affect Lamar Jackson's future?
I think it does. I get if you're Lamar, you're like, it shouldn't, but I think it does.
What I'm frustrated, I like your question. My question to it, and what I'm frustrated about is that I don't know how much it'll affect Cliff Kingsbury's future. Like, he has 4 games left without his stud quarterback. If he wins these 4 games with somebody else, do they look at it and go, oh, wow, we had a completely different situation on our hands? Because clearly Cliff can do something with some spare quarterback. And if they lose, they're just like, well, it was a rough season. And I don't know exactly how that stands. I don't think Cliff belongs there anymore, but I don't know if it's going to affect his future in a negative way as I think it should.
Lamar Jackson plays the next 5 years for who?
I'm gonna say
Jets.
Ooh. I'm kind of intrigued by that. I'm gonna say the Ravens, but I don't feel super great about that.
Okay. I just think they're going to trade him. I think they're going to shop him around.
Like if he did the
franchise. Because they can franchise tag
yeah.
him, and he's not going to want to play for that, and then that gets to be a whole debacle. And they're pretty much saying, we don't want you long term.
Do you have a spot in mind that you think
I think the Jets could be a great place. I think Washington, after winning, most likely Washington's going to win, let's say, 9 games. Let's just say they go 2-2 to finish the year. So you win 9 games, you go 9-7-1 with Heineke and Wentz. Well, what could I do with Lamar Jackson?
Yeah.
And so I could see Washington or I could see the Jets really going after him. I'm sure there's other teams. I thought about this too.
Houston? No.
Would there be a trade where you wouldn't have to give up really much draft picks if you traded him to San Francisco and you said, we'll give you Trey Lance and we'll give you other things. We'll give you some draft picks too, but you almost have to eliminate a first-round pick if I'm giving you Trey Lance.
I have to go back and check on that. I thought since he'll be out of contract, it would have to be via the franchise portal where you have to give up the 2 first rounds. But I'm not 100% on that.
There's a portal in the NFL too?
Not like the college portal.
That leads me to my next question by accident because, Baker Mayfield loved that portal in college.
He did.
Who's the Rams quarterback in 2023?
I think it's Baker.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I think Stafford's done anyway. I think he's
going to retire?
I think he should have ridden his horse out into the sunset after he won with the Rams.
Super Bowl.
But I also think he thought, I have to come back and, show it wasn't a fluke kind of ordeal. But I think that he can stick around with the Rams and they'll be fine with it.
I'm going to say These are good questions because I'm going to say Stafford, but I don't feel like super pumped about that answer either. I don't know if he will retire. I'm with you about perhaps he should, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think he should.
All right.
He's made a lot of money.
Are you going back to Stafford or do you think Baker?
I think that they need to rebuild.
I think
they need to trade everything they have and go into a 3-year being bad at football to try to be good at football again. Terrence Steele's injury sounding worse and worse by the kind of, I'll say hour. Obviously, it's the next day for us, but it's starting to sound like there's issues about him being ready for next season. That there's a good chance he's not going to be ready to start week 1, and I don't know when he's going to start. So if Terrence Steele is out for half of next season, what do the Cowboys do with him and his contract? And I know this is a layered question. And then do the Cowboys really need to look hard at drafting another offensive tackle in the first or second round?
Absolutely. Mike, this is the question you asked to when Tyron went down.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, they have to draft a tackle now. And this is a tough situation to be in. I think they have to, unless they get the reps for Josh Ball throughout the rest of the remainder of the season here and feel like, okay, he's growing up. Because, I mean, I don't think Josh Ball, with what we saw, is ready yet to take over that spot.
I wonder if this helps with the contract in that other teams aren't going to get as much medical as the Cowboys do through this surgery, through part of the rehab, that other teams might go, dude, I don't know if I can give him $13 or $14 million a year if we don't really know that knee's going to come back great, where the Cowboys will have an idea about the knee.
Do you think then that they would consider, not saying should, do you think they would consider throwing Smith and Smith as their tackles?
Moving Tyler over to the other side?
Man, but I think, Kevin,
that comes with its own set
they
of
know
problems.
as we know, and I think they do. I don't think they're blind to this anymore, that they can't just say Tyron's there.
Yeah.
So they have to have a plan at swing tackle or backup there.
There's been a rumor for 2 years, and he hasn't done it yet, but there's once again the rumor that as soon as the season's over, Tyron Smith's retired. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but if he retires on you because of the wear and tear on his body, and he has plenty of money in his life, he doesn't have to keep doing this.
Because you wouldn't go with, like, I heard Jerry this morning is like, oh, we trust Jason Peters to go 60, 70 snaps. There's no way you would be like, that's our right tackle for the season.
Or Mike, they might do what they typically do and sign like a $2 million right tackle in free agency and be
I
like,
could see that.
You're like, it's nothing that's going to make you feel great, but they're like, we got it filled. And then they go into the draft going, we got everything we filled. We don't have a need. And then they pick a player and you're like, okay.
If you only had $12 million to spend on one player this offseason, would you spend it on Tony Pollard or Steele?
Whoa, man. Son of a gun, Mike.
I mean,
That's
they're both free
question.
agents. I know they're different free agents, but they're both free agents. And if, I don't know.
Is this as a one-off or a multi-year deal?
I think you're looking at probably both of them. I think Pollard's going to get a 4-year deal. If you let him go, I think he's going to get 4 for like 48 to 60 million.
I'm taking Steele then. That's a good.
That's Steele for like 9 or 10 though.
With the injury, because we were talking about yesterday, is Mike was thinking maybe 15, and I didn't know if it would be closer to 12. I'm honestly not sure how this does with any of that.
It just matters how much the salary structures go up. I looked at like the top 5 guys that are right tackles are right around. Your top guys are like 14 to 15, and then your guys that are like the 5th best are like 12.5. So you're looking at, if you think that they're a great right tackle, you're looking at somewhere between 12.5 and 15 million. Left tackles are 20 million and more for your top guys.
Who you picking?
Who you picking?
I'm going to say Pollard. Give me some more. Actually, I think I can draft. Oh, my gosh. I trust Will McClay, so I'm going to say go draft me an offensive lineman, and I'll pay you the money for the guy that scores.
Okay.
You could always, I guess, franchise tag Pollard, but that doesn't help your salary structure much.
That is true. Do you think they would franchise him? Man, I'm really stuck on this question. This is really good.
Because if you sign both of them, I think you are looking at around $23 to $26 million a year total in both of those guys. And I don't know if the Cowboys have that money available.
Unless
I know you can do it.
But should you?
Oh my gosh, dude. Look at how many people they're about to lose in free agency. You got Van Der Esch, Fowler, Brown, Schultz, Barr, Peters, Goodwin, Hankins, McQuaid, Noah Brown, James Washington, Carlos Watkins.
I think Schultz is going to leave.
So you think they tag Cooper Rush?
I do not.
Tag Maher?
I do not.
All right, fine.
Who has the best plus minus in the AFC South and the NFC South?
I want to say just on the structure of the question.
Either you have 2 answers here. I'm asking you 2 questions in one question.
Okay. You want to say it's Jacksonville for the one?
I think Jacksonville, if I remember correctly, they're like flat. I think that they have a 0.
Corey's correct. They have the best plus minus
at a 0
in all the Souths.
Oh, both of them?
And both of them. They're the only team that doesn't have a negative in the AFC and NFC South. They are at the exact same amount of points scored versus the exact same amount of points have given up. So when you look at this,
so none of the Souths have a positive.
Nope. Do you know Tampa's offhand? I mean, I know
it was 30 something.
Oh my God,
negative 30 something.
Amazing.
Atlanta is the best at negative 24. In the South. I just pulled it up. It's negative 30 for Tampa, negative 30 for Carolina, negative 24 for Atlanta, and negative 32 for the Saints. In the AFC South, it's negative 35 for Tennessee. It's 0 for Jacksonville. It's negative 89 for the Colts and minus 103 for the Houston Texans. So no team in the South is a positive. Where if you look at the AFC East and the NFC East, this is surprising, honestly. The Commanders and the Giants are both negatives. Even though they're both 7-5-1, the Commanders are minus 3 in point differential, and the Giants are minus 33, which might give you a little bit of look into Detroit when you talk about Detroit. They're a positive 2 on the year.
I wonder about them is all.
And the Vikings are a negative 1. They're 10-3. That's pretty amazing. All right.
I wonder if that's the best record ever with a negative point differential.
Last football question after watching Tom Brady go back to his hometown of San Francisco. And I think he was wearing Pampers because he crapped the bed multiple times.
Facts.
Will he retire at the end of this year?
No.
I don't think so either. He said this thing, I think we talked about like 2 weeks ago, where he said, it's better to be in the game and lose than to not be in the game at all. I have taken that to mean he's going to continue to play.
He loves being around it. Like he's like, if I can stand, I like being around players. I like being around competition. That's just what he is. So as long as he can walk, I think that guy's going to keep playing.
What do you think?
I think he's going to, I think somehow if he's divorced now, and there's nobody to go home to. I know that he has the job waiting for him at Fox, but if there's literally nobody to go home to now,
I forgot about that.
Is that he might go, you know what? I want to be the first ever quarterback to go to 50. Now, I don't know if Tampa wants to do that.
Okay.
Because they've kind of put themselves in a little bit of cap hell.
Right.
To try to, and they did win it all. So, I mean, it worked out for them. Not only did they win it all, they made the playoffs last year. It looks like they're going to somehow make the playoffs, and I hope, and I really think the Cowboys will win by double digits in that first playoff game.
Me too.
But it looks like they're going to go 3 for 3 in making the playoffs and win a Super Bowl. That being said, I don't know if Tampa Bay looks at their team next year and go, if we keep Tom Brady, we're going to win it. Hell, Tom Brady didn't think they could win it. He tried to go to the Miami Dolphins.
That is very true.
So I think Tom Brady does play next year, but not for Tampa Bay.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Excellent. Mike asks all the football questions. Coming up next, we will talk with billiards legend and the star of a new 30 for 30 tonight, the Black Widow, Jeanette Lee, next right here on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about the Diamond Factory. We're going to be there tomorrow. That's right. We're going to be at the Diamond Factory tomorrow. It's near the Galleria. If you're serious about getting a great deal, excellent service, and a large selection, go see my guys at the Diamond Factory.
Yeah, I did get to see it. I did get to put my eyes on it. 14-year-old me obviously was flipping through ESPN and all of a sudden, hold on, what's going on right now? And there you are. And, like, that changed the way everybody looked at pool. But then I see, I don't think I've ever cried, Jeanette, watching one of these documentaries. And I was wondering, did you expect those emotions to come over you whenever you were going through this process?
No, I just thought they were telling my story, but the way that they told it, it was so genuine. It was just, they really, really went out of their way to get to know me, you know, and really understand. And there's so much more. I can't wait to write a book. But they did a great job, honestly. I'm very proud of what Ursula Yang and Words and Pictures did, and that ESPN has continued to support me even now and throughout my whole career. They did ESPN too, but they also did Black Widow Marathon weekends on ESPN Classics. They did that quite a few times. John Skipper was a good fan and friend, and to feel the support now, it couldn't have come at a better time.
I thought the emotion in the documentary was such a cool comparison to, at times, you were, you know, very focused and icy and cold, like out there on the table. And that's one of the things
I'm focused and competitive.
No, I loved it in the best possible way. I was like, man, that person that she's playing is going to lose because she looks like there is nobody who can beat her today. And that was one of the things I think so many people gravitated to. Not just the glove, the black is like, you cannot beat her today.
You're so funny. Thank you.
Did you know when you were playing that you were intimidating other players, or did you
or viewers
or viewers? Did you know that you were an intimidating force on the pool table?
I will tell you truly, you know, hand to God, I promise, I had no idea.
Wow.
I didn't care. All I cared about was getting the title, winning that tournament. I didn't care about the prize money. I didn't care who I had to play, who I had to beat. I was just constantly focused on preparing for my next match, being present in my next match, and then staying focused and time how much I eat or whatever till my next match so that I'm in the right place for the next match. And that I just continued on. I never thought about what people think about me during the matches or during that. So if I was intimidating, I really never thought about it. I did hear a couple of pros, especially one, that would say, oh, well, she just does that to her face so that she can intimidate her opponents, but I'm not intimidated. And I'm like, I have pointy eyebrows, so when I bend down, they look a certain way because my eyes need to look up, and it just so happens to look mean. But I'm not trying to do that. You know, I could care less what you think. But, yeah, some people think that I did everything I did as the Black Widow to become, how can I be intimidating?
Mm-hmm.
But actually, it was just the genuine me, but the competitive side to me. And in terms of people saying that I had a presence and I had this, that's all luck. I can't take any credit for that. I can't even take credit for the Black Widow nickname. It was the room owner, Gabe Vigorito, out of Howard Beach Billiard Club, who I've never seen again, which is a shame because it closed down.
Wow.
But he named me the Black Widow. He said I lured my opponents to the table and eat them alive.
That's amazing.
And what I found is men love having a woman in stilettos break their balls. And they come back for more. It's great.
Okay.
It's just, it never gets old.
It's true.
So I'm glad that you mentioned that, and because I was curious, and this kind of gets touched upon like in the lead up to the documentary and the documentary itself, but I don't want to discount obviously your skill or anything like that. But did you think that there was any element of like, you know, kind of sex appeal happening there that helped drive you even further, just in terms of notoriety, not skill?
Right. I definitely, when I first started playing pool and first started on the tour, I tried to dress like them. You know, it was pretty much all white. And then I was an Asian. There was one other person that was Asian. And when I got there, everyone was wearing, you know, silk blouses and pleated slacks and, you know, very, very not me. I'm from New York. I wear a lot of black. I'm Asian American. You know, black is our color, you know, in New York anyway. And I tried to dress like them, and I just really felt so uncomfortable. And then at one point I just said, you know what? Forget it. I'm going to be me. Because they treated me so badly. They did not welcome me coming in out of the blue, starting winning championships, getting all this attention that the women generally did not get before. And I was not having a great time. But eventually I earned their respect. They got to know me, and things got better.
Do you think you had more fun playing in the pool halls when you were learning and growing, or whenever you actually were competing against the other women?
Ooh, no one's asked me that question before.
I did it.
Wow. That's a tough one. I want to do this quickly. I know we don't have a ton of time, but
There's a lot there, yeah.
Yeah, when you're on TV and you've got your adrenaline going and you feel equipped to destroy, you know?
Yes.
It's so like invigorating and exciting, and it's a thing that most people never get to feel because they won't enter the arena, you know? And I always tell people, you know, you can't, well, anyway, it doesn't matter, but I was very excited to just play pool. But when I was at home playing in all these A and B tournaments and C tournaments, I could see my game getting better by my finishes every week. And I think constantly playing in all of these local tournaments when I was a C player, and then I moved up to the B player and the A players. And I also always played in one of the, if I was a C, I would also play in the B tournaments because I always wanted to get seasoned with playing with people that are better than me and taking that on and not having that, you know, affect me and make me nervous and things like that. So by the time I got on a professional tour, I was unafraid. I respected the women. I certainly learned to respect people and respect the game. But I was not intimidated at all because I was so used to getting a beat down in New York by the best men players, you know, in the world. A lot of them traveled through New York. There's a lot of money in New York, a lot of fish to grab. So a lot of pool pros and pool hustlers alike would come through or do trick shot exhibitions and things like that.
Well,
they were both so fun. So it would just be.
Because I know you're on a schedule. We appreciate your time so much. Jeanette Lee versus, it's going to be 7 p.m. Central here in the Metroplex tonight, and then you can catch it on ESPN Plus immediately after the airing. Thank you so much for jumping on with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hope I talk to you again soon.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, best of luck, Jeanette.
Thank you.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
cut
Fan.
that off, Joey.
Yep.
Hey, guess what? We recorded that earlier.
We did record that earlier, and I loved it.
And she was on a tight schedule, and we only had such an amount of time.
Off. You just were like, hey, stop talking. You need to go.
I feel really bad about that. I wish she would have been like, you know what, and like turned to the PR person who's like monitoring these calls and said, we don't need to do that next interview in Tupelo. Let's just go ahead and keep it right here.
Well, I'll throw two things out. I know for a fact that after we got done with that interview, Kevin, that the people she was around loved it.
Yeah.
And they said that she loved the interview too. So I just thought we saw a woman on TV that was like this specific character, and ESPN did an amazing job in that era, Kevin, of building poker players and pool players, all sorts of different characters out of these fringe sports. And she became a legendary character. But then talking to her, seeing this documentary, and it's going to be airing tonight, you said.
7 o'clock on ESPN.
Seeing it all, like, she's different. And that's something that, like, it brings a tear to my eye to know what she's going through right now because, like, her spirit's awesome, man. So best of luck to her and everything forward here, man.
And I would love to have the opportunity to talk with her again.
Yes.
So we will see how that goes.
I got a question real quick. Mike, You were out yesterday at the toy drive, correct?
Yes, the Texas Rangers toy drive.
And you signed autographs.
I did.
All right. Did you make $1 million signing autographs yesterday?
A little less.
Okay. Tomorrow.
You take off the one, that's how much I made.
Okay, all right.
Because you were doing it to help at
Yes.
the charity drive.
Tomorrow, we're going to be at
6
the
zeros.
Diamond Factory, which I believe is 13719 Omega Road. If people come in there and want a Mike Bassick snap autograph.
I did sign one snap yesterday.
Yes! Oh my gosh. Yes! Will you sign snap autographs in Kevin's face tomorrow?
Yeah.
At Diamond
3 A's.
Factory.
I do SN, AAA,
Nice.
P.
Look, Mike, I will tell you this.
What's going on at Diamond Factory tomorrow?
Okay, I will tell you, but I will also tell you this, Mike. We were arguing earlier, but you'll always have the advantage on me because you have the snap. So you'll always have the advantage on me over that. Also, tomorrow, because of our show.
We made out during the break. Made up.
It was hot.
Thank you for. No, not what you just said. I
like it hot. We talked about it earlier.
God.
Coffee.
Is tomorrow, Diamond Factory, because of us, we'll be giving away an autographed Dak Prescott helmet.
Oh, you can come to where we are.
In your face, Cooper Rush.
Hang out, look at beautiful diamonds. If you want to buy a diamond for
if he wants
a
to come
family
by,
member.
we'll facilitate that maybe.
Derek Holland's going to be with us
For the
tomorrow.
whole show.
For the show. I'm sure he'll take a picture with you. He and Mike will take a picture. Kevin, we got to offer something. We got 2 pro baseball players at Diamond Factory with us tomorrow. Plus, we're Diamond Factory's giving away the Dak Prescott helmet.
Yeah.
What are we throwing out there, dude? Like we'll hug
Like
you.
you and I, we didn't bring anything to the table.
We'll give you a hug.
Okay.
Or what else can we do?
I will agree with Mike the whole show.
Oh my no.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Now he's going to say something about my mom, and I'm going to be like, crap.
You said it. Can't take it back. I can't wait. We're going to talk positive about Justin Herbert the whole time.
You know what? That's probably fair. I am definitely too harsh on Justin Herbert, but something's going to come up and you go, yeah, Kevin, don't you think that's about politics? And we're like, oh, crap.
Oh, yeah.
So you can get
talk about the Marriage Act that just got put into place.
Please don't.
You can get pictures, potential autographs with 3A snaps on there from Dutch, Mike, ourselves, plus the Dak Prescott helmet, and there's diamonds. Don't forget about all the diamonds.
Are you insinuating that we should ask Derek to bring up something else because he's always super charitable?
I'm not telling him. I'm not saying that to him. You say that to him. You're good at asking people for things.
That's a good point.
Me, on the other hand, no.
I'll hit
really wear all your TCU gear if you can tomorrow too for Derek.
Oh my God!
Huge TCU
nuts.
fan.
Yeah, TCU fan show up. I mean, honestly, you can get a Dak Prescott autographed helmet by just coming and saying hi to us.
Make your plans tomorrow to hang out with us for lunch. And somebody said, "Will Mike sign my Slump Buster?"
Yeah, they make T-shirts.
Yep.
We're the KNC.
You need a Slump Buster.
Did I tell you I asked my wife, I said, do you think most or any girls know that they're slump busters, or women, excuse me? And she goes, probably not unless they're trying to bust their own slump, which I thought was an amazing and horrifying answer all in one. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, insights into the rise of the Eagles and the fall of the Dolphins. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about
Max on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size from start to finish, Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in barricade rental. Visit buyersbarricades.com.
Hurts his back. He's looking. Still looking. Still looking. Now he's going deep to A.J. Brown, who catches it and walks in for a touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I just want to let you know, I gave Joey the option of a good Eagles highlight or a bad Dolphins highlight, and he picked to spotlight the Eagles.
This is true.
Why do you hate the Cowboys, Joey?
I do not. I'm trying to jinx them, okay? The reverse jinx has usually been working lately, except yesterday.
They're going to win it all.
Yeah.
The quarterback's going to win MVP. Probably MVP of the Super Bowl.
Never forget. Never forget. All right?
Okay.
That Joey the Jet, or Joey the Fan, as
That's
we now
right.
know him, once picked that the Eagles would lose a game this year. That's the only game they've lost. That's the only time he's picked them to
That's
lose
a good
a game
point.
this year.
We might need to call upon your mystic powers once again.
We don't want to force it, though.
I have to have a feeling.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits.
When's the last time you had a biscuit? And then I'll say
I would say in the last 3 weeks, I would say I've had a biscuit. We get those Pillsbury, put them in the oven for 12 to 15 minutes. Our kids love those for breakfast in the morning.
Did you just do the Pillsbury Doughboy laugh?
Yes, I did. For most of my life, I look like the Pillsbury Doughboy, so,
Hey, it's been a while. It was one of those mornings
I've
I woke
never
up
made
and
a homemade biscuit.
Have you wanted to?
Yeah, but I also think the Pillsbury biscuits are really
They are
good
really
too.
good.
So,
So what's the point?
Yeah, so there's times that I think my homemade cookies and other people's homemade cookies are way better than store-bought cookies.
Okay.
Like, I don't even think there's comparisons. But I do think it's really tough once I put honey or jelly or gravy on a Pillsbury biscuit versus a homemade biscuit, that there's a major difference. And there's probably biscuit lovers out there punching me in my sack right now.
I like the flaky one, the one that tears into the little flakies.
Yeah, you can buy that.
That's my
too, right?
that's my
you can
favorite
get home
one.
style. You can get layered.
It was a while back, but it was Brahms biscuit and gravy.
Ooh, okay.
Like Brahms and Whataburger have great biscuits and sausage gravy.
Well, the reason why I brought up the Eagles, or Joey played the Eagles in that clip, is there are some terrifying numbers for the Eagles outside of the Jalen Hurts, and that he has now ascended to MVP favorite, like we talked about yesterday. Is Philly leads the NFL in most turnovers forced. They also have the only defense with 5 players with at least 5 sacks. Hassan Reddick has 10. Brandon Graham has 8.5. Javon Hargrave has 8. Josh Sweat has 7.5. And Fletcher Cox has 6. And Hassan Reddick has now recorded 10-plus sacks in 3 straight seasons. That is the second longest in the NFL currently, behind only Myles Garrett. Then there's this. The Eagles have 4 of the 12 players to have 3+ turnovers caused this season by pressures. Hargrave and Graham, as well as Reddick and Sweat. So they're the only team with 5 sacks, and they have 4 of the top 12 in creating turnovers off of pressure. That defense can get some pressures and get you to make bad mistakes, which goes along with their offense.
Yeah, I think you make the great point there of their offense also forces that too, because they're so good, you're chasing. And they get points on the board pretty quickly, and then they stick to you the whole time, and then their defense is like, all right, like Darren Woodson told us the other night, we know we can do this because you're having to chase us with points. Cowboys can do that effectively too at times. It's just then you see the Texans game and you're like,
Yeah.
But again, Kevin, the 1992 Cowboys
lost the Cardinals.
Did not score on every possession.
Right.
Did not complete every pass, and did not average 10 yards per carry. So I'm going to give them a little bit of, hey, you know what? Go show me something now against Jacksonville.
Now, Mike brought up earlier on the third play of the game, Kyler Murray got hurt. They're doing further tests today, but by all accounts, there seems to be little doubt that he tore his ACL. Cliff Kingsbury even said in the postgame that it doesn't look good. Plus, the Cardinals lost 27-13. They're 1-7 at home this year.
Mike, I know yesterday I threw out the Patriots as a team that needs a quarterback. He threw for lots of yards and 1 interception and no touchdowns. Like this, it's not there. He's not doing Tom Brady stuff,
No,
like, he's
he
not
reminds
growing.
me of Jimmy Garoppolo, but maybe better than Jimmy Garoppolo. But Jimmy Garoppolo wins too, so I feel like he's like the next Jimmy G, but maybe a little bit better. I don't want to knock. I think a lot of people have a negative take of Jimmy G.
They shouldn't. It's not bad.
Right. It's just he gets hurt a lot.
Yeah.
The issue once again for San Francisco is like that SOB got hurt on us again, and that's his whole career. But if Mac Jones stays healthy, I think he's going to win more than he loses. And I hate doing this because this brings up a whole nother thing, but I do it just because I love getting kicked in the nards. Isn't Mac Jones similar to Dak Prescott? Like, you get wins from him, but you're not completely satisfied by him.
Wow. I like that.
Yeah.
Dak doesn't completely satisfy you is what you agreed to, Kevin.
Well, I feel like you set me up, but
He's not a Snickers.
I mean, I do agree I agree he's not a Snickers, but also I agree that for the fan base, he does not completely satisfy them. But I also think no effort by any quarterback in this franchise will satisfy the people unless it ends in a Super Bowl. And even then, not totally sure.
More divisive topic. Cowboys quarterback, no matter who it is, or whoever the president is. See, this is how difficult this is because, nobody's happy with Dak. But then the other side of it is half of the people are happy with Dak.
I think the president thing is way more divisive than quarterback.
Wow,
you can say we don't like Dak.
reach?
He's not a top 5 quarterback, or he is
But
a
people
top
are
5
calling him like
quarterback.
a Nazi or anything like that. Yeah, okay. I get your...
The Antichrist is gone.
Just remember, dude, there was a time when we could just say Tony Romo, and then the fan text would just explode.
Yeah.
I hope you have on the run sheet soon. The Cowboys are
Do you
interesting.
really want me to do that?
I just want to read all the fan texts that day.
Because it felt sarcastic when I got that email.
I do.
All right. Cole Beasley is also in that interesting category. He is unretiring to play football for the Buffalo Bills. What is your excitement level on a scale of 1 to 1,000,000?
1.
I think that's where I'm at too.
Why'd you say 1?
0 to 1,000,000.
Zero.
I don't care about Cole Beasley that
Yeah.
much. It's interesting that they have a lot of weapons. Do they need another one? They have a lot of weapons on that offense, so maybe it is interesting, but not
You
at
know
all.
what, Corey? I made a wise decision in my brain. I almost made a joke that was going to be far more trouble than it was worth. All right, let's go from that.
I'm proud of you.
To
Look at that growth.
I'm already growing for the last hour. Don't mark that. Let's talk about the Dolphins and the downfall of the Dolphins. We've talked about I was going to say upswing, but just the continued excellence of the Eagles this year. Here's one of the reasons that the Dolphins have really started to stumble. First 9 games of the season. Tua's completion percentage, 70%. Last 2 games, 46%.
All right.
In all 5 of their losses, they've scored 17 or less points.
That's
Or
not good
fewer
for them.
points,
Yeah,
I
that's
guess.
not good for them.
So
I think
Tua has stumbled the last 2 weeks.
So I know, Kevin, you like to look at stats.
I do like stats.
Have you watched him play enough
I
lately?
have.
Are you seeing the things that we talked about going into the season that he needed to correct that are like, oh, yeah, no, that still exists?
Looks, and I know some people will say it also has to do with the Tyreek ankle injury.
Hold on. The dude that was icing his ankle and then came off the sidelines, unwrapped the ice, and ran for a 60-yard touchdown? That guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not as inclined to believe that, but I do still think the accuracy or maybe the underthrow is an issue at times with Tua.
Because that can help them in so many different ways.
Yeah.
It changes their offense completely if he can get that ball downfield further, because then they're scared of it. And that right now, I don't really think people are that scared of that.
You know what's crazy, too, is he struggled with time to pass in this last game. I think it was like 3 of 14 with 2.5 or more seconds in the pocket. So even when he had time, they still weren't connecting on the offense. So something to keep an eye out on there. All right. Got a quiz for you guys. I believe you're going to ace it. Travis Kelce, the 5th tight end.
Tight end.
Point Mike.
He did play, yeah. Good
Travis
job.
87.
Kelce, the 5th tight end in NFL history with 10,000 yards. Can you tell me the other 4?
Tony Gonzalez.
Hard hitting Jason Witten.
Correct.
Antonio Gates.
Correct.
Yeah. The guy that Shannon Sharp, he got really like the old man.
Skip Bayless?
Yeah,
It's
Skip
not.
Bayless.
You had it. It's Shannon Sharp, not Skip Bayless.
He said he's not good at football.
Hey, sometimes people on the same show are.
We just named 4, right?
You did. You got them all.
Algie
you
Crumpler.
did it.
Let's
No,
keep
you
going.
did it.
The Kellen Winslow.
No, what? The guy who said he's a soldier and then went to the Boston
His
market?
dad. His dad.
Oh, okay.
His dad.
Okay.
His dad was
No,
good.
you got them all.
Mike
Ozzie Newsome.
Ditka.
No, Travis Kelce was the 5th one.
Gronk.
He thinks the Cowboys sting.
Greg Olson.
Ooh, that was a good call.
No, it was not
Doug
a good
Crosby.
call. You already have all the answers. How are you possibly
Jay
still
Novacek.
guessing?
Jimmy
Jackie
Graham.
Smith.
Jimmy Graham.
Okay, you know
Jason
what?
Witten.
We already said Jason Witten. What are you,
I'm
Derek?
just doubling down on it.
He's in
Martellus
the- yeah.
Bennett.
Vernon Davis.
Who's the guy that was really horrible that we took in the second round?
Todd Heat.
LaFleur.
He was first round.
Jimmy Shockey.
The guy, he was back up for a little bit, and people would tell me, no, he's going to be good. And I was like, no, he's not.
Oh, crap.
Escobar?
Gavin Escobar.
Gavin Escobar.
He's no longer with us.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Oh, that's a bad joke.
Delaney Walker.
I guess that game is over now.
Dallas Clark.
Yeah. You know what? Sure. Why not? All of the people that you named.
I think you're being sarcastic now.
You know what?
We have one more second to name another tight end. Corey, go.
Oh,
Dallas
man.
Goddard.
It's not Dallas Goddard.
Go Dirt.
Goddard. It's not him either.
For the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3
Kittle.
The Fan. Coming up next, the signing of T.Y. Hilton and the aspects of the passing game that have to be fixed. We'll do it next right here on 105.3
Andrew
The
Luck.
Fan.
That hurts.
He doesn't even play tight end.
Blasting out 100,000 watts. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fans. We're going to switch things up just a little bit, and in just a couple minutes, we're going to talk with Tim Hardaway Jr. In the meantime, we got a couple. Yeah, it's happening. Got a couple of notes for you, and I guess a question to start. Supposedly, the Chiefs are still talking with Odell Beckham.
Okay.
If he signed there or wherever and does play in the playoffs, do you feel like you're going to be agitated, like if he does well at the Cowboys?
If he does well, I'll be like, dadgum, you could have had him and everything, but I think the Cowboys are looking at it as, hey, we're trying to get the best position possible in the playoffs here. We need some people to help us with this grind, just in case, obviously, an injury does happen. Do we have somebody in-house that can handle that role? Because you saw what it was kind of like when it was just CeeDee Lamb, no Gallup, really, to roll out there. They were still trying to piece some things together. So, yeah, I would be irritated for sure. And that is a coin flip, right?
I'd just say I'm wrong because I just don't think he's going to be great off of his second ACL injury immediately.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, too. That's why I say it's kind of a coin flip, and it can go either way when he comes back. I would probably rather have the guy on my team when he does come back than see him be on another team and be a threat against me, for sure.
Does the signing of – I know this is a tough question because when we went through this in the C block, it seemed like we were all kind of on the same page of when it comes to T.Y. Hilton. Now that it's done, does that do anything for you? And I heard Jerry talking about his vertical speed. Does that help this team?
He's an option. As Mickey was talking about this morning, he's an option in the slot. He can do a lot of things there. I think there are some really good things. If you're trying to roll out some waves of wide receivers in this thing too, which maybe we'll get to this question a little bit in the C block. Did it feel like they wanted to get the ball to James Washington early? It wasn't there, and then they never got a chance to go back to it. That's kind of the way I felt throughout the beginning part of that game. And McCarthy can say all he wants about how he, passed with flying colors and he's ready to go right now. He'll need to work his way into the offense, so I think it's going to be a couple of weeks before I believe that it's, something that's really going to work out. But I mean, Noah Brown's done a really good job this season, right? Am I wrong about this? Am I not seeing something?
It just depends on what your expectations were, right?
Okay.
Because I think for a lot of people, he's done a good job because their expectations were like, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that. I always liked Noah Brown. Like, I've always been like, he makes some tough catches. He makes tough catches over the middle. And so I did like him, but he never had a number 2 season, right? So he never had anything like that. So I think I'm still happy with the player there. But man, if I can, run out multiple different types of sets of receivers, it's going to confuse defenders and it's going to put them on their heels a lot more often.
And this is something that, Mickey will bring up a lot. He's like, hey, so-and-so was a free agent for a reason. And I usually kind of think that. And if T.Y. Hilton contributes, outstanding. If he can't, well, it doesn't really cost you that much. It costs you close to the prorated minimum for the rest of the year. It won't impact your salary cap going forward or anything like that. So quite frankly, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I like it a lot, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk with Tim Hardaway Jr. in just 1 second. But outside of the argument that we did get into did you have any other takeaways from Thunder Mavs last night, y'all?
Thought the Mavs played really well, especially after they got up 12-0. It's early in an NBA game, so most likely it's not going to then just be up by 20 points the rest of the game. But being down, I believe, 28-23 after starting the game up 12-0, I thought the Mavs had a great finish to the second quarter. Tim Hardaway Jr., who we're about to talk to, got really hot, which helped out a lot. And then the Mavs kind of kept it going the whole third, fourth quarter. That team, they're young, so Oklahoma City plays fast and they play hard the whole game. And I think Dort is one of those guys that every championship team kind of needs. I think Marcus Smart is that guy for Boston. I just think in a way very different, but I think Draymond Green has been that guy for Golden State for their dynasty, is that guy that just muddies up the game and makes the game very physical on the best player. That being said, Lucas still had 38 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists.
And the rebound thing was one of the things that I was keyed in on. Is it didn't have to be like a one-person rebounding show or even a two-person with him and Wood, which is, I know what happens a lot of times is you had Kleba and Dinwiddie hitting the boards a pretty decent amount as well.
And both those guys also made three-pointers, too, which was clutch. It seems like the Mavs literally are. If they make three-pointers, they have a chance to beat anybody. And if they're cold, I don't know. They're kind of, their offense relies on Luka getting his 30 and then Lucas setting up guys for threes. And if you make 40% of them, you can beat anybody. If you're under 40%, it makes it very tough.
Well, with that in mind, let's turn it over to our sharpshooting three-point expert, Tim Hardaway Jr. Good afternoon, sir. Congratulations on the win last night.
Good afternoon. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Well, we were talking about elements of the fast start to the game and then obviously elements of the second quarter. Not just you, but the team as a whole. When y'all are hitting the three-pointers, do you feel like this team, like in that moment, is unstoppable?
Yeah, I feel like that. But, I'm pretty sure everybody around the league feels like that as well with their own team. So it's just having a feel-good factor when you see shots go in. Human nature, you feel good, you're playing good, and everything translates to both ends of the floor.
On the flip side, and I've always been curious from a shooter's perspective, what are you thinking when the ball is just not going in? When it looks like that basket is teeny tiny, if you're like 0 for 6, are you like, I got to shoot my way out of it? Or do you ever think, I need to do other things tonight because it's not going my way?
Yeah, I think beginning of my career, I was like that. If it wasn't falling, then I'll probably be out of it. And then as I got more mature, as I got older, as I started working on my craft a lot more and shooting the ball a lot more, I just realized that, there's other elements into the game that I could get going as far as like getting an easy 2 on a fast break or like yesterday or in Denver taking a charge, a key charge throughout the game, diving on the floor or just being in the moment, grabbing rebounds, getting assists. There's other ways to get yourself involved in the game, and the ball finds great energy. So I just try to stay locked in with that and go from there.
I think you have like 35 in the month of December right now, which is just a
three-pointers?
Yeah, three-pointers, which is an insane number. But like I think it was Dennis Scott once described shooting and being in the zone as like throwing a tennis ball into a garbage can, and I was just kind of like, you have that same feeling? You have a different description for it?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think more so that the ball's coming off your hand like a feather. I would say it's that easy. And the ball feels light. You're fluid in your motion when you're shooting, and more than that, you're confident. Most importantly,
I want to talk about your defense and team defense. And I know that you didn't guard Shea all night long. I know that's a team situation. But looking at the West, when it comes to Shea, Ja, Lillard, Curry, Booker, who's the toughest guy for you to guard? I know they're all great, but who's the guy, like, when you have them one-on-one, that seems to be your toughest guy to guard?
I'm not saying anything because we still got to play them. I'll answer that question when I retire. How about that?
Okay. We're gonna
Fair enough, all right.
we're gonna make a list of questions. I feel like that you're like, hit me back.
But I will say this though, that the guys that are constantly moving, the guys that are constantly coming off ball screens, that can move without the ball, that obviously create for their teammates, and are coming off pin downs and down screens and all that stuff. Those are guys that are definitely some of the hardest guys to guard throughout the whole entire league, I would say.
You mentioned, going down to the floor to grab a ball or whatever the case might be in terms of those hustle plays. How much discussion have y'all had maybe in the last couple of weeks about rebounding? Because season started off well, and then y'all fell into a funk where it felt like regardless of the outcome, game after game, y'all were getting outboarded. Has that changed at all in the last couple of weeks?
I believe so. You see guards now checking a lot more for guys coming in to rebound because, for the most part, it's always been just the bigs, getting boards and stuff like that, and guards just leaking out or just being ready for outlets. But now everybody, in this day and age, everybody's crashing. Everybody wants a putback dunk. Everybody wants that extra possession. So it's all five guys that have to be productive and be locked in on that end of the floor because we're getting stops. But it's the defensive rebound. The offensive rebound that just deflates, the whole entire team. So we just got to get the rebounds and grab the rebounds because we are getting stops, I will say.
And Tim, last night you guys were good at the free throw line, but overall this season, I think I saw in clutch minutes you guys are a 62% free throw shooting team, which is worst in the NBA. How do you guys fix that the second half of the season and in the playoffs?
Well, right before I got on the phone with you guys, we all shot 50 free throws individually. So we're doing that after every single practice. We're in here working on our free throws. We're in here constantly making it game-like with the music playing in the background and so on and so forth. So, we're in here. We're in here working, I will tell you.
How many did you make?
25, 26, 25, 25.
Okay.
And then, it's two, so, it's different in practice, I will say, obviously. You can't reenact the game. It's totally different, especially when you're on the road. So, it's different.
Since we're talking about free throws, and you don't have to name anybody specifically, but I saw Mark Cuban voice complaints to the NBA about how long it takes Giannis to shoot a free throw. Do you ever stand at the line and you're like, oh my God, dude, just shoot the ball already?
No, it's just routine. Everybody has a routine. Everybody has a way of locking in and focusing in on at the rim and concentrating on and making the free throw. That's his way of doing it. It takes longer than some players. Well, most players. He does. He does knock down the free throws occasionally, and he has been knocking them down here and there. So, it does take longer, but whatever works for that player.
I'm kind of curious about, last year with Jason Kidd was obviously a new thing, but throughout the season, y'all progressed, y'all got better, and then, you go to the Western Conference Finals, and I know you were kind of there observing a lot of that ride. This year, is Kidd's message much different than it started out last year? Does he look at the season in a different way than maybe most coaches and most people do?
I wouldn't. It's only like you said, it's only my second year with him, but for the most part, I think he's very confident in what he's doing with the team. Obviously, we have a brand new team with brand new players and some veterans. So, it's different, I would say, in a sense of having different players and different guys on the team. But for the most part, I think we're starting out kind of similar to what we did last year. And I think we're starting to find our groove like we did around the same time last year, probably, I think a little bit earlier. I think the COVID situation around Christmas time and around New Year's last year, I think really helped the team in a sense of guys knowing their roles and knowing what they need to do out there on the court for the team to be successful. And that's what I think propelled the team moving forward last year. So I think now, since we got new guys, I think now that everybody's starting to know their roles a little bit more, I think we're going to start turning the corner.
Talking with Tim Hardaway Jr. right here on 105.3 The Fan. We sometimes use the term, not just for the Mavs, but across the NBA, of a scheduled loss. So, for example, like
Chicago.
Okay, yes.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
see,
I
you
beat
knew
you to the
exactly
punch,
what I'm
right?
saying. So, y'all have a game that starts in Chicago 19 hours after you finish a game back here in Dallas. Do you ever look at the big picture of the schedule and you're like, oh, for real? That's what's scheduled coming up next? I don't know.
No, I mean, we did look at that, so that's why I think we were so upset with the Milwaukee game as a team, and I think it carried over a little bit. I mean, just us being humans, we did think about it, I think, a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, everybody in the league will have a schedule, have a game or two that's like that. So I think you just have to try to do the best you can to recover, get your rest, and mentally be prepared for the challenge. Because I will tell you right now, it was grueling, for sure. Getting in really, really early in the morning, I would say not late at night, early in the morning, it was a tough one. But there's no excuses. Every team goes through it. We just got to fight.
Tim, putting you back in the starting lineup really helped you out. Can you talk about that decision and how it got you going?
I think for the most part, I think it, I gotta just give a shout out to Reggie. It was a tough situation. I mean, I was in the same situation as last year. I started beginning of the season, and they started Reggie, and then I had to come off the bench. So this year is kind of vice versa. But he's been a great sport, been a great teammate, been helping me out on the floor on defensively, making sure that I know where I am out there defensively on the court while I'm playing. And I think that right there just shows the confidence not only him, but the rest of my team has in me to go out there and be in that lineup, to go out there and produce and perform the way I need to.
Obviously, we've seen some stuff here and there. I know he's hurt at the moment from Josh Green. What do you think about the potential of Josh Green, not necessarily just this year, but in years future? Do you think he has the potential to be an NBA starter?
Oh, 1,000%. He's put himself in a position right now. I would say so. He's been, everybody's seen it. He's worked his way up through a roster, and he's earned the right, to go out there and play. He's earned his minutes, and it shows from his off-season working out and him preparing himself before each and every game, before each and every practice, even on off days, coming in here getting work in. And his shooting, has been off the charts. So just me seeing him go out there and do his thing is also giving me confidence to try to go out there and do my thing. Just because, he's showing that energy. So for me, it's like, why not? Like I'm going to feed off of Josh and try to do the things that he's doing. And he makes me feel like my younger self.
And were you disappointed? I'm just looking at the schedule. You guys are in San Antonio on December 31st. Were you hoping to be at a TCU Michigan game?
Nah, I'm good. I know those guys are going to take care of business, but I'm looking. Where's the national championship at again?
It's in Phoenix, right? Am I correct?
I believe
about
that is correct.
Yeah, I think you guys.
I
Do you need to start planning?
I think we're in Phoenix when the national championship game is, though.
It's L.A. So
it's LA.
No, it's L.A. Well, I think someone's got to let me know, because if it's in L.A.,
you guys. I think you guys are at L.A.
What?
The Clippers on January 10th and at L.A. on January 12th. And isn't January 9th the championship game?
That is correct.
Oh, wow. Why did
believe.
you look at that? Why would you look at that? It was meant to be, fellas.
Man, outstanding stuff. I hope we helped facilitate that, and we appreciate you jumping on with us very much, good sir.
No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There you go, Tim Hardaway Jr. right here on the Fan. All right, I didn't
Did you think I was going to ask a Poku question?
I did. I did not think about that until I saw his face. It was a different segment I wanted to ask y'all about for tomorrow about Josh Green moving into the starting lineup. But as soon as I saw Corey's face, I was like, "Oh crap, that's not what I meant to do."
Your face, Mike. You just don't.
No, that is not. That was not the point of that.
We were out of time, but I was like, "What if I asked a question? Hey, do you think that Poku guy stunk?"
I seriously looked at your face and I thought for sure that's what you were going to ask.
I love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, college football on a Tuesday. Fair awards, unfair awards, and perhaps the most explosive game in the sports history. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
To win the 2022 Army-Navy game. Moretzky straight on from 39 yards out to win the game in the second overtime. Belke gets it down. The kick is up by Moretzky. Plenty of distance. It's good! It's good! Quinn Moretzky, the pride of Honolulu, Hawaii, wins the 2022 Army-Navy game in double overtime. Your final score, Army 20, Navy 17.
Army is victorious during college football on a Tuesday. They had 153 yards of offense total in that game, and they won 20-17 over Navy. Immediately afterwards, the Navy coach got fired.
What?
Yeah,
They set sail, huh?
Oh no. He was the winningest coach in program history, 109-83, and he said, first of all, we got kicked in the gut. I was a little numb prior to him saying that in terms of getting fired. So most of it I couldn't comprehend. I'm like, Chet, why don't you take some time to relax? And he said, well, it's been building. I wonder how many people have been in that situation where, like, you get fired or you know you're about to get fired, and they're like, well, let's think about this. And they're like, no, I've been thinking about it for a while. Or I guess that could...
I mean, relationships.
Yeah,
of
like
course.
a breakup, yes.
That's where the it's not you, it's me situation pops up, and you're like, what? Does that even mean?
No, you're like, it's definitely
both
me.
of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? It is you. I don't even want to talk to you anymore anyway.
So I believe that was the first overtime game, or certainly the first double overtime game in the 123 games between those two academies. The Navy still leads the all-time series over Army 62-54-7. Because remember, they used to be ties a lot more.
All right,
now
then.
Now there's never ties.
Did you see the uniforms during that game?
I did.
They're pretty dope.
Because
did you like the NASA helmet more, or did you like the Army helmets?
I think I like the NASA one. I watched this one more intently because Mike's been talking about, like, if we could go to the Army-Navy game.
I would say talk to Spittle, but they always want us to go.
Yeah, I was more intent on it. I think you just kind of wish sometimes, I guess, that the football was a little bit better, or they believed in the forward pass more, but it was entertaining.
I agree with you on the forward pass part. My question, though, is, and I don't know if this was ever answered, maybe somebody can help me out.
Okay.
I don't mind being dumb on this one. Me and my friend were watching the game, and we were like going like, hold on, NASA and the Navy? Is that their branch? Are they connected? Do you know that? Like Space Force is its own thing now.
Yeah, I feel like I should know that.
So, but I don't know. I'm gonna look this. I guess I gotta look this up now. Are Navy and NASA connected? Because
Jess's family is going to be so mad at me for not knowing that. So, I mean, my brother-in-law was in the Navy, and then we have multiple family members there that were part of NASA, so I probably should know
The Navy, along with other U.S. military organizations, benefit directly from applied research taking place at NASA.
That makes sense.
So, yeah, they do have a cooperation in the 21st century.
Would you be excited about, and are you anticipating the word on the street that Texas and Oklahoma, there's growing sentiment that they will join the SEC 1 year sooner? Like, remember when we talked about some of these media rights and TV deals a few months back, it looked like they would stand firm until 2025. But now, Brett Murphy said yesterday that there was momentum for Oklahoma and Texas to leave the Big 12 for the SEC sooner and in time for the 2024 season.
Okay. Kevin, I just wanted to add this real quick.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking it up. That is recognizing famed naval aviator and Navy astronaut Bruce McCandles II.
Okay.
So that was what the helmet, that person
That
was him.
makes sense.
So there you go. I want to add that.
Now, I know normally you would not care about this game. I'm going to try to convince you that you should. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 8 for the quarterfinals of the SCS playoffs.
Some time. And Dunaway heaves to the end zone. With the season on the line, that ball is incomplete. An Incarnate Word is going to the semifinals for the first time.
Incarnate Word defeated Sacramento State by the astonishing final score of 66-63.
Of course they did.
The over-under was 78 points. So, they just beat it by 51 points, which is pretty darn good. There was more than 1,300 yards of offense in that game, including Sacramento State ran 109 plays for 738 yards, and they lost.
Did you say the difference in rushing yards and passing yards?
Ooh, I do not have that at the ready.
It feels like this game is, unless they were just breaking it open for lots of running plays.
Yeah.
Feels like it was the antithesis of the Army-Navy game.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. So 129 points is an FCS postseason record. So congratulations to Incarnate Word. They have the semifinals this weekend. Do you want to go to the fair award or the unfair award?
I love the State Fair at Texas.
State
I
Fair's
haven't been in
great.
a while, but I love the Fletcher's Corny Dogs.
Yeah.
Okay, we will go with cut number 7. Here is the fair award for Heisman Trophy.
A lot of people think this is the most prestigious individual honor in all the sports. And the winner for 2022, Caleb Williams, Southern Cal.
So, Caleb Williams.
Sound like Brad Leland, our guest in our band.
Man, he was
Buddy
awesome.
Garrity. He was
at
great.
Jared's event on Sunday. Caleb Williams, 47 touchdowns this season, the most in USC history, beats out Maxaw Duggan, who finished second.
Still not.
He was TCU's first Heisman finalist since LaDainian Tomlinson in 2000, with Stetson Bennett and CJ Stroud rounding out the finalists. But what about the unfair award?
Did you hear the line, though, from Caleb Williams? Or is it maybe
was he sad about not being in the playoffs?
Yeah, he was like, hey, I won this, but you guys get to be in the college playoffs. And I don't know if that's an actual line, but I saw it on TikTok.
I do know that he made mention of not being in the playoff because all 3 of the other ones.
Y'all get to go play in the big one, and I'm stuck over here with this stupid trophy.
Poor Michigan. Nobody cares.
That they made Reggie Bush give back.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I know some people give the Heisman Trophy back to him. And I was like, hold on. So he won it. He would have to give it back, and then he would get it back again?
I would have just melted it down.
Now, and turned it into what?
Something they couldn't find. I'd be like, come find the trophy if you want it that bad.
You'd go play chess. So let's talk about the Mackey Award for tight ends. All right. You brought this to my attention. It is astonishing. So it came down to Brock Bowers of Georgia and Michael Mayer of Notre Dame. Bowers, 52 catches. Mayer, 67. Bowers, 726 yards. Mayer, 809. Bowers, 6 touchdowns. Mayer, 9. And Mayer is a better blocker. So with all that in mind, they decided instead to go with Brock Bowers of Georgia over Michael Mayer of Notre Dame, despite the fact that Mayer was better in every category. And if you go off of PFF, they had Bowers at 7th and Mayer as their top tight end.
That wouldn't make sense. Other than I have no clue what the panel was thinking here, or maybe they were just like, well, maybe they all just kind of threw darts at it. By the way, Kevin from the 972, did Kevin just say Hacksaw Jim Duggan?
Maxaw. So we either went with Hacksaw Max Duggan or Maxaw Duggan.
Maxaw's pretty cool.
Yeah. And so...
makes me feel like I want one of those saws, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. They would do the
Maxaw.
most. Now, Deion Sanders already making an impact at Colorado. They picked up the number 8 running back in the class of 2023. And you remember how he said that his son was going to come in and be the quarterback, but he'd have to earn it. Well, one Colorado...
This is your quarterback right here.
Yeah, one Colorado...
I mean, he's going to have to earn it.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, hold on.
One Colorado quarterback's like, you know what? I don't believe you, and I'm probably not going to... He didn't say that, but
man.
He's not going to stick around to find out because he already hit the transfer portal.
Man, that portal gets hit a lot.
Well, I mean, especially because Deion said, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go to the transfer portal. It's fine.
You ever think that portal is like, man, I am exhausted, or like that it gets like bottlenecked every once in a while?
Don't feel like it's like a sentient thing or anything like that.
See, whenever they say transfer portal, I think of maybe it's
Rick and Morty.
No, I think one of the Star Wars movies where they're trying to go. Maybe it's the Rogue One movie where they're trying to go through that one place. But that's what I think of.
Or are you thinking about Mario Brothers when you go down the tube?
Oh man, the tube's so cool.
Now, this isn't football, but as long as we're in the arena of college sports, just wanted to throw it out there real quick. Did you see that, not surprisingly, Texas suspended their basketball head coach, Chris Beard, without pay following the domestic violence arrest? And
you think they know everything they need to know?
If they know it already, that would be pretty surprising. I wonder what his future is going to be. Because remember yesterday, some people are floating out the idea that, like, Chris Beard punched his daughter's fiance because he had hit her. And if that's the case, then you're like, I get it.
Yeah.
At least I do. But looks like maybe that's not what happened, though. I know he said, she said comes up a lot in this. But the woman in question is allegedly Chris Beard's fiance. And she told the police, quote, Beard choked me, threw me off the bed, bit me. I have bruises all over my leg. He threw me around and was going nuts. She said the choking lasted for about 5 seconds and prevented her from breathing. And again, I realize the police are still doing their investigation. There's a lot going on, but if that is true, I don't see
very damning.
How he avoids jail time. Well, actually, I do see how he avoids jail time because we know how society goes. I don't see how he continues to coach. For Texas or or
no matter how successful.
General,
like that, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. And then Joey, just for you, if you want to go ahead and fire off cut number 3, let's hear it.
Right back around to him at the point, looking for a tip, comes loose and scored! Right to Rope Hintz. 19 seconds into the game, Dallas storms out of the gates.
Unfortunately, that would be their only goal of the game, as they were defeated by the Pittsburgh Penguins 2-1. We had been on a roll. The Stars had won 0 one-goal games all season, and then they won 2 back-to-back, and we were feeling good, but now we're back to the old ways, where they lose 2-1.
Your thoughts, Joey?
They played a much better defensive game than they had in recent weeks. I will give them that. The game-winning goal the Penguins got, good play by Ottinger to go out, poke check it, happened to go right to the stick of Malkin. So what can you do? You would have loved to get a point, though. That really sucks. So hopefully we can pick up 2 tonight.
In a lot of those one-goal losses, they did at least get it to overtime, and you did at least get that 1 point.
Absolutely, and this is a big road trip for them. They're playing a lot of good teams. It's the start of a 5-game road trip, so they need to get as many points as possible before they come back home.
This is why, Kevin, we need to bring back the shootout in regular season so that we can... The purest way to decide sports is shootouts.
You with that and with the PKs and everything like that, just trying to agitate people who like the sport being finished the way it's been played almost the entire time.
Or the correct way.
The Stars still tied with the Jets for first in the Central, though obviously the Jets have 2 games in hand. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It coming up in just 1 second, but first...
Let's go to Diamond Factory!
But even before that...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
Momentarily!
Will win a pair of tickets to go see Brian Regan. The comedian will be performing at the Will Rogers Auditorium on January 20th as part of the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo Auditorium concert series. You can buy tickets at livenation.com, or you can win them for free right now. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, some Mike Likes It.
All right, so I want to do a little bit of baseball nuggets here, okay? Matt Moore. I think the Rangers really need to try to re-sign that guy, because if you're planning on competing, right? Chris Young, Bruce Bochy, a lot of the people, those are the 2 most important, have said, look, our plan is to compete in 2023. Yes, there's a little bit longer term lens on this team, but also they believe that they can maybe sneak into the playoffs this upcoming season. Well, if that's going to happen, it's a lot different pitching in August and September in the bullpen than it is. I should say it's a lot different when you are in the heat of a playoff battle than it is when you're 20 games under 500 or more. And last year, the Rangers had to go through 4 or 5 different closers. Matt Moore had to do it, but he never was really given the job. There was obviously Barlow, who didn't work out. There was Leclerc. There was Hernandez. There was a couple other guys that you kind of ran through that if you plan on winning more than 85 games, you need a closer and a guy that you can really rely on. And I'm not saying Matt Moore is that guy, but Matt Moore was outstanding in the 6th, 7th, 8th innings. So I haven't seen a lot of news on him. And I know that news on most guys right now is the big name free agents. Chris Bassett just recently signed with the Blue Jays yesterday, 3 for $62.
I know you kind of gave us a heads up that's like, we're probably done spending at that level for pitching, but were you disappointed at all? Because that was not too over the top for him.
No, and I think that would have been a great guy to add to your rotation, but I do think the Rangers look at it as we have DeGrom, Perez, Gray, Odorizzi, Heaney, and I get that those guys might not be in your rotation, or maybe, hey, you watch their innings pitched and they bounce back and forth between starting and relieving type of deal. And then you have Dane Dunning and Glenn Otto, what I would say the 2 guys that were in the rotation last year that could be a 5th starter for you if you want to do something different with the 2 veteran guys on the end. But yeah, it just goes to show you, like Chris Bassett, if he's healthy, that's a pretty good deal, because he's going to have an ERA in the high 2s, low 3s, and give you, I'm going to guess, 10 to 15 wins. I know wins isn't a huge stat anymore in starting pitching. I think to starting pitchers it is, but to maybe fans looking at, you look at more of, hey, what's your whip? What's your ERA?
Right.
What's all those different things? But
Did you know all those things when you, like, while you were pitching?
No clue. Okay. Batting average against, yes. Thought that was a big one, which mine wasn't very good. But I thought wins, hey, I do think there's something too in the 6th, 7th inning. If you do have a lead, can you keep that lead and then turn it to your bullpen with, let's say, 9 or less outs to go?
Okay.
Because, like, I do agree with Al Leiter here. Don't complain about the bullpen blowing a lead if you didn't pitch 7 innings.
Okay.
If you give that bullpen more than 6 outs, you gave them too much to handle there. Now, look, if it's 10-1 after 6 innings and for some reason they take you out, that's a different scenario. But you leave a game winning 4-2 and you pitch 6 innings and you're like, those guys didn't get the last 9 outs of the game. That's quite a bit to ask. Now, the game has changed, but still, that is a lot of things can happen in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning.
Absolutely.
And so he always felt like, which I agreed with, look, if you leave them 6 outs and they don't get you those 6 outs, let's have a powwow over, dang, our bullpen stinks.
Not that you're not, like, intently watching the game anyway, but, like, let's say you didn't have to chart pitches or anything like that. You're watching the game more intently when it's still on your start in your record, right, than you normally would?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not maybe watching every pitch. Maybe the night before, usually you'd watch, I would say, the most intently, as in because it's almost like your last bit of education on what you're going to do the next day. But the emotion, maybe the word is like the emotion of that game has way more than you would have in the day before, because there's nothing you can do. The day after, there's nothing you can do. You're watching it. But when you have a win on the line, because I do think, like it or not,
I've just always been curious about that.
If a guy gets to 20 wins, you have a chance to win the Cy Young. If you get to 20 wins, you're getting now 20 or 30 or $40 million a year. If your ERA is like 4 and you win 20 games, I do think that it becomes this debate on how much to pay. But man, if you get to 20 wins, that's really special, I still think, in today's game, which is very tough to do, because usually to win games, you have to pitch 7 innings or more to rack up that many W's.
From the 214, are we out on Rodon? And I did see
he's still
available.
The Yankees are apparently, according to the New York Post, preparing to offer him a formal offer.
Right.
Today, And he's like in the 200 million 7-year range is kind of what he's looking for.
I know that this hasn't happened in recent history, and obviously there was a lockout last year, so that kind of threw things off. I would say most big-time free agents would like to be signed before Christmas time.
Yep.
So I do think that this week is a big week, and the weekend and Monday, because usually most front offices almost have this kind of unwritten rule in place. When you get to the day before Christmas Eve, the 23rd through like the 26th is almost like business shuts down. And sometimes it kind of shuts down until January 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like there's this Christmas Eve to January 1st where teams just stop working. It's like, enjoy your family. We're not going to talk to agents. You guys want to enjoy your family as players. And then we restart business on January 2nd. So a lot of players are like, man, there's a deal on the table I really like. It'd be really nice when I go see my parents, when I go see maybe my wife's parents, that we know where we're going instead of answering all those questions. Well, where are you guys going? What are you thinking about? Who's the teams that have offered you? What have they offered? And you're just like, if you have it done, it kind of makes the holidays better.
Plus, you have Christmas money to spend on your family at that point.
Man, I better get a sweet present. I was actually going to ask if you would take that time then like to maybe transfer school districts if you had kids or anything like that. I don't know how all of that works.
I've unluckily, never really had
Sorry,
that situation.
Mike. Yeah.
A good person to ask is, I believe Marcus Simeon moved here. I mean, I know he did move here. I don't know if Corey Seager moved here. I also don't know. This is where I just don't get too much into personal lives. I don't know if Corey Seager's married. I don't know how many kids he has.
He is married.
Or
I don't know that he has kids.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know all the personal things. I do know Marcus Simeon is married, does have kids, and did move here. I don't know like where he moved in the Metroplex, but I know that he did move his whole family here and somewhat his whole life here. Have this question for you guys. As this offseason keeps progressing, I've heard absolutely nothing about Joey Gallo. Like, literally nothing.
No kidding.
Why not?
And here is what he batted in 2020, 181 in the COVID season. He batted 199 for the Rangers/Yankees in 2021. And last year for the Dodgers and Yankees, he batted 160.
Oh.
In 2019, he did bat 253 for the Texas Rangers. For his career, he is a 199 batting average. I ask you guys this question. As this keeps progressing.
No.
1 year, $5 million.
No.
Would you sign him to be your left fielder for $1 million?
Is Conforto still out there?
$5 million. Yeah, he is.
Right. No. I would rather go with Conforto for one.
Okay.
For two, I agree with Evan Grant on this particular piece. Reunions don't always go how fans expect them to go.
Okay.
And I don't want to put a guy, I don't want even the expectation that it's okay to hit 160 on my team. I don't even want people to think that that's all right.
I have the opposite guy for you, which is getting a little bit of Rangers love. I don't know what his market's going to be because he's the opposite of today's game. Andrew Benintendi. Andrew Benintendi last year batted 304. His on base was 373. His OPS was 772. He only had 5 home runs. He is a guy that gets a lot of singles.
Yeah.
He gets on base. His on base percentage is 373. He does not have much power at all. I mean, his career year is 20 home runs. You're looking at probably...
Is he Josh Smith then? Do you already have
I mean,
him?
you hope Josh Smith is that guy.
Okay.
He's a good outfielder. What you're doing with Josh Smith is you are throwing him into a position where he's really athletic, and you're just hoping his athleticism and then experience makes him somewhat of a left fielder. And I think Josh Smith's role will be playing a whole bunch of different positions as like a 10th guy on a team or 11th guy on a team, and that will be Josh Smith's role in the major leagues for 10 to 15 years if he's lucky enough and healthy enough and is successful enough. Benintendi, I believe, is a everyday outfielder, but he's the complete and total opposite of Joey Gallo. If you see what
Does
Joey
the
Gallo
shift change that? And then the defense is what I'm interested in maybe Gallo most for.
Yeah, and Gallo's a very good defensive player. Benintendi's a very good defensive player. Gallo has a better arm. Gallo has arguably the best arm in baseball. With Adolis Garcia has arguably the best arm in baseball too.
So your corners could be unbelievable. What about
so you're in on Joey if it's a 1 year, like under $10 million?
I think so.
Somewhere between $5 and $8 million.
I do think so.
You're not.
I'm not.
I get it, but I think I'm going to say yes.
No, it's okay to be wrong.
I figured that out today.
I did read in an article, which is interesting to me. Baltimore played above their skis last year and led by Adley Rushman, who when he came up the number 1 overall pick in 2019 was great and almost won Rookie of the Year. Julio Rodriguez won it. They only have $73 million committed to their team next year. And they have literally, if you want to look at it this way, $0 committed to their team in 2024. Like, they don't have anybody under contract. Now, Adley Rushman is under control, but if they wanted to just release him, they wouldn't owe him any money. So don't get me wrong in that they do have players that would be on their team 2 years from now. But it's interesting that Baltimore did what they did, and they haven't done really anything in the offseason. They actually said, why wouldn't Baltimore be offering Rodon a huge contract and going, hey, you can say no to us, but we literally have $0 committed to our 2024 team and only 73 committed to next year's team.
Okay, so 2 things. First of all, are you telling me we need to watch out because the Baltimore Orioles are about to potentially be good for a potentially long amount of time?
If they want to spend money, do they want to just be the Oakland Athletics of the East?
Which can be good enough, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough with Boston, New York. As much as we look at maybe we're spending money, the Rangers are spending money, I don't think we can be the New York Yankees or the Boston Red Sox in that.
Yeah.
Houston does have a dynasty going, and they have everything locked in for the next couple years. And I just was looking at Benintendi and Joey Gallo as 2 total opposites. By the way, Benintendi, you're going to have to sign to a multi-year contract. There are teams interested in him, but Joey Gallo, I haven't heard a peep
Me neither.
Anybody wanting Joey Gallo in the major leagues next year. And I'm sure he's going to sign a major league contract. But like literally, he did turn down from the Rangers. I believe it was just under $20 million. I think he could have maybe got $20 million a year, like on a 4-year, $80 million deal, but said no. And that's why he got traded.
And we talked about it. So Aaron Judge bet on himself and he won. Joey Gallo bet on himself and he lost, at least for now.
Yeah. Probably, a lot of money that he lost by just not saying yes to a very comfortable situation.
Absolutely, because they thought he was going to be that, I don't know if Aaron Judge is the right comparison, but he was going to be that big money, big power guy that could get paid.
And by the way, my dad's guy, Kyle Muller, and I say he hasn't worked with Kyle Muller since he graduated from Jesuit, but he got traded to the Oakland Athletics. So you will be seeing, if you are a friend of Kyle Muller and kind of follow his career but don't follow the MLB offseason, he's going to be pitching against the Rangers quite a bit. Even though the schedule's changed a little bit, he's going to be an Oakland Athletic, and good for him. I don't know what he was going to do with Atlanta except pitch in AAA. Now he becomes a top 3 starter in Oakland's organization.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Did you hear what Jerry Jones said this morning? I did.
I did.
Next in the Fan.
Hey guys, Mike. Got good to be on with you guys.
You're about to be masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike is always everywhere you want to be. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. Mike is Visa, essentially.
Yes.
Everywhere you want to be.
I'm so glad you knew that reference.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. You got to see, that's how I dream to be. A dream I move, a dream I groove, like Mike. If I could be like Mike, I want to be like Mike.
I like it, man. That's a good job. All right, fellas.
They wrote a whole song about me.
Well,
people ask us all the time. I had no idea that was going to happen. I don't think any of us did. So proud of you guys.
Yeah, that's how we do this, man. It's spontaneity.
It was either about Michael Jordan or Mike Bassett. I'm not sure.
You get to decide out there.
It couldn't have been about Michael Jordan because he goes by Michael Jordan.
Yeah, it's not like he's Mike Jordan. Nobody's ever called him Mike Jordan.
Oh, man.
Name one person.
I don't know.
Called him Mike Jordan and didn't get dunked on.
Nobody.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. Is he was just like, all right, now I got to dunk on you. Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ this morning, where he did say that he was happy to be on with Mike. The T.Y. Hilton was signed yesterday. And let's go ahead and hit up cut 2 real quick right now. Why did y'all bring in T.Y. Hilton?
Well, of course, I've always admired him as the player he was there at Indianapolis, and knew that he was picking his team, so to speak, seriously. He had a lot of interest out there. We knew it. We've known it. And he, of course, was interested in what we're doing and what we're doing at this time. And so it was an opportunity for us. We took it, and he can really help us out. He's really one of the smartest receivers that I can remember. Kelvin Martin was such an influence when I first came with the Cowboys. And I've heard Michael Irvin give Kelvin Martin such credit for a lot of the things that happened in his career. But the thing that always stood out about Kelvin Martin was how smart he played the game. And T.Y. has some of those characteristics and got a lot of speed, runs really well, and, of course, is ready to go.
First off, when he says Kelvin Martin, my mind just instantly, it's nostalgia. Like,
Sure.
Jerry's good at throwing out a name and you're like, oh, man, I don't even know what he's talking about right now because I'm just thinking back to all those times that Kmart was out there doing his thing.
And then he made sure to talk about how Michael Irvin gave him great advice. And
So this is where I wanted to ask this question to you on that part of this specifically. When he threw that out there, because Jerry, I think Broadus has told us this many times.
I think Kmart told him buy a house near Valley Ranch. And
jeez, Mike. I want to dare you to finish that sentence, but I know I will lose. So
there's this city
that way you can
Frisco.
be really close
Uh-huh.
to the practice facility, and you'll never be late to practice. And make it white, or call it white.
No, I get it. And it's a house.
Yeah. We can
So-
do Bible study there.
Oh my God.
Sundays before the game. The
oh my God.
My question though is, Broadus says a lot of times the best way to get your guy is to give Jerry a comp for him. That Jerry can be like, oh, okay, I see it now. And I do wonder if he called Michael Irvin and was like, all right, what do you think about this T.Y. Hilton guy? And he was like, reminds me of Kelvin Martin. And I wonder if that was part of the conversation that helped kind of push that through a little more too. Because I could
Close
totally
to the same age.
I could totally see.
I mean, look,
Man, that
Corey,
is valid.
it's going to be
He's old.
disingenuous if we talk about what a baller signing
Yeah.
this is. In this same segment a day ago,
Yep.
we all were like, yeah, he's probably washed. I do want to say for the record, though, I pointed out, I was like, oh, past his prime, but somebody you would have used to want to have? That sounds like a Cowboys signing to me.
Yeah, the Cowboys always do that. Let's go to cut 4 then, because this is an interesting question and perspective. Did you get T.Y. Hilton because your wide receiver core is struggling?
Well, no. The real, for his availability has a lot to do with it, but I think that we have continued to look for a speed element, being able to have a player that can give those secondaries something else to think about out there as our core base of receivers are basically doing their thing, and he does that. He's a receiver that the defense will have to honor, and when he does, he'll make it better for Wilson. He'll make it, not Wilson, but Brown, and he'll make it better for, of course, with Lamb, and so I'm glad. I'm glad's not the word for it. I'm excited the fact that he's available.
So I do feel like there's, when he's kind of talking about that, there's this idea that maybe Brown and him will be on the field together, as like a second unit of receivers. But my question to you guys
We'll get
is,
Cedric Wilson back next year.
yeah, do you guys think that the Cowboys receiving group is struggling? Are you concerned about them, or do you think they're doing pretty well?
I don't, but I do also see the appeal of when you picked up Jason Peters, is you might be like, oh, that's a nice little insurance policy, and now not so much of an insurance policy, or, forcing Joseph and Nashawn Wright to have more of an impact, or, whether you've seen Bland and Clark play more across the board. It's just, I support getting talent for a minimum amount, and I know people will be like, is he still talented though? But
I don't know.
I think the receiving core has been doing fine, but if something were to happen, I think that's when the panic steps in.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I think it's tough because last year, if you look at what he averaged in his 10 games, it would be 2.3 catches for 33 yards a game. So that's kind of what you're getting.
Yep. Yeah.
23 catches last year for 331 yards in his 10 games. The year before, it was better, but not tons better. He played in 15 games, had 56 catches for 762 and 5 touchdowns. It's tough because he was a premium receiver in the NFL from 2013 through 2018. He was premium, but you're getting a guy who's kind of done. But if you have an injury, or he makes one play for you against the Philadelphia Eagles in the divisional round, and it helps you get a first down that you needed, or causes a pass interference or something, then you're like, man, I'm glad we did that. But I don't think you should expect 4 catches for 72 yards and a touchdown.
I like that theory, though.
And I know tomorrow we'll talk more about why the Cowboys are interesting, but they are because of the headlines you see. Yeah. I saw one this morning that said, Cowboys finally get their impact free agent receiver. And I was like, what?
They were trolling with that headline.
And then I saw another local person was like, Cowboys pick up 4-time Pro Bowler T.Y. Hilton. And I was like, that's true, but do you have to point out the last time was 5 years ago?
No, Kevin, do you not remember when they were able to snag a Hall of Fame tackle this year?
He does say that a lot.
That's
like,
Jerry,
Jason Peters. He's a Hall of Famer.
Last segment, Joey Gallo batted 253.
Yep.
In 2019.
Go to cut 5 here. Does this mean that you're out on Odell Beckham Jr.?
Of course, we wouldn't have been interested in Odell had he not had the kind of talent that certainly can last to the spring, so to speak. But I think it's fair to say that he's an outstanding receiver. He's, as you well know, he's not ready to play today. That's important, but he will be ready come spring, and he's a receiver that I think would fit any team. And so I want to easily say there's going to be continued interest in Odell.
Okay, Corey, if I may.
All right.
This answer took me on a little bit of a roller coaster because most of that sounded like probably not, and then maybe next year we'll think about it. But then at the very end, he was like, but I don't know if I would say we're out on him for this year because that
you
was...
want to hear cut 6?
Yeah, is that the Sean follow-up? I thought this was a really great follow-up question from Sean to push him on that.
But is it safe to say he won't be on this year's version of the Dallas Cowboys?
No, I wouldn't go that far if you'll include the playoffs.
Bam.
I thought that was a great follow-up question by Sean. Bravo. And he did keep it alive because then I was like, oh, well, okay. Because you can't rule it out. Now,
that means we have to do at least one segment per day.
No. Every logical part of my being knows we're not going to sign him. But then when he was like, well, not if you include the playoffs. And I was like, well, why would we not include the playoffs?
What if he's ready for the playoffs and he can be a difference maker?
Then I'm fine with them signing it. But how did they not know that
Kevin,
the other day?
I just want you to imagine lining up against this. All right. You got CD on the inside. You got T.Y. Hilton. And then you got Noah Brown, Michael Gallup. All out there, and somewhere in the world exists Tony Pollard. And now who are you gonna cover, dude? with Odell Beckham Jr. out there too. Who are you going to cover in the playoffs, bro?
Wildcat to Pollard.
Yeah.
What?
That'll freak them all out.
Time. He's waiting for the playoffs.
All right, so that's it from Jerry this morning. He was really good. He had some interesting thoughts this morning. I always enjoy Jerry Jones, especially when he gives Mike his credit the way he should.
He does.
Can you imagine if Turpentine doesn't return any touchdowns this whole regular season and then returns a touchdown every playoff game?
Oh my God. Yeah, we're going to go to the Super Bowl.
You just said if T.Y. Hilton makes one play to help you beat the Eagles or whoever in that championship game, that it's worth the move. That would pay dividends.
Let me ask you guys this question off of T.Y. Hilton. Would you rather T.Y. Hilton be out there at wide receiver in crucial games or Turpentine?
Hilton.
I think so too.
Okay.
I understand the speed element, but I don't know if I can trust Turpentine yet. That's my thing. I think I can trust a T.Y. Hilton, but he muffed the punt. And so now I'm like, hold on. This is your thing. You're good at this. So that's the part there for me. Somebody said, what's this signing say about James Washington? It says that they haven't seen anything from him. Like, they got to see like a practice and a half from him.
Look, and it's the same thing it's always said about James Washington. He's a guy. He's a guy. You can find plenty of him in the NFL.
Yeah, I was really hoping that he could show that when he was playing with Ben Roethlisberger, that Ben just couldn't get him the ball anymore. But, the injury hurt him there. So, tomorrow, Kevin, we're going to be at Diamond Factory.
Just us three?
Me.
13719 Omega Road. Be there or be square.
I think it's like a mile away from the Galleria. So if you want to go like ice skating at the Galleria and come get some diamonds, you can do that tomorrow. But the cool part about it too, Mike, is
double ice day.
Us three will be there. Kevin may or may not wear his Batman tie.
You guys told me not to dress the same.
Derek Holland is going to be there. Hanging out with us, doing radio and having fun. So if you want to come out and hang out at Diamond Factory, where they have diamonds everywhere, and see a former pro pitcher and a pitcher who's trying to make his one more run, then you got to come out and hang out with Derek Holland and Mike Bassick and us. We'll be there. Plus,
they're going to be giving away an autographed Dak Prescott helmet.
This is a Tolo's dream. If you take the day off tomorrow or take your lunch break off tomorrow.
I can't come into work
You will be working, trust me.
Okay.
Take the day off tomorrow, other people, not you, Mike. And just come hang out with us at Diamond Factory tomorrow. There's so many opportunities, so many things we can do there. Plus, didn't you say they have happy hour, Kevin?
Yes, they do.
Oh, yeah.
Man, and I don't drink, but they have some top shelf booze up there.
You don't drink alcohol.
That is true.
You drink water.
That is true. I don't drink alcohol.
Drink water all the time.
I usually feel like people know that is implied, but that is a good correction right there.
It was crazy when I said they had Wellers, and your eyes perked up, and you were like, "Oh, they brought the good stuff out." And I was like, "How did you know that?" Oh, that's different, Mike.
And then apparently, I might have to agree with everything Mike says tomorrow. That might have been the agree.
If you request an autograph from Mike, he will autograph it with a snap on it.
If you'd like it, I'll ask.
Yeah. He won't be like, oh, guess what? You're getting it whether you want or not. I don't think that is going to happen.
I can't wait to see everybody tomorrow.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can talk about all the famous people being sued via the crypto lawsuit or the NBA renaming and reimagining their awards. Plus, we will talk with AEW wrestler, former tag team champion, and son of Luke Perry, Jungle Boy. All of it next right here on The Fan.
All day.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are going to talk with Jungle Boy in just a minute. By the way, let me know if you're going out to Winter is Coming tomorrow night at the Curtis Colwell Center in Garland. Always see a bunch of Tolos out there, and it is a fun time.
Are you going to be there?
Probably. I love me some AEW.
It's right next to your house.
That is very true. That helps as well. You seemed intrigued. Did you see, because Mike, you'd asked a lot about this, is the crypto fall of certain platforms, including FTX, there's been a lawsuit that has roped in Tom Brady, David Ortiz.
Is it because they promoted it? Like they gave commercials on it?
Correct. And you know what the interesting about that? There is precedent. There was another crypto company, I'm drawing a blank, that I think Floyd Mayweather Jr. endorsed, and that lawsuit got tossed out because the judge was like, while celebrities do lend themselves and their credibility to certain products, it is also on the consumer to a certain extent to make their own decisions and research and everything like that. So just keep an eye out on that. Is some high profile athletes have been, caught up in this lawsuit.
Man, that is kind of a terrifying thing as an endorser to be like, I don't know, I didn't know enough at the time about this, or and now I'm going to get sued for all this crud.
Now, right now, we have with us on the line, and I believe popping up in our Zoom, AEW wrestler, former tag team champion, and the son of Luke Perry, in case you wanted to know that. It is Jungle Boy. Good afternoon, sir.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Man, we're excited to have you on. It is an interesting deal right now looking at our Zoom as you are sideways, in our Zoom at the moment.
Oh, you got it. He fixed it. Look at that. He's a solution guy.
All right, so we had Sting on yesterday, so that is the bar that we are already comparing the interview to. I don't want to put a lot of pressure on you, but that's what we're working on. I got to know, before we get into Winter is Coming and your career and everything like that, we're the official station of the Dallas Cowboys, but I believe you're from L.A. Do you have a fiery football or sports fandom in general?
Not really, to be honest. I've been to a couple basketball games. I've been to a football game or two, but it's not my thing really. But I like the atmosphere, the energy. It's a good time, but no, I wouldn't say so overall.
He's a free agent then. So it sounds like we can bring him into the Cowboys fandom at some point if we can convince him.
Yeah, to promote the show, we'll just say an avid Cowboys fan. We can make that happen. Absolutely.
I feel I probably have to have some allegiance to the Jacksonville Jaguars, maybe. I have here, I snuck it out one time, but a Jacksonville Jaguars weightlifting belt. So probably for that, I'll have to go with them.
Well,
we're playing Jacksonville this week, Kevin.
You're not doing a great job helping encourage fans to get here in the Metroplex. I know they'll probably be there anyway, and the event's going to be sold out because it's super fun. But the Cowboys are playing the Jaguars this week, so of all the weeks for you to be a Jags fan, this is not the week.
Well, no one warned me. I didn't know.
It's okay. Mike's a huge Jacksonville Jaguars fan, so everything's going to be okay. You and Mike can team up against the Cowboys on this one.
Oh, very good.
Now, I was curious if you could tell us, I know like wrestling fans are very familiar with your career and how you got into it, but for the people that don't know, is it in fact your dad that got you into wrestling? And can you tell us how that started and how you decided this is what I want to do?
It wasn't actually. It was a couple friends of mine when I was a little kid showed me wrestling for the first time. And I pretty much immediately fell in love with it. And I had a trampoline in my backyard, and I decided that it was time to start my wrestling career on my trampoline with my little sister.
Did she decide that too, or you decided for her?
No. So I would go out there and try all these moves that I was seeing on the TV. And it got to the point it was getting pretty wild. And at that point, my parents said, if this is something you actually want to do, you have to do it with other people who want to do it. And we'll find you a place to go learn. And they did. And I was in the 4th grade at that time, but they found a guy who had a ring in his yard, and I went and took lessons and all that. And then I got out of it and back in, and it's a long, winding road. But yeah, I ended up here.
Do you remember the wrestlers that you watched first, or the wrestlers you fell in love with?
Yeah, as a kid, my favorite was John Cena. I feel like he was really kind of in his prime at that time. He was the go-to. I liked Rey Mysterio a lot. Those are my main two, pretty much.
So what I just learned is, because my son does the same thing with my daughter on the trampoline, I need to like nurture this more and give him more opportunity to go find another path here instead of just beating up on his little sister.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a sign of good things to come, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of people do that and it doesn't end up great. So who knows?
I like that. A little bit of a mixed message is probably not,
Everybody
but
has a
never
different
stop
path.
chasing your dreams.
Yeah,
I
for
like
real.
that. I
Yeah.
like that right there. I'm curious in terms of your career right now. Is the last pay-per-view, you opened up the show in the cage, get the win. How much momentum does that create going forward into, we're just a few weeks removed from that?
Yeah, I would like to think a lot. That was crazy for me. I thought it was kind of a bold decision to have the cage match open up the pay-per-view.
Yep.
I think it was really cool. That was probably my favorite match that I've ever had. And then obviously to get the win at the end of it felt great. I would like to think that puts me in a pretty good spot. You know, there are so many people there and so many things going on at all times. In fact, sometimes it's easy to get kind of lost in the shuffle. But you know, I think this next year is going to be a big year, and I am kind of looking forward to riding that momentum into the new year.
I was kind of curious along those lines is you've been a tag team champion. When we talk about like the pillars of AEW, and I know some substitutions have been made here and there by some people, is what do you think about MJF, who was one of those guys and is now the world champion, which I can only assume is the ultimate goal of you and all of the wrestlers in AEW?
Yeah, trying to think of the best way to put this.
Oh my gosh, this could be awesome.
Pretty much what you see. He's not a great time. I don't know. I'm trying not to swear or say anything too terrible. He's not the best.
So I will maybe this will help out, or maybe this will just reinforce what you're doing your best not to say, which I appreciate it, is my co-host Mike, former Major League pitcher. I took him to Winter is Coming last year, and you had the 1 hour draw, which was amazing.
Yes, that was cool.
I know he hadn't seen wrestling since like back in the Sportatorium days in the 80s. And I was like, this show is going to blow your freaking mind. But he gravitated to, he would always say, who's the scarf guy again? So he obviously kind of gravitated towards MJF and agreed that he's kind of a jackass a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I would say he's not a nice guy on camera or off, but what he's doing seems to be working, and people seem to like it. So I guess that's the goal.
I'm always a little weary of kind of leaning into these questions a little bit. You are in a relationship with Anna Jay, correct?
Yes.
All right. The world of relationships in wrestling is, y'all travel all over the place. You have all this stuff going on. Is it chaos having a relationship, or is it a little bit easier because that person's like right there with you all the time?
It's a little bit of both. The schedule's not your typical schedule. But I think we've kind of fell into the groove of what it is. And then we see each other outside of work as well. But I don't know. I think we make it work well for us. It's definitely not your typical relationship and schedule in that sense, but it's not bad for me.
When you're done with a match, how long does it take you to recover? What are some special things that you have to do or wrestlers have to do to recover that maybe a baseball player, basketball player doesn't have to do to recover to make that next start or to play that next game?
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe I should figure out some better answers than what I have. Normally, on a day I have to wrestle, I can't really eat too much. I can only normally eat fruit, and this might be too much information, but I am prone to nervous puking before I go out. I'm freaking out. So I pretty much am wrestling on empty every time I'm ever wrestling. So as soon as I get back, I'm hungry and I'm ready to go. And I'm kind of trying to eat what I haven't eaten all day. So that's sort of my routine or whatever. I don't know. I could probably sleep a little more. I know some people take ice baths. I can't do that. It's too cold. I don't know. It's wacky though. It's kind of people do some wild stuff. So I don't know. I guess mine is eat.
Okay. What were the nervous pukes made even worse before Full Gear? Because you talked about like the pressure situation and that being a huge match.
Oddly enough, I didn't do it before Full Gear, and I thought I was going to. I don't know. Something about it. I just felt calmer for some reason. I know Luchasaurus. I know him very well, sort of as a partner or as an opponent. Something about the cage, I don't know, kind of calmed me down in a way.
Now, go ahead.
I'm always curious about character building and how you like came up with your character, the design for it, and how much freedom you had, from the company to kind of to push what your idea was for what you wanted to do.
The idea was not really ever like a fully fleshed out idea by me. My thing, when I first started wrestling on the independents, I was in high school and I was wrestling in a dirty little warehouse for no money in front of 5 people. And I didn't want to use my real name because I felt like there were things that were kind of associated that or that went along with that. And there were questions I didn't want to answer. And I just wanted people to watch me wrestle. And it was always really important to me to either succeed or fail based on my own talents or lack thereof. So I picked some fake name that I ripped off from the TV, whatever. And the announcer for this wrestling match said, I have a nickname for you. And I said, okay, well, whatever, go for it. And he said Jungle Boy. And when he said that, I was like, are you kidding? Dude, that is so stupid. I cannot believe that you would call me that in front of a bunch of people. But by the end of the match, that's what the people were chanting. And I realized that, it's something fun. It's something kind of different than just another regular name. And I decided from there on to just go with that because that kind of, my idea was I'm Jungle Boy. I don't talk. I don't do this. You just have to watch me wrestle. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. And then over time, I kind of evolved, like I made it look more like a Jungle Boy or the animal print stuff. And then when I got to AEW, I got signed as Jungle Boy and I got put with Luchasaurus, which I thought was just so fantastic in a weird, crazy way. It's Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. And then we're going out there wrestling the best tag teams in the world and doing all this crazy stuff. And they just ran with it. And I thought that was really cool. And it felt like there was a lot of creative freedom in that aspect. No one ever kind of told me to change what I was doing or anything like that.
Man, I appreciate having you on very, very much. We talked about, I took Mike to Winter is Coming last year. It has become a tradition when we talk with Tony Khan. He always wants to have Winter is Coming here in the Metroplex at the Curtis Colwell Center in Garland tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time, good sir.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. There you go. Jungle Boy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Tomorrow night, Curtis Colwell Center in Garland. If you're interested in going out to the show, it's always a fun show. Big show, main event, Ricky Starks against MJF for the AEW World title. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Michael Jenkins helping you beat the book with BetQL. It's never too early to jump on an NFL line.
Classic Chevrolet, it all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find your roads. Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you couldn't tell, that was another goal scored during a Frankel spot. Argentina is now up on Croatia 2-0. Heading towards halftime in the first semifinal of the World Cup, one of the matches that AT&T Stadium will probably have in 4 years. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Outstanding, Hagee. How are you?
I'm good. Are you more outstanding on days where there is World Cup soccer than days that
it
are not?
improves. And then I could be worse, though, if the game's not going how I want it to. So,
okay, are you Team Argentina here?
Oh, he's got money on this thing. Is what the deal
great.
is. Yeah, he's got a lot of money.
This was my pick to win the World Cup, and when they lost the first
on.
game, I thought I was screwed.
This isn't Survivor pick kind of thing. This is real life things. And this isn't, you have to do something weird.
Yeah, I got involved in this contest where you could buy NFTs that represented each team. Okay, so in the very beginning, I had two. One was from Portugal and one was from USA. Well, you could keep buying other teams on the marketplace, but as the tournament went on and teams got eliminated, the NFTs representing the remaining teams became more expensive. So about 8 days ago, I had to pull the plug on buying new blocks, basically, in this contest. But before I pulled the plug, I bought 2 more Argentinas to give me a total of 3.
Nice.
Okay, so right now I'm sitting at 6 points in the semifinal, and if you win that, it's like 50 points. I'll rocket into the top 3, and that there's money involved. Is
this an FXT sponsored event you're doing right now?
No, not an FTX. By the way, Sam Bankman-Fried arrested in the Bahamas, going to be extradited.
Yeah,
big time.
Whoops.
All right, so today Mike asked all the football questions, and I had a football question that kind of, I don't know if stumped the right word, but I was looking at the Cowboys this offseason, and Terrence Steele, unfortunately, the bad news that is he going to be, like, at what point next year will he be able to play? Because it doesn't look like training camp's going to be a deal for him.
Maybe Halloween, maybe Thanksgiving.
Maybe a Michael Gallup situation, maybe a little bit worse. He's a free agent. Tony Pollard's a free agent. If you could only offer one of those guys a contract, let's say you have about $12.5 million to offer, who would you rather have, Tony Pollard or Terrence Steele, for the next 4 years?
That's an unfair question, Mike.
That's a good one, right?
Brian?
I
mean, isn't this something the Cowboys are going to have to strongly consider?
I would.
I'm loving watching Broadus think here.
I would take the right tackle here. I would take the right tackle is what I would do. Because I kind of feel like I've already started watching the college draft a little bit, and you might have a running back picked in the top 5 of this draft.
Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, and so with that being said, I think there's a pretty good group of. Not that you could say you could go out and find Tony Pollard, because that's difficult. I mean, the way that he is able to run, he's become a much better blocker too, more of a complete back. But I think the tackle. This was a team that. As the season wore on, their offensive line has gotten better, and so I'm gonna continue to ride that development of the offensive lineman and stay with him.
Do you believe the Cowboys will re-sign both those guys in the offseason?
Well, you got to think about what's going to happen with Tyron Smith, and that contract, with the opportunity to potentially move on. What are they going to do with Zeke? Are they going to try and do something with, like they did with Tank? Reduce that number to where you can give. It's a fascinating thing. It's the guys over there, Adam Pacifica, Todd Williams, and those guys. I mean, you could have lunch with them and it'll make your head spin, the numbers and stuff that they're dealing with. But
and
I don't know
that they take. I heard.
Yeah. So I don't really know. Like I said, I want to believe that they would that they're probably planning on some of their guys not being back. And if that's the case, then that gives you, I think, a better opportunity to sign the guys that you're talking about, maybe getting both those guys done.
And letting Schultz go, right, Dawson?
Yeah, probably got to do that one.
That's what I think, too.
He's had a nice year. I think he's played tougher this year. And he does have value, but I think you saw the other guys can play. Do we have an idea of what the Steele contract would be and what the Pollard contract would be?
Okay,
I think that you would try to do something with like you did with Lyle Collins.
Okay.
I think that's what they're working on right now. Before
like 10 or 12 million a year.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to get that done, and maybe I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but that's the kind of the direction I was hearing.
Do you? I mean, I guess maybe this is not something the Cowboys usually do, but would you consider pausing those negotiations, or would you consider factoring in that new injury information?
Yeah, who did they do? They gave Gallup a deal.
Yeah,
I remember a while ago, but this is way back, but they gave Barry Church a deal coming off an Achilles. And
so that's not our strongest suit.
No,
perhaps.
I think it's one of those things where they kind of feel like that maybe they can get a better deal with a player that's a little nicked up.
Do you think they do? I guess I looked at that Gallup contract and thought it was fairly market value and didn't really factor his injury into play.
Yeah, I mean, they say that, but the guy was hurt.
Yeah, I don't think they do well in those situations. Like, I thought they could have got Gallup for cheaper. I wonder about Steele. I do not think we're the savviest of negotiators here at the Cowboys.
I think what happens is how proactive are you? Okay. That's the thing about it. There's a lot of folks I know, trust me, I try and stay out of that number stuff, man. That'll give you a headache. But I had a lot of guys around the league go, why did Dallas cost themselves $25 million on the Dak situation?
Yes.
I mean, they could have done this, proactively, and they didn't. So, they're okay with, like, if you say you go out there and you play and you earn it, they don't have a problem overpaying. That's how they work.
Taking out the numbers of this, how easy is it, Broadus, or difficult when a guy has a major injury like this? The Cowboys did the surgery or are doing the surgery.
Right.
The Cowboys are going to work on his rehab for 3 to 4 months until he becomes a free agent. How difficult is it running another organization, let's just say the Chicago Bears, who has like $120 million in cap space? I would think that they would be very interested in a Terrence Steele in the offseason. How difficult or easy is it to get all the information you need on a guy who is injured and been rehabbing with another organization?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I've never had to deal with that before. You really kind of trust, you'll bring him in and have your own doctors and stuff look at him. I mean, that's what they were doing with Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
They were looking at Odell Beckham and they're like, okay, we know the Giants doctors are the doctors that generally do these surgeries, but all they can do is, I'll tell you this though, if they had done the surgery themselves, they're really interested. That's why they drafted Jalen Smith. Nobody was really interested in drafting Jalen Smith, but they were, because they did the surgery. So yeah, but it's something you would have to bring the guy in and say, okay, this doctor, whether it's Andrews down in Mobile or McKenzie up in Green Bay, whatever doctor, or Cooper in Dallas, whatever doctor did the surgery, you can have an idea of how good those doctors are, and then you can kind of piece things together from there.
Across the league, is the Cowboys training health group pretty well respected?
Yeah,
okay.
very, very well respected. They're like they just recently won that, what they call the Ed Block Courage Award for the training staff. So yeah, they're pretty good. Dr. Cooper is world renowned, by the way, for his. I mean, he does papers and stuff, and the other doctors use his surgeries to perform on their patients as well.
Now, you mentioned Argentina for the one tomorrow. Do you have a particular rooting interest in the other World Cup semifinal?
Well, yeah, you'd like Morocco to win so Argentina could beat them more easily in the final. Right?
That is my philosophy to a T. Corey's like, I got to beat all the big dogs to win.
No, well, I mean, I do love that concept of like learning how good you are along the way and being like, oh man, I beat that team. I can beat the next team. The championship game, I kind of always want the worst team. But along the way, the stretch to get there, I want to learn. But Kevin's like easiest path possible.
Oh my God. I root for upsets on every bracket opposite. I was like, I'll take the worst path to the finals.
The way it could matter is if you are Jerry West and the Lakers and the Celtics have beat you like 7 out of 8 years and you desperately want to beat them, and then they all retire or leave and you don't get a chance to get your revenge.
True.
Then it's empty. But in this situation, like, Messi's proven everything. You don't have to beat Mbappe. You need what you need.
Another feather in the cap, though.
Yeah, what you need is that trophy.
It's like Duncanville versus North Shore, right?
I was
just
thinking about that.
Duncanville looked good the other night. Watch them playing high school.
41-0.
Yeah.
It's just
Prosper.
But
Yeah.
then North
they
Shore,
crushed
man,
them.
they're 3-0 in the last 4 years. State championship, 4 out of 5 years.
I know you said you're not going to go. How invested are you in the outcome of that game?
I plan on Saturday night. I plan on being at home and watching that game. I haven't seen the schedule. I know DeSoto is playing one of the I don't know if Duncanville's the final game or DeSoto's the final game. Obviously, they're both 6A. Duncanville's big 6A. DeSoto's small 6A. Sometimes it flip-flops which one is the premium game, but I mean, usually there's 50,000 people at those games.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm invested in my son has a basketball game at 5:00. When he's done, I want to get home and watch that whole game, but I literally can't go to another championship game at AT&T and watch Duncanville lose to North Shore again. It kind of stinks going to a championship game and watching your team lose. It's not fun.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. And, we have the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Best audio for you.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. We'll be at Diamond Factory in Dallas. If you want to see us in person, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say green's better than Poku, Kevin.
Don't get me into that again.
Say slump buster, Kevin.
Slump buster.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. Argentina and Croatia have hit the half with Argentina up 2-0 in the first of two semifinals. The second one tomorrow at 1 o'clock. But welcome into the show. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk is still sick. Okay, the guy still got a fever. He offered. He said, I'll medicate and I'll fight through this. And we said, hell no, we don't want to get sick too, buddy. You just go ahead and stay home. And, of course, Chiafalo's baby arrived over the weekend. So he is out being a father of three. And you do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Yes, it happened very quickly, didn't it?
Gosh.
He's on a little house in the prairie pace here with the kids.
It's like, the old thing was life comes at you fast.
Yeah.
My man is like, he's got now 4 women in his life. Reminds me very much of Mike Holmgren when he was coaching with us.
Right?
Mike had all those women in his life. He says, man, I love it. He says, but man, they'll run you crazy too sometimes. So hey, congratulations to Eric and the missus there. That good for them. If they had those kids. His daughters are so cute anyway too. I mean, makes it
easy.
Neat little family there.
Shoot, back at the house, I have my 2 daughters.
You do.
Fiance, wife, and mother-in-law.
You do.
Okay. You gotta have a strategy. And one of them is you got to let them do their thing. You
just kind of stay out of the way.
Technique. Yeah,
just stay out of the way.
Yeah, that's what I meant by let them do their thing. Exactly.
Really, Steve, how do you handle that? Do you have a feeling when it's about to go against you? Do you have a feeling when I could feel this. It's
when
like watching the door. It's like watching Argentina play soccer. You could see the buildup, and then it ends in the result, and you're kind of like. So do you have that feeling when you walk in the door, you're going to get attacked?
No, I have. I'm blessed, man. Actually, they make it real easy on me. So, I don't have any bad feelings, anything like that.
Sure.
And, luckily, we got a lot of great things going on, and it's a great time to be alive here and be broadcasting with you here as we head into this holiday season in the G-Bag Nation. We do open with a sad note, though. Thoughts and prayers to the family and friends of Mike Leach, one of the great offensive minds and the single most interesting personality in football. 61 years old. The college football landscape is it's mourning today across the board. It seemed like everybody was either entertained by him or liked him. I don't know. I'm sure everybody's made their enemies along the way, but nobody ever had anything bad to say about Mike Leach other than the dad out there in Texas Tech, Craig James.
James, yeah.
But the G-Bag flag flies at half-staff, and the G-Bag of the day will never be the same. We're considering here on a day where the NBA announced the MVP is going to be named after Michael Jordan. We might have to name the G-Bag of the day in Mike Leach's honor from this point forward. But yeah, I guess, at 61, too soon. A reminder, especially going into the holidays, to hug your family. But, man, it's just so tough. And what a massive figure, Brian, in the world of football. I was hoping yesterday as the story was going on, they kept saying critical condition. And then when I saw the family appreciates their privacy, I'm like, oh, boy, that's usually not a good thing.
No, not at all. And, Lucius had his segment the other day where he asked the question who are people that everybody loves, and you talk about Craig James and all that, and that's unfortunate how that was all handled out there in Lubbock. But yeah, I mean, just reading Twitter today and people's comments about Mike Leach, and there was this lady reporter that was new to the business, and she was talking about she learned at Washington State that Mike Leach walked to work every day, and she goes, do you mind if I walk with you to work one day? And he said, absolutely. Just make sure you're wearing comfortable shoes. That's just the kind of guy Mike Leach is. He was always, I've known guys that, you get a chance to interview him and it's funny. You're not thinking about football questions with him.
No,
you're thinking about what's the most ridiculous question I could ask him and see what kind of answer he will give. And I mean ridiculous in a way of not trying to stump him or anything, but you knew you were going to get a great answer from him.
Whether it was Sasquatches or aliens or pirates.
Go back and watch how he power ranked the Pac-12 mascots. And he's like, well, what powers does the Sun Devil have? He's kind of, the Bears.
Sounds like a tough out right there.
Devil. The Sun Devil. And he's talking about the bear at Cal, you don't want to deal with a bear,
Mm-hmm.
And that's the kind of thing but Mike was always, like I say, I never went to a school where he was the coach, where I never got to scout where he was the coach. Never got that personal visit with him. But talking to guys around the league that did, they say it's one of the best school calls you can ever make.
Really?
Yeah, he'd come in and he would just, he'd tell you every single thing about his team. Sometimes you go to these coaches and they're very much they're very guarded with the information because they don't want it to come back against them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want some player to go, well, you told these scouts that I was a bum and I was no good and I was a problem and I didn't work out and all that. Mike didn't care about that. Mike told you everything you needed to know about his team, about his kids, and what these prospects could be going forward.
I think he had real confidence, because he knew how genius his schemes were. Yeah. He didn't have to worry about something coming back to him because, and that was something that I think really attracted people to him and just how genuine he was. You got this feeling that he was just sharing the most interesting things in his mind. And had a way of communicating them that, for other people to be like, whoa, that's awkward or that's weird or what the hell is this guy talking about? With Mike Leach, it was hilarious.
It just, you just never knew. And it was kind of like I think if you had one of those, if you had a survey and asked people, hey, who's the guy you'd like to go out and just hang out with? Who would you like just to go hang out, and stay at the lake or, ride on the boat, whatever you want, just be around, sit on the back porch. Mike Leach would probably win a lot of that, that admiration. He would probably be the guy that a lot of people, when they say, oh, who's the guy you want to go have, give me your 4 all ideal dinner guests.
Yeah.
Mike Leach might be one of the guys that you would pick.
Absolutely.
As that guy. Because
but I don't want anybody else there because I just want Mike Leach stream of consciousness and stories.
That's the thing that I think would be great about him because you could talk about anything.
Yeah.
And his whole thing about Halloween candy and just in life. It's just so funny that he would give you a funny, witty answer about something you might have thought was just a completely ridiculous question.
Okay, 469 people love Mike Leach because he was the exact opposite of Jason Garrett. Okay. Swerving across there to take a shot at red ball. That is my guy.
You squared him up. Yeah, good job.
682, Leach changed not only college but the NFL game forever. He was a great person and coach, amazing mind and sense of humor. Going to miss him very much. 806, Leach was not only one of the greatest football minds but also one of the funniest people to ever be on the sidelines. There'll never be another like him. R.I.P. Coach. Yeah. I like that, General. G-Bag of the Year named after the great Mike Leach. Yeah, that's a good idea. The G-Bag, the Mike Leach G-Bag of the Year. And, of course, as we're wrapping up this year, a great opportunity here to give out our first one in early 2023. So, salute. We'll have, more tributes and thoughts on Mike Leach throughout the day. Okay, Coach Chris Beard indefinitely suspended at UT. I think what you do here is you wait for a little bit of an investigation to confirm that, some of the allegations are legit, credible, and then you move on from them. I get giving it a little bit of time. You don't want to, jump to a conclusion and then have information come out that would make you regret it. That's fine, but you just can't have a system that kicks kids out of school for infractions and then forgive the coaches because of whatever reason you want to come up with. I'm
to the point now. There's obviously an arrest was made. He was booked, and then he was released, but. Let's see what all the facts. Listen. It's a terrible situation. The University of Texas has a really good basketball program, and this guy was an outstanding basketball coach. When you talk about Texas Tech and what he was able to do out there, and gets the opportunity to go to Texas, but
that'll buy you some time. Anybody else, he'd be gone already.
Yeah, but, but you need to get all the facts here, and once they get all the facts, I'm sure the University of Texas administration will do what they deemed necessary, whether to move on from him or to once again allow him to coach.
Okay, Jerry Jones this morning with Sean and RJ and Chop appeared to announce that Tyron Smith will make his return on Sunday. Torn hamstring with an avulsion fracture of the knee in late August. Less than 3 months later, he's going to be back. So salute to Tyron, and the medical staff over there with the Cowboys did a heck of a job getting him ready. And now it kind of comes down to where is he going to play? What position is he going to be at? How do you shuffle this thing now with Terrence Steele out? It definitely puts an interesting wrinkle in here.
Yeah, Gavin, I think we're starting to see Tyler Smith wear down a little bit. And I mean wear down. I'm not talking about the rookie wall. That kid faced a tremendous amount of pressure very early in this season. People were not sure. I mean, the OTAs, mini camps, they call him a left side player, and he's playing guard. You never really saw him playing. Training camp. We were out there. The practices we got to watch. Never played tackle, so there was all these questions about him. Going forward, and can he handle it? He holds a lot, this, that, and the other. And I think he's done an incredible job. I do feel like he is wearing down. I do. And maybe the opportunity for Tyron Smith to play. Let's see what happens at left guard. Let's see what happens there, because I don't see any reason to move on from McGovern right now. But I do see an opportunity potentially to put Tyler Smith maybe over on the right side, but let him have some work over there with Jason Peters.
You think he'd wear down less at right tackle?
I just feel,
rotating him.
I'm rotating him because
Okay.
I don't think that Jason Peters, even though Jason Peters says I could play the 70 plays and all that, he's an incredible athlete for a man that with that number of years, his age. The fact that they've played him in these games, I think has been the smartest thing in the world, because you didn't want him to all of a sudden have to come off the bench in week 14 and have to, go out there and maybe have rust and all that. They did a really good job with that and how they played all that. So maybe allowing Tyler Smith and Peters to rotate a little bit over at right tackle might be the best thing to do, because it'll give Tyler Smith a little bit of a rest, and maybe a little bit of a mental rest over there playing on that side.
Well, maybe it'll work out for the best. No doubt about it. A shot losing Terrence Steele, and there's a lot of interesting topics there. We'll discuss them throughout today's show as well. Cole Beasley is back. He's signing with the Bills. Comes out of retirement to rejoin the team he spent the last 3 seasons with. Spent 2 games with Tampa earlier this year before announcing his retirement. But now I guess Buffalo wanted a shot at Odell Beckham Jr. That didn't come together, right. So they're going Beasley. The Cowboys go T.Y. Hilton, and those dominoes are falling here a little bit with the free agent wide receivers that are out there.
Yeah, and when you look at the money that they're paying T.Y. Hilton, that's kind of what I envisioned they were going to try and do with Odell Beckham. That kind of, and then work from there. Maybe make it a little bit more substantial, but and it's not surprising too with Cole Beasley. I kind of felt like that if Cole Beasley wouldn't have burned as many bridges as he did,
that
he might be a guy that they would have brought back here. But there were a lot of things said on the way out of that door.
He definitely took some shots fired at the organization.
He sure did.
And,
sure did.
I wouldn't hold it against him. I'd be like, well, a player was let go. He's an emotional kid, and he said some stuff. If I thought he could really help the football team, I would be interested. But I think the Cowboys are pretty set. Last year in Buffalo, he had the same amount of catches as 2020, but the production per catch came way down. He only had 1 touchdown. So I don't think Cole Beasley is quite the same player that he was just 24 months ago. Tough one for Kyler Murray. Torn ACL confirmed. Colt McCoy comes into Monday Night Football. He was sacked 6 times as the Cardinals lose to New England.
Well, and let's identify with the injury. And we've heard a lot of the Players Association coming out and talking about these fields they play on. Knee injury on a grass field. Mm-hmm. When you get hurt, you get hurt.
Yeah,
I'm convinced of that. Field conditions and stuff like that. I know the players are talking about grass and how important it is and stuff like that. And trust me, I love grass fields. I really, really do. But that field was grass, and
you do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And so
yeah, it sucks. Injuries are part of the game.
It is part of the game. And when you get hurt, you get hurt. You know, and he got hurt. He got hurt running and trying to make a cut.
Yeah.
And sometimes your foot and your knee go in an awkward position, and that's what you have.
And who knows what the football organization is going to look like when he returns. But, yeah, two pretty big ACL injuries there in the NFL this week.
That might be a new general manager and a head coach when he comes back. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're Kyler, it's like, man, if
you sign that deal too.
We got the deal done, but it's like, how good are we going to be at the end of this contract? We got to start making some progress about putting together something resembling a winning team, because it has been an absolute horrible 12 months since they peaked about November last year.
They are 1-12 at home in the last 13.
Oh my goodness.
Think about that.
That's hard to do.
Terrible.
Okay, Mavs take care of the Thunder. Luka had 38. Dinwiddie was amazing. Hardaway was great. Each had 20. And they were 21 of 25 from the free throw line as a team. Go. And OKC is a tough matchup. That's a team that's going to challenge to be 500. They're young and they're quick and they're strong. And if your finesse and skill isn't on point, you could easily see at moments in the game how you were just getting out-athleted in some pretty eye-popping ways at some key moments of the game. And luckily, the threes just kept going down for the Mavs there in that second half.
Kind of figured it out about the Mavs, haven't you?
Yeah.
Luka get 35. And then the other dishes that he makes, I was listening to Bassick talk about that earlier today. He's absolutely right. That's how this team's going to go. Either Luka gets his 35 and everybody else makes their shots, and then they have a chance to win. That's how they're playing basketball right now.
No doubt. So they'll host the Cavs tomorrow and then the Trailblazers on Friday in a game that I'll be at, thanks to Derek Holland. What is the best way to solve the new dilemma on the offensive line? We'll discuss a little bit more about that. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30 here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day.
RG Back of the Day is coming up in 6 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333 or go online to truckbreak.com. Now in the 65th minute, and Argentina leads Croatia 2-0 in the World Cup semifinals. Man, a second journalist died at the World Cup. A Doha-based newspaper reporting that an Al-Qas TV photojournalist named Al-Mislam died suddenly while covering a game. The death comes days after Grant Wall, the 48-year-old U.S. journalist, died after collapsing. I couldn't believe it when we got that text on Friday because Grant Wall was the journalist who, would try to wear the Rainbow Coalition T-shirt to the opening game and caused quite a disturbance. He ultimately won his dispute, but people are sort of quietly, speculating and wondering, could an extremist group or could somebody else who really did not appreciate that gesture have assassinated Grant Wall? And then you have another journalist dying.
Well, he was very critical of the whole buildup in Qatar. He's very much a pro-rights human being. And I mean, the gay community and all, and he, and the migrant workers and all that. I mean, he's one of those guys that he took it upon himself to pick up the flag and report about the tough subjects that nobody really wanted to talk about, and he raised those questions, and his body is back in the United States. They're going to have an autopsy on him, and and hopefully we will figure out the cause of death here. It's unfortunate, though. He had been talking about having some problems. He hadn't been sleeping well. He had bronchitis. There were a lot of things going on that he even checked himself into the media medical facility to, and they gave him medicines and things like that to try and help himself. So, it's, 48 years old, Mike Leach, 61, these things are just, you just don't know. But yeah, with his body being back in the United States, they will have a full autopsy and I'm sure the family will tell us this family, his brother has been very forthright with information about the situation that they're going through right now.
Yeah, so condolences to the families of those two journalists. All righty. And then, what I teased was a little bit of an offensive line discussion here, Brian. I know you've had a chance to look at this tape. Did Josh Ball play well enough that he should still be in this conversation for who is going to be the solution at right tackle? Because none of the other guys are natural fits, right? And they're having to make some sort of an adjustment.
Yeah, that's the problem. And, Ball has been a guy that didn't really play super well, in the opportunities he got in training camp. They redshirted him, kind of kept him out, tried to get him stronger. Matt Waletzko was drafted. Waletzko played better in the game. I mean, Waletzko was hurt in the preseason and came back the last game and played much better than Ball without really any practice or anything like that. So there's always kind of been that thing. And then he had the off-the-field stuff when he was at Florida State that people said, he shouldn't have even been drafted to begin with. But, I feel like that they have better options. I do. I feel like that when you look at with Peters and then the potential of moving Tyler Smith, I just kind of feel like that's a better fit. I'm not interested right now in moving the left guard. I'm just not, because I don't think he's playing bad.
What about Tyron's experience at right tackle though? His rookie year,
man. I totally get what you're saying there, but I'm trying to Tyron Smith hasn't played the whole year, right? He hadn't played since training camp. I'm trying to make that transition back into as smooth as possible for him. I'm like, what if we see the Tyron Smith that struggled late in the season last year?
Sure.
And now you got him over on the right side.
That could happen at left tackle too, though.
I know, but
so you want the least amount of combined friction.
To me, leaving him on that left side, I'm okay. I've seen Peters play right tackle now. And they believe it. They believe that he could play 65, 70 plays. If that's the case, go for it. I mentioned that I think that Tyler Smith is kind of wearing down at left tackle right now.
Yeah.
So if I can, you could say, well, why don't you just keep Tyler Smith at left tackle and let Peters back him up over there, and you can kind of have that, But man, I have a hard time moving Tyron Smith with him trying to come back without not playing at all this year.
The 469 says, put up a poll on Twitter asking how many of us care about soccer. Oh, man, that hurts. What doesn't hurt is Argentina has tallied again. They lead Croatia 3-0 now in the 70th minute, and it's time for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, here it is on the Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
What's up? So you said your man Grant had the Fred Hampton shirt on?
I don't know.
The Fred Hampton
the rainbow
cultural coalition.
Yeah, he had the rainbow with the soccer ball in the middle of it.
Oh, the rainbow. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
the rainbow. Yeah.
Okay, not Rainbow Coalition.
No, no,
okay, that's
no.
different.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's Fred Hampton and them, which is really good cause, by the way. If you look that up,
okay,
he wanted everybody to get together too.
Yeah.
So there's an official rainbow coalition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Chairman Fred.
All right.
Shout out to Chairman Fred. R.I.P. to you, sir, and Grant. R.I.P. to you, sir. Our winner, Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless tried to F around and find out on a Monday morning. Came right at Shannon on a personal level, and Shannon sang soprano on him.
Still playing at a high level at 45 when you had to stop at 35.
Skip, that's what you do.
That's the point.
That's what you do. Every time I call something into question, I'm jealous.
No.
Skip, I did what I did.
I never said you were jealous of Baker Mayfield.
Skip, bro. I did what I did. You make it seem like I was a bum. I'm in the effing Hall of Fame.
Okay,
I got 3 Super Bowls.
So what?
So what?
He's way better than you were.
I'm way better.
Oh, wow.
I got to see what you do. You take personal shots.
No, I don't take personal shots. You started it.
Time out. You would take a personal shot at me.
I didn't take a personal shot at you.
Wait a minute.
What are you talking about?
You would take a personal
Put your glasses back on.
Bruh, can I finish? You're willing to take a personal shot at me to say this man is better than me because I say he's playing bad this year?
Well, because you disrespect him. It's just so. You know what? It's beneath your dignity.
You would disrespect me to support him.
No, well, I'll support him over anybody because he's the greatest player who ever played your game, and it's by far.
Have at it.
Okay,
Take off, bro.
I'm going to have at it.
Take off, bro.
Take off.
When Skip said, put your glasses back on, he was gripping up right then and there because he got that thing on him. That's when he was gripping up. He's like, hey, boy, put your glasses back on. Don't get me excited today on a Monday. Yeah, we got a problem here? We got a little problem here? Just showed it. This little clip of Skip from back in the day. I just like to play it now.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
You know about the F around and find out lesson? Have you seen the lesson?
The official one?
The official lesson. It has the graph and everything. He breaks it down. I think everybody should have this in school. This is a hell of a lesson right here, people.
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there.
What it takes to
First,
get
we have to
there.
decide how much do we want to find out. So let's say in this case, I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph and I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, I'm going to come straight down to where it intersects with my around line. It's going to tell me how much I have to around to find out what I need to find out.
Yeah.
See, as you can see, the more you around, the more you're going to find out.
How about it?
And also,
I love the plan.
if you stay down here and you never around, you'll never find out. So I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
Very helpful. Yeah.
Yes. They need to put that in school classes right there. How about Dan Campbell? Coach Dan Campbell.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, he was distracted by the wave out there in the crowd.
Yes.
Wow, your coach is distracted by the wave, by the way. He admitted to it. And OC called for a pass. And he had no idea what was happening.
Yeah.
Here's another thing that happened. These things happen during the game, but so we're in that situation, and the fans are doing the wave around the stadium, and so I'm just watching, and I hear Ben Johnson's like, "Hey, coach, you want to?" And I'm so focused on the wave, and I said, "Yeah, that's fine." And I look up, and we're throwing it to Panay, and I'm like, "What the are you doing?" Coach said it was fine. So, but it worked out great. It was unbelievable.
I don't know if he's going to make it.
Yeah,
I mean,
admit that.
Rex Ryan was 2 wheels
wave?
off.
You got distracted by the wave, bro?
I was like, man, I was just hanging out there. Reefer kicked in, I guess, from this morning. Looking at the wave.
My turn.
Gosh.
214, Gavin, do you think this is finally Messi's year? France looks really good. I won't pick Argentina because France is the better team, but they could do it. They're close enough now. They're close enough for sure. Gavin, do you think this is Messi's final year? No, he's going to keep playing, Lucius. He's going to keep playing for sure. Not going to take this gift away from us yet. Now it's Ronaldo's done because he doesn't know how to age gracefully. Messi knows how to age. You just walk around the field 80% of the time until it's time to go. Isn't that right, Brian?
Just walk until you need it. That's all you have to do.
See right here. The Greek Freak. Okay, I got this one. Yeah. Serge Ibaka has a cooking show.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. He had Drew Holiday on there. And they called the Greek Freak while he was taking his nap. Now, remember last week I played some audio where the Greek Freak likes to take a nap and play with his kids.
Yeah.
Maybe eat a little something before he goes to work, but not too much. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, so they called the Greek Freak, and I don't think the Greek Freak was a big fan of it, so he did a little trolling. Just a little fun thing right here. Check it out.
You're sleeping. Oh, you're sleeping already? Come on, Serge. Bro, I'm taking a nap, bro. Oh, nap. It's okay. Oh, nap. It's okay. You're going to go back to sleep again.
They had me drinking these crickets, the little tea.
You know what? Get the out of here, man. I want to drink that I take it. You save it. You save it. You're not the chef, not the artist.
You're not the chef. You're not the artist, is what he said right there.
Ooh.
Just in case you missed it.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get that.
You're not the chef, not the artist. You're a role player, a rebounder, a screen setter. That's what you are. Bye.
Hey, whatever you need, brother, I got you.
I will catch you tomorrow.
I will catch you tomorrow, my brother. Jeez, you had roasted me on my own show.
Role player.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
What is into your mind? What is going on with you? Got me on my own show here. Let's see. I think that's it, buddy.
All righty.
That's it.
Let's do some voting.
It's my turn.
Is it our champ, Skip Bayless versus Shannon Sharp? Is it the F around and find out chart? Dan Campbell distracted by the wave or Serge Ibaka's cooking show called The Greek Freak?
I wonder if it's going to go all the way around the stadium. It's the fourth time they've tried it here.
This one section keeps messing it up.
They keep messing it up right there, man.
They got it going. They finally got it. Go, stand up, stand up. Yeah, I'm going to vote for Dan Campbell.
F around and find out.
Yeah, Dan Campbell.
By a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion and head coach of the Lions, Dan Campbell. Okay, Broadus, Krusty's Corner is next. Where are we going with that?
You know what? Never too early to talk about the draft. Todd McShay's mock came out, and I'm going to talk about some of those things that I don't think he did right. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I just saw this today that Todd McShay has come out with his first mock draft, and I've already started looking at college players myself. Like 25 players I've already have done so far.
Ooh, look at you.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to when we get to start to talk about that, I always just like to be informed. I know a lot of people care about the draft and all, but there's a couple things about McShay's mock that I want to point out, and it's Cowboy related because of who he has the Cowboys taking and what's around that particular pick. But I'll give you his top 5 if you haven't heard. He's got the Houston Texans taking Bryce Young, the quarterback from Alabama. Well, you talk about a guy that plays with some just calm demeanor. Scouts will kill him on his physical appearance. You know what I'm saying? 6 foot, 194 pounds.
A lot to overcome.
See, but that's what I'm saying. But you watch him play, he can make all the throws. He's just so calm in the way he plays. It's pretty impressive. Seattle Seahawks. This is a pick that the Seahawks got from the Denver Broncos. This is going to be the 2nd overall pick. This is going to be Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle from Georgia. That cat's for real, by the way. Jalen Carter, big, physical, fast, powerful. I mean, Seattle, if you're going to trade Russell Wilson, get back somebody that can make a huge difference, and Jalen Carter can surely do that. Chicago Bears are going to take Will Anderson at 3. He's the outside linebacker, defensive end from Alabama. Man, he's one of those guys, you can kind of move him all over the place. He is explosive. He's powerful. He chases the ball. He's a finisher. That'd be a really good pick for the Bears right there at 3. The Lions. This is a pick that they obtained from the Rams. So the Lions get this. It's C.J. Stroud, the quarterback from Ohio State.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
6'3", 218 pounds, man.
You think the Lions need a new quarterback for sure?
You know what? I'm kind of feeling like that they've done a pretty good job with Jared Goff.
Stabilized it.
They have stabilized it, but you go for this is a pick that you got for trading for, you got for a quarterback kind of a thing. So
Jared Goff versus Dak Prescott might be an interesting conversation again, Brian.
It might be. But C.J. Stroud, I think you talk about, now he physically looks the part, 6'3", 218 pounds, stands there. I mean, you talk about a guy that throws to a lot of open receivers.
Yeah.
They do a great job of getting their receivers open. And that's why
hard to say at some of those schools.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the one I wanted to talk about. This is the Philadelphia Eagles pick. This one's coming from the Saints. Okay, right now it's the 5th overall pick. Bijan Robinson, running back from Texas.
Ooh.
Okay.
I think I'd like that.
Okay. Would you call this a luxury pick then? You'd call it a luxury pick?
Yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead. I'm sure there will be some great highlights to be had.
I'm going to say regardless of his position, this might be the best player in college football.
Hey,
I know it's a running back.
Yeah.
But I swear, Gavin, if you say if Scout Gavin jumped back into some college scouting, and you watch Bijan Robinson,
I'd be impressed.
You would probably be impressed. You would probably like, oh, okay, I kind of get it. But I know it's the position.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say this:
you can't do it without an offensive line.
No.
There's no back good enough to do it by himself in the NFL.
This guy might.
Okay. All right.
This guy.
That's high praise.
I'm just saying though, and I just watch him play, and
he couldn't even beat Big 12 defenses by himself though.
But man, I'm telling you, Texas. There's times they just didn't even block for this guy, and I was just gonna say I would be worried. I would be worried if the Eagles took Bijan Robinson. I would not like.
There
that.
would be some bad days, but I'd prefer it way more than drafting a corner that's going to be around for like 12 years at a high level, or a great offensive lineman. if you can withstand the peak 3 or 4 years of a running back, and that's even if he's that good. Yeah. There's plenty of guys that come through that end up not being able to live up to the hype at all at that position. Plus, the average guy you'd get out of the draft is only like 10 or 15% worse. I would love it if the Eagles take him.
Well, that's a pick that they got from the Saints, so we'll see. There's others around behind.
Sure.
Will Levis and others.
I don't think Howie Roseman's foolish enough.
I knew you were going to say that.
I mean, only the Cowboys and the Giants would be foolish enough to take a running back with a top 5 pick in today's game.
I love Bijan Robinson. I really do.
I do too. He's an amazing guy. Nothing personal.
Yeah. All right, let's get down. All right, so McShay's got the Cowboys selecting at 29.
Okay.
Got the Cowboys at 29. That's
divisional round?
That's NFC
that's title game.
That's title game round right
Good
there.
Year, guys.
Yeah. All right. He's got the Cowboys taking Lucas Van Ness, who is a defensive end from Iowa. And this is what he said about Van Ness. He said, could be the steal this late on day one. He has foot speed, power, and is a pass rusher, and the versatility to come off the edge or bump inside. That's true. I wouldn't rule out a cornerback. He's talking about the Cowboys now. Wouldn't rule out a cornerback, receiver, linebacker, or lineman here. Kind of got it all covered there, right?
Yeah.
Kind of got it all just covered, right?
I think you're open to a lot of different things, though.
Yeah.
I think that's accurate.
This one is all about value, he says. Bringing in Van Ness, who has 6 sacks this season, would help shore up the edge rush and continue to allow the Cowboys to move Micah Parsons around.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
And what's going to happen with Tank? Obviously your group's not going to be the same, but if DeMarcus Lawrence is part of it, I could live without a new edge, with Tank and Micah Parsons and Dorrance Armstrong moving forward. Sam Williams, they do have a lot.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like thinking, because I've seen Van Ness play already, and I've seen the next guy, because Kansas City is right behind you at 30. And they're going to take Jarrett Verse, who is a defensive end from Florida State. And his comments are the Chiefs pieced together an effective pass rush group this season, but 17 of their 42 sacks have come on blitzes. Carlos Dunlap is under contract for only this season, and Chris Jones, Frank Clark are set to be free agents after next season. Kansas City drafted George Karlaftis in the first round in April, but needs more. Verse overwhelms blockers with his speed and power and is disruptive in the backfield. He has 14 tackles for loss. Kansas City has both starting offensive tackles unsigned after the season, but can still use some more receiving help options, stuff like that. All right. This is where me and McShay are going to disagree here. Because to me,
tear them up.
From what I've seen, stop messing around. There you go. I wouldn't take Van Ness.
Why not?
I don't. I just don't feel like there is, like, you could talk about he's one of these guys that's kind of a complete guy. He can hold the point of attack. He's got some upper body power. He's got a little pop in his hands. He's good from the athletic movement standpoint. But you see him struggle at times to really get off blocks. I mean, he's active in the way he plays, but man, I feel like the scheme he plays hurts him a little bit because he probably could be a little bit of a better pass rusher. And so I'm asking you this question, guys. The Tank Lawrence player is fine, but do you need those complete players, or when you're drafting, do you want a guy that can be a rusher? Because I don't think Van Ness with his 6 sack, I think his pass rush ability, there's times where I don't see it. I don't see the edge, the bend, and the things like that. I see a kind of a complete player, but I don't see a guy. If you're saying, oh, give me a guy that could play against the run, play it well, I think Van Ness is kind of your guy. Now, on the flip side of this, Verse.
That was awesome. What was that?
Wow. That was my the arm on my chair catching my volume and cranking it all the way up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sound like a horrible comedian.
Did your ears just about lose it there for a minute?
Yeah, I think I might be deaf in my left ear now.
All right, so now
you ever hear about the priest?
Exactly. But the guy, I would rather have Jarrett Verse, who got drafted behind. If you gave me an option of between Verse and our Iowa
is
guy,
Verse the full deal?
He is the full deal.
I think that stopping the run is going to actually be more important.
Yeah.
And if I had to pick one, I want to start by making a team that can stop the pass and the big plays and get after the quarterback and everything.
Yeah.
But you can't just ignore the run stopping on the defensive line, or you see what's happening right now with this team.
To me, though, when you watch Verse play, and again, he's the kid from Florida State, he is super, super quick off the ball. He gets into the blockers in a hurry, which Van Ness, again, it might be a little bit because of scheme, but this guy's got balance, body control. He can play either side. He's not, just not a pass rusher. This guy's smart, aware. He's not going to let the ball get outside of him like we talk about with Tank. That's always the thing with Tank. Don't let the ball get outside. So, but if you're going to give me the complete guy, if you're going to give me the complete player that can pass rush and play the run and do it at a very, very high level, I think Kansas City got the better player in this draft. And if it was me, I would hope that picking that late, that Cowboys would take Jared Verse over what they would do with Lucas Van Ness. That's how I would. That's the first mock draft, I know, but that was something I wanted to point out for Cowboy fans if you're looking at that draft and kind of wondering the difference between those two players.
Draft season is approaching. Sounds like we got a couple of ends there late in the first round.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at right now.
The first couple of guys to become familiar with as the process gets underway. Okay, coming up next, let's do some Chronicles of Broadus, Tales from a Football Life. We dive into what life was like for Krusty in his one football season with this week's Cowboys opponent. He did work for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and we go inside that year coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for some Scouts Honor. The Chronicles of Broadus. Tales from a Football Life. You know, Broadus been with us here on the show for close to 3 years now, and early on we would do it every week, Scouts Honor, you know, stories from his past, and it's always interesting to start asking him questions about some of his stops around the NFL.
I've got to the point where I can't remember the stories as well. You know, that's one of the things, but we'll work on that.
So we're going to go to Jacksonville, Florida. This week's Cowboys opponent, where Broadus worked in football for one full year. That year, 1998. The quarterback under center for the Jags, Mark Brunell. The running back, Fred Taylor.
Yeah.
Your wide receivers, Keenan McCardle and Jimmy Smith. Yeah. Tony Baselli, a probable Hall of Famer. Is he in the Hall of Fame yet? Tony Baselli was at left tackle. And Tom Coughlin, the coach. They went 11-5. They beat the Patriots in the wild card round and then lost to Vinny Testaverde and the Jets. What's the most memorable thing about that year for you, Brian?
I wasn't prepared to work for Tom Coughlin. I wasn't prepared because I went Green Bay and then Philly. And you know, in Philly we had the opportunity, we always talk about the opportunity, me and Mike Lombardi, to run the draft. And Mike and I thought we were going to be okay. I mean, I was like director of football operations, kind of a deal in Philly, and I felt like, okay, we're going to get an opportunity here. So when after the draft in April, in May, Jeff Lurie and Joe Banner made the determination that they were going to bring in Tom Modrak. And so I'm like, whoa, I don't have a job. And, you know, Modrak interviews me like, listen, I had a scout there, a guy they brought in goes, you just had the worst draft in the history of the NFL. Guy told me that.
Wow.
And I said, you want to wait maybe a couple of years to figure that one out? You know, and he goes, no, I know you had the worst draft. And that's
turned out to be a great draft.
Yeah, it worked out well for Andy Reid and Philly and how they play. They went and got Don McNabb the next year, and it worked out really well for him. But I wasn't prepared. I'm thinking, and so Modrak brings me in, and he's like, "Well, if you want to scout the East Coast, you can do that." I went from being like running a department to like, nothing against just being a scout, but he was you scout the East Coast, you're not really scouting,
Really?
I mean, you're hitting schools like, you're hitting the Ivies, you're hitting the Boston colleges and maybe a Syracuse. I mean, you're not hitting a lot of great schools. So it was kind of his way of saying, listen, I know you have a contract here, but I don't give a damn.
Who brought you in?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Jeff Lurie, Joe Banner, and those guys brought me in. Ray Rhodes brought me in. So I was like, okay.
So after running the draft, he's demoting
me to the worst scout position you could probably have.
Wow.
So I'm like, and at the time I'd worked with a guy named Dick Geron in Green Bay, and Dick was the defensive coordinator for Coughlin in Jacksonville. And then I kind of was like what I did with the Eagles. I didn't tell them. I was like, well, can I have some time to think about this? And they're like, yeah, sure. Take as much as you need. So
we don't have anybody else that wants to scout the East Coast.
Exactly. So I'm kind of just sitting there, and I get on the phone, and Dick Geron calls me, and he goes, hey, listen, we got a spot down here in pro personnel with Jacksonville. Are you interested? So I went down there and interviewed with Tom Coughlin and all that, and I'm thinking, man, I might as well go and be an assistant pro director in Jacksonville than I would be a East Coast scout there.
So you were director of football operations with Philadelphia, and now you're going to go to Jacksonville and essentially be the assistant?
Assistant pro personnel guy. So I'm instead of being a scout,
that's like two pegs down, isn't it?
Oh no, I went up. I went from being up top to being like the lowest guy, and then when I went to Jacksonville, I actually went back up.
Okay,
but not to the point of like I was running the organization. But
so you must have impressed Tom Coughlin in the interview.
I felt like I did because he offered me the job, and what I did was I played it off long enough that the Eagles would still have to pay me for 2 more weeks.
Okay.
So I kept like, I didn't make my decision in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
like
keep that check coming in.
Yeah, I was like,
now you're not married yet, are you?
No.
Okay.
This is the time when I lived in Philly, and I lived in this high rise, and for 1 year I never had anything in my refrigerator.
Okay.
Every day I
Sounds like you're having a good time.
I went out to eat every single night you could eat. I went out
and mornings for
in
breakfast.
the mornings. Yeah, I mean,
King's disease. That's how you got that gout.
Yeah, it was, I tell you what,
Living
man,
too good.
I was living great. I really, really was. I'm like, man, single
So-
guy making really good money, and now I'm. But yeah, I moved
So
to
you, you say you weren't ready to go to work for Tom Coughlin, but
Yeah.
the interview went well. We have those two pieces of information. What was your first indication this was going to go wrong?
When we were standing on the practice field and during training camp, and I just walked over to the scouts, and like I'm trying to just kind of, we're just talking, and the scouts all that work there all looking at me and go, "Get away from me, Brian. Get away. Get away."
Oh, you had cooties?
Move away. And I'm like, what? What are we doing? And Tom had a rule that the scouts had to stand 10 yards apart from each other. So you couldn't stand on the field and like talk about the players. So we all had to stand 10 feet apart. And then and another rule he had was scouts couldn't wear sunglasses. You couldn't wear sunglasses on the field.
Oh, that's brutal.
So here we are in Jacksonville, and like the sun, in Florida.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting out there on the field, and I've got my prescription sunglasses. And
the prescription, coach.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You're about to get on Tom Coughlin's
I'm like,
bleep
I
list.
did. Like the security guy walks over, and Brian, he goes, "There's no sunglasses." And I go, "What?" I go, "No sunglasses on the field." And I'm like, "Well," I go, "They're prescription." And he goes, "It doesn't matter."
No, yes, it does.
I literally took them off. That was the first. I didn't see a damn thing we did in practice that day. I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for all the rules.
What was his rules for the glasses? Like he think you're not.
He wanted to see
paying
your eyes.
attention?
You weren't
I
paying
want to see you
attention.
looking at these players.
Exactly.
I want to know you're watching.
That's exactly what it
Oh,
was.
my God.
Because he didn't want people not paying attention, and he didn't want you like if I had like an Oakley deal. Like he didn't want you to have like a high. If we were going to wear,
what a hater, bro.
if we were going to wear sunglasses, we were all going to wear the same sunglasses. Like nobody could go high end aviator or all these.
What a weirdo.
Yeah, but it got worse. We got
really?
training camp, and he gave us a manual, like things you couldn't wear white socks.
Why?
You couldn't wear white socks.
For what?
Yeah,
It's sports.
It was a weird thing.
So what color were your socks?
Black.
Okay.
And I always pushed him down, but he wouldn't let you wear like
You pushed him down so you can see him?
Yeah, I pushed him all the way down.
And the high water joints on?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, so it was so funny because there were all these rules. You couldn't lean back in your chair. You couldn't, it was like you would sit in a meeting and everybody would have to sit completely straight up and down, and you couldn't cross your legs in the meeting.
Wow.
So you're sitting in a meeting.
This guy's running a Boy Scout troop.
That's
not a
right.
football
Come up
team.
with all of these. He must come up with them on the fly. This is a brand new rule. I just thought of it right now. Because this guy, I don't like how he's sitting.
Lucius, it was amazing. It was amazing how many rules that I broke initially in there. And then finally, it was like, and then I had the opportunity. I had the opportunity to go work with the Cowboys. I was kind of secretly talking with Larry Lacewell at the time.
Oh.
And I'm like, Lace, you got to get me out of here.
Please.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you gotta get me outta here.
interesting.
Even though we had a
'cause-
great team. I mean,
you guys
seriously.
were 11-5
Oh, yeah.
in the playoffs. Did you think at any point you were going to win the Super Bowl?
You know what? We had the type of roster. This is when Brady and them were Brady was a couple years away. You could kind of see what the Patriots were doing. They had Pete Carroll as a coach. So you kind of feel like, man, that might be a Pittsburgh was rolling right on.
It was the Broncos that won it, right?
Yeah, it was the Broncos that won it. But yeah, it was one of those things where I felt like we had a good roster. The biggest problem.
I mean, that Jacksonville team knocked on the door several times.
They did. The thing that was really hard about our locker room is that we had a bunch of guys that were like really into Christianity. I mean, big, like the Mark Brunells and the Tony Bosellis. We had a divided locker room. I mean, we had a really divided locker room.
Heathens and Christians?
Exactly.
That's a new shirts and skins right there.
Absolutely. I mean, we had guys like Tony Brackens from Texas, Kevin Hardy from Illinois. These guys ran the streets hard. And I will never forget, Kevin Hardy threw a party at his house. We were playing golf one day at the club, and Hardy's got a house over there off the tee box. And literally, it's like baby dolls over there. As we're all teeing off and like
sweet.
And like, hey Kevin,
like a music
we're all
video happening.
Yeah, it's like we're all waving, hey Kevin, how's it going? Yeah, you guys circle on back. Yeah.
See you at practice.
Yeah, but we had and you had the guys like Mark Brunell and Boselli in there, and they really were like, no, those guys are problems, Tom. Those guys are problems over there,
Who's getting wild tonight?
Yeah.
And so,
man, it sounds like a lot of people that couldn't mind their own business, including the coach.
That's exactly what it was. I kind of was for the point like, listen, these guys are great players, and we're all talking about like, we're sitting there like acting like we need to get rid of these guys just because they like to have fun.
Yeah.
See, Tom never liked me because I was always
a
lot of people,
I could see that.
I always
Tom related to the Bible thumpers a little more.
Yeah. And I'm like, there's a reason why we're winning these games because of guys like Brackens and Hardy and and those guys. I mean, that's why we're winning the games. It was you get Burnell, and Burnell would like one time. I think I've told the story before. Burnell he was like, Tom goes, Mark, we're throwing way too many interceptions. Way too many interceptions. Threw too many interceptions today, and he goes, Coach, it was God's will today.
Oh,
it's God's will.
In the name of the Father.
Yeah. And Tom looked at him and said, God does not want you to throw interceptions. God does not want you to throw interceptions.
Mark Brunell was a good quarterback, though.
He was.
Yeah.
We drafted him in Green Bay, so that's how I knew him.
Okay.
I knew him from we drafted him in Green Bay. So when I got down there, I kind of had a guy. But I learned about that locker room and I learned about the coaches. That was a rough year. That was a rough year for me because I just closed my door and started watching tape and trying to get ready for the next job. Because I'm thinking, man, I don't know if I can. But there's people that he's always had with him throughout that have just followed him everywhere that he's gone.
And this is where you lived on the golf course, right?
I lived at Sawgrass. This is when the team doctor said, he's like, hey, Brian, do you have a place to live? And I'm like, no, I really don't, Doc. And he goes, hey, got a house for you over. And I'm like, where is it? He goes,
my man.
Yeah, he goes, I got a house. Got a house for you over there. And I go, where is it, Doc? He goes, oh, it's at Sawgrass, TPC. And I'm like, Doc, I'm just a scout. He goes, $1,200 a month. And I go, really? I go, what's the catch? He goes, well, the catch is I don't want my wife to get the house. We're getting a divorce. So I'm just going to rent you the house. And so literally I lived on the 18th green at Sawgrass there at TPC there, the island with the island hole and all that.
Way.
Yeah. And so there's all these pro golfers, VJ Singh, Jim Furyk, all these golfers living around me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here at this house that I barely had enough furniture for one of the rooms. I had my bedroom and then a living room area and all. And that
weren't you entertaining and stuff and throwing crawfish boils back there?
No, I wasn't doing the crawfish boil stuff back then.
You were sitting in the ultimate bachelor pad and working 18-hour days in the NFL.
I was.
And a highlighter and some kids measurements.
You guys got me right. I mean, I could have been like Kevin Hardy and those guys throwing parties in the back.
The scout version.
At least for you, at least for two. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But I if I had to do it over, I probably would do that. Yeah.
As you should.
If you had to do it over, would you have punched Tom Coughlin before you left?
You know what?
Just one good one.
One good one? Nah, I nah.
Wouldn't want that
chest
on your
bump him.
ledger.
A good chest bump while you're yelling at him.
I'll tell you that story that time that year we won 5 straight games.
Yeah.
And remember that when I went jogging with him? And
tripped the man.
No, he's I had to let him win every time after the jog. He's huffing and puffing. I had to let him win. And it's he jogged with me for 5 straight weeks just because he's superstitious. And I hated it. He wouldn't say a word the whole time. He just wouldn't say anything.
And this was every day, Monday through Friday?
Every day, Monday through Friday for 5 weeks. We get beat by Doug Flutie in Buffalo. I've never been so happy for us to lose a game. Seriously, I was like, thank God I don't have to jog with him anymore.
Those were good times with Doug Flutie and the Bills. Man, that was a fun thing to be a fan of.
Good team.
What did you think of living in Jacksonville?
You know what? It was really spread out. It was super, super spread out. Where I was in Ponte Vedra was, way away from the facility. The facility was we're at the stadium downtown, and then the airport was way, way far away too. So I did a ton of driving in that. I think it's Jacksonville's I don't know, by area square miles, probably the biggest city in the country, I believe, when it comes to square miles and stuff like that. So there was
ain't nothing bigger than Oak Cliff.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're right about that. There was a lot of
just a joke.
You know, when you go and you say, oh, it's just over here, just over here was 25 miles. Just over here was 20 miles. It was never, but I'll tell you, Jacksonville really is pretty, like I say, Ponte Vedra was beautiful. St. Augustine, if you ever go to St. Augustine, go down the one. I mean, you can have a lot of fun at that Florida.
Did the Eagles guy ever call you back and
he died?
Eat crow?
He died. He died. The guy died like 2 years later. So I never.
Unfortunate.
He never got to see your fruits.
Yeah. He got to see he got to see the team. And,
he got to see.
Maybe that's what killed him.
But he never ever came up to me and said, "Man, y'all was wrong."
Nah, he did. He seen it. I got a drop for you. Hold on.
The more you around, the more you're going to find out.
All right.
Were you surprised you didn't get another chance to be the director of football operations somewhere?
I should have never left Green Bay. Every one of those guys in Green Bay ended up being general managers of a team. I should have never left Green Bay. I appreciate the opportunity to go run a draft, but that was probably my 15 minutes of fame.
Okay, thank you, Broadus,
for
the last 15 minutes. And the Chronicles of Broadus, Tales from a Football Life have struck once again. Cowboys Twitter, lots of takeaways from Jerry Jones this morning going viral as he was making news, and that's next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about Men's Tea Clinic, though. If you want to get your edge back, here we are. We're wrapping up another year.
from open to 10 p.m. Join us Wednesday, December 21st for our monthly VIP party with free barbecue all day. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Willard AC is now Willard Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Make sure your holiday dollars don't go down the drain this year due to emergency plumbing issues. Visit WillardAC.com today to schedule your appointment and take advantage of their $99 drain cleaning special.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral from America's team, about America's team. Segments brought to you by Soda. It's state of the art. And the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. How about some Cowboys Twitter? And Jerry Jones was making headlines with his quotes. On the Dak interceptions, the definition of aggressiveness does not have to include turnovers. It does not have to include that. I do like aggressiveness without the turnovers. I like Jerry. I think he understands, and he said it about 4 or 5 weeks ago, that with scoring less, running more, playing complementary football, they were practicing for the playoffs. And I would just like to encourage Jerry Jones to continue to impress that, to insist on that from his football team, because that's the path to victory, Brian, eliminating these turnovers.
Yeah, absolutely. I get in some discussions with folks on Twitter. They were asking me, what turnovers are Dak's fault, and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, it doesn't matter whose fault they are. It's turnovers. That's the problem. They've been very fortunate, Gavin and Lucius, to get out of these games turning over the ball, but you're playing somebody that can't do anything about it. You gave the Texans the ball on your 4-yard line and they couldn't score.
Yeah, defense will clean most things up for you.
Yeah, you go give the ball to any team you're going to play in the playoffs, and you give it to them at the 4-yard line, you're probably going to get a touchdown score.
Hell, even Houston made 17 points out of your turnovers on Sunday.
Yeah.
That's what a bad team does.
That's all you need to know right there.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I don't care whose fault it is. Dak, CD, receivers, whoever, play caller. You got to stop it. It's just like the penalty thing. The last couple of weeks, they've been pretty damn good on the penalty stuff. They've been doing a good job of stopping the run.
Yeah.
You're capable of not turning over the ball.
Well, the more you throw it, the more you are going to have interceptions. And I don't think Jerry would say, I don't want any. That's expecting too much.
Yeah.
But to me, when you're watching on TV and the ball gets thrown, sometimes I'm shocked with how many defenders are in the intended area, Brian.
Yeah.
Is it a decision making like is Dak's appetite for risk grown too much? Yeah. Is it too big now?
Or is it the scheme that why are all those receivers all in the same spot with all those defenders?
Another good question.
But it's funny, Gavin. I don't know if you saw this morning. Someone put out a tweet. Did you see what Mahomes' touchdown interceptions were?
No.
14-6, something like that. And then our guy up in Buffalo is 9-7 with the touchdowns, interceptions the last several weeks. So they were kind of trying to they were trying to justify, or I shouldn't say justify. They're trying to put into perspective if we're killing Dak on this stuff.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen's just as bad throwing interceptions here of late. And Pat Mahomes is just as bad as throwing, and I don't know.
Dak is at 14-9, and those players are significantly better ratios. So it's not necessarily apples to apples.
Right.
But I think it's a good conversation piece because of the way defenses are playing these days. Most quarterbacks are going to have more picks than they did just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like, though, that to me, you need to find a way. You just can't keep turning the ball over. If it's, I appreciate the aggressiveness, but there's certain times you just do not let that ball fly, and I'll say it's just not Dak. It's Kellen Moore. It's play calling. It's what you're talking about. Hey, can you get what you need out? We've seen this team run the ball at 2nd and 12 and pick it up, get 18 yards on a run. They're capable of running the full. I'm not saying you have to run it every damn down, but man, it helps you. It helps the quarterback maybe not make those throws that you're because he's trying to force something that he doesn't need to do.
Yeah, I'd say I don't really want to pass until the other team is going to let me. But the way these defenses are playing, I think offenses are so geared towards the passing game that even as the picks rise and the yards per attempt is coming down, they're still like, I'm ready to pass. Let's go for it. Let's take it to them. And it's like, no, you're supposed to audible out of these to runs, right? The defenses have decided we're going to let you run.
He threw a ball the other day that I know he checked out of the play. I mean, you could see they're going to run the toss going to the right, and he felt like that Lamb, the coverage was off enough to where he could throw the quick screen, that what they call that smoke, and he threw it, and it ended up to be like a 4 or 5 yard gain, but it was run and play. I mean, you could tell because everybody's pulling. Backs, like Zeke's kind of looking like, okay, where's the ball? And now Dak just raises up and fires the ball out to the left side there, And so I would like to know. I guarantee if you got Kellen Moore off somewhere and said, what percentage of plays does Dak check out of that you call running plays? Mm-hmm. What percentage? Or is it the opposite?
Yeah.
Is Dak checking into running plays that you're trying to throw the ball on?
Yeah, I think
I'd like to learn that. That would be,
and those are like state secrets.
Yeah, that would tell the tale, right? Maybe if Kellen Moore gets let go, maybe one day you could catch him at the combine and ask him that question.
Okay, who won the Super Bowl last year? Who was their quarterback? How many interceptions did this quarterback have? Stafford. Yeah, he threw a lot of them. And he
threw one that almost lost the game against San Francisco.
Yeah,
I mean, he throws one that if Tart makes the play, the game's over.
He was great in the playoffs, but last year around this time, Stafford was really struggling, and so were the 49ers. And I think it goes to the point that, especially in the NFC,
the Rams were struggling, right?
Well, the Niners were last year at this time, too.
You said both.
I think the Niners won like the last 4 games to get into the playoffs and then started making noise. So the point is that all teams are struggling. The NFC is down. Your chances of getting there are greater than ever. It's not like you have the Chiefs or even the Bills to get through. So hopefully they can take advantage of that. But the takeaways are one way that with another really good team and a chance, it could come up short. Calvin Watkins, quoting Jerry Jones, said it's fair to say the Odell Beckham Jr. is an outstanding wide receiver, and he's not ready to play today.
Not at all.
But will be in the spring. Yeah. Jones says there is continued interest in Beckham. I can't see it happening, if we're already talking about like Tony Pollard's going to be a free agent and Terrence Steele, and you got to get CeeDee Lamb and you got to get Trayvon Diggs under contract. Like, how are you going to go make room for Odell Beckham Jr. when there's a draft full of players who are, going to be at league minimum for 4 years? It's not difficult to say there's no way in hell the Cowboys sign Odell Beckham Jr. if he's not going to come play the rest of this year.
I kind of felt like that if maybe they could have gotten Odell Beckham for that veteran, what T.Y. Hilton got, that type of thing, then I'm going to take my chances that Britt Brown is going to have him ready to go maybe before 8 weeks. Maybe there was going to be a chance you might get him a couple of games earlier than that. But you couldn't get the guy to agree on the compensation, and how hard does he really want to work to get back?
Well, I think for a guy like T.Y. Hilton, who's 3 years older, that deal makes sense. For Odell Beckham Jr., he's like, if I just wait until March, one team with cap space is going to give me a big long-term deal.
Just for this year. Yeah. Just, the Cowboys were just.
But the risk is you show up and you don't play great, and now your long-term deal is out.
Yeah.
You got to think in terms of like $50 million.
He might be a situation where teams are out on him to begin with.
Could be. Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, after 2 ACLs, I'd like to see him work out, but maybe there's a team with enough cap space and, enough of a need that there is still a significant payday coming for him. Jerry on Jonathan Hankins, you could see Jonathan back for the playoffs.
Yeah.
But he will not be back before then. So I guess it's good news, bad news. I'll take that one.
That's what we talked about yesterday on the show out there from the ballpark, that they were looking at Hankins, and it wasn't one of those things where he'd be done for the year. But because the position he plays, I was told it was going to be several weeks. So that's kind of the news that I got yesterday, and now kind of hearing it from the horse's mouth today.
I mean, it's going to hurt you against the Titans. It's going to hurt you against the Eagles.
He was playing well.
Yeah.
He really was. He's a hard guy to block. At fourth down play, he's literally laying on his back and reaches up with his arm to make the tackle.
And he's got great energy for a big guy,
He
too.
does. He does. Very active.
He's bringing like the intensity and the celebrations and the rah-rah that, I think defensive linemen feed off of. Okay. Hey, guys, Brian here says the 817. How do we get 10 million words on OBJ and no rumors leading up to T.Y. Hilton? That's a good question. Yeah, we didn't hear anything about T.Y. Hilton since really the offseason.
Yeah, the thing that was, there were people that were asking about him, and I know this for a fact, and I'm going to give Bobby Belt a lot of credit. He had this yesterday afternoon, and I should have just went ahead and tweeted it out and acted like I got it, like I was an insider. No, I can't do that to Bobby. I can't do that to Bobby.
Damn. Look at the jack move right there, my brothers.
Like, Bobby, tweet this out. If you're not, I am. No, I would never have done that. That's why I respect it. I'd be like,
why didn't he report it?
You know what? I think he got it in a way. I think somehow he got that. It kind of fell into his lap in a way.
It would have been obvious you told him.
I think he was protecting some folks. Yeah, I think that's what he was doing. So yeah, sometimes you just kind of have to just bite the bullet. But Bobby, when we were pulling up to the base to the park, Bobby called me and said they're going to sign T.Y. Hilton. And
but that's all we'd heard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
I don't know. Maybe T.Y. Hilton not on the level of star, but as far as being ready to help now, they're not that different. As far as who could impact the passing game. Like T.Y. Hilton, I imagine, is he your fourth guy? Is he your third guy? Yeah, but he could also be your number one wide receiver in any given game. He's capable of going out and having like 6 catches for 85 yards, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's it's an exciting addition.
He's a really good player when it comes to dealing with zone coverages because he has a feel for how to run and how to settle down and find space. He's really good at coming across the field. You brought it up. Those 3rd and 4s, the 3rd and 5s, the 4th and 3s, what we had in the Green Bay game. I keep talking about that. This guy he's fearless coming across the field running routes. He'll catch the football. He'll get up the field, but he is a very good zone player. And if the Cowboys are going to face more teams playing cover 2 and make Dak have to deal with that, you're going to need some guys that have some understanding of how to run routes against zone coverages.
Finishing up Cowboys Twitter here, Jerry on Tyron Smith. As I see it right now, he will be playing on Sunday. That is huge. It's a big opportunity to get a higher level of play out there at left tackle, and it frees up Tyler Smith to maybe be part of the solution at right tackle.
My turn.
Along with Jason Peters, and then Gronk going viral for a hot take about the Cowboys during the Fox pregame show. Are the Cowboys contenders or pretenders? He asked rhetorically. History states they're pretenders every year. I guess he's got a point there. After 25 years, he would know.
Being real, bro.
He got an up close view of what that was like for the Boston Red Sox, and how that came to an end for them. I don't know. I don't think history has any bearing on who you are right now. But I think if I'm Stephen and Jerry Jones and I'm thinking about my role in it, how many players did the Eagles add? How many players did you add? How many players did the Rams and Buccaneers add to push their teams over the finish line to get that championship? And for me, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, guys, we got to get this right. When we're this close and the NFC is this down, what players could we have traded for that we didn't? Because if you go out in the divisional round, or if you have an injury and all of a sudden you're looking at your depth like, wow, it'd be great to have an extra player. Like, I would take that seriously. I don't think the history has anything to do with it. But what has something to do with it big time is this front office's inability to finish the fight when it comes to putting together a championship level roster. You're hopeful now. Yeah. Instead of saying, oh, this is ours to lose, you're hoping things go your way and Dak doesn't throw picks. That's what you got to hope for right now because you don't have enough of a margin for error. All right, nation. What the world of college football is saying about the passing of a coaching legend. We'll pass along some of those highlights and give our thoughts on the passing of Mike Leach. That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Friday mornings at 7:15, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, what's your favorite Mike Leach memory? 877-881-1053. So sudden. You know, that was tough news to wake up to. I was hoping that we'd wake up to better news on that front, but it became obvious shortly after I woke up. I was listening to Sean and RJ, and I realized, okay, I know how they're talking. I know what this means. Okay, so get that truckwreck.com fan text fired up. We want to hear from you. 972 says, guys, long-time listener, first time seeing you on YouTube. Loving the show while at work at the U.S. Department of Labor. Salute to you, 972.
That's kind of ironic, though.
Yeah.
You're watching video at the Department of Labor.
Yeah, get on task, buddy.
All they have to do is maintain a long line. You know what I'm saying? We're hella busy.
I
See this
appreciate you,
long-ass
man.
line?
I do. I appreciate you out there.
469, there's no Cowboys trade that was needed to pick up a huge need that this front office slept on. Borders on criminal in Ndamukong Suh. And to be twofold, you grab him, Phillies minus him. No draft picks given up, and he's an alpha pro to help lead against Washington. Yeah, you know, I would like Ndamukong Suh as well. They did get Hankins, and hopefully, you know, he can come back and you know, be a big addition for the playoffs. Okay, we have a collection here of what former players and different organizations are saying about the passing of Mike Leach. I did call him a legend in the tees. I think he is an offensive coaching legend. The 682 says Mike Leach was a good coach. He was one hell of an entertainer, and for all accounts, a good dude. But legend, I'd have to question that.
I think he is his winning percentage. If he'd won 3 more games, he would have been right on par with the coaches that are in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So he was 3 wins short of that.
Is he not a Texas legend?
I would,
in a sense.
You know, if you talk about what he did out and what, you know, I think he's Californian by where he was born. But you look at what he did out there in West Tech. You know, Tech. Let's be honest about Texas Tech before he got out there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he put Tech really, when you start to talk about big time football, on the map. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Red Raider people that are going to come after me. But you look at what he's done is the number of wins, the 8, 9, 10 win seasons he had.
It was the golden era.
The rankings that they had. You know, man, I would be hard pressed. Give me another guy that, you know, that had a better run at Texas Tech than him.
When they beat Texas, bro, that's all they talk about. Still to this day, that Crabtree catch.
Absolutely.
Tired of hearing about it.
You had some big moments there, but just the influence that he had on offense and how many people have done what he laid out.
Him and Hal Mummy, when they got together, and Hal Mummy and these guys, they started, you know, and really people were always like, well, you can't sustain anything with this offense. You can't. And it was really, he took a lot of crap for it.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden it's like, you know, oh, he can't win, but it was hard to defend. And it seems like that every team in the country has some type of version of it, the way they run that air raid stuff. I mean, a lot of people ask these coaches, well, how would you describe your scheme? Well, we're pretty much air raid, you know, John Jenkins, Hal Mummy, you know, Mike Leach. Look at Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley was on that staff, you know, with Mike at Tech, you know, and I mean, so there's a lot of really outstanding offensive minds that really did some great things for innovation for this game.
Surely. 806, Leach was asked why Craig James Kidd was his third string tight end, and his response was, because we don't have a fourth string. That was greatness, says the 806. 469, you can't watch football without watching a variation of the air raid. That's Mummy and Leach, legends.
True. Yep, that's true.
Okay. I'm not a fan of any team he's ever coached, but he's 100% a legend, says the 817.
Absolutely.
Okay. A typical government employee, says the 817, about our buddy over there at the Department of Labor.
Be respectful. Come on, man.
It was a good burn.
Just doing a job. Doing a job over there.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com fan text. Keep them coming.
That sounds like jealousy.
It does very much, yeah.
Yeah, this is a good gig he's got going. Thor Nystrom is a college football reporter. He posted this trailer to an E60 show they did about him a few years back when he was at Washington State. And Thor tweets along with it, I'm not ashamed to admit I've been wiping away tears this morning. I come across this video and start laughing through them. Mike Leach comforting me about his own death. Here's the trailer.
When people write the Mike Leach obituary, how do you want to be remembered?
Well, that's their problem. They're the one writing the obituary. I mean, what do I care? I'm dead.
He's a one-off. You could travel far and wide and you couldn't possibly find anyone even remotely like him.
If you Google Mike Leach, the first things that show up are videos with your thoughts on
Dinosaurs, Bigfoot, grizzly bears. Here's a message from the National Weather Service.
We had really no idea what he was talking about.
Inside the pet rock is a very hard-ass traditional football coach.
That was last week.
There's a little bit of drama in all this. There's heroes, there's villains. They might hate me, but I'm still a pretty important part of that drama.
Yeah, he was, and I think he would have been a bigger part if he'd have been like more corporate or something, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know what that was. As competitive as it was, I wouldn't have cared. I'd have been like, yeah, this is awesome. I'm going to get the funny guy who's got a wrinkly shirt with last night's dinner still on the collar, but you know what? He's going to bring great offense here.
Yeah, he is, and that's he's one of those guys that he was just who he was. That's I mean, there's somebody. We talk about guys and gals that are coaches and they stand up there and they just they just ramble on about things and they don't give you anything. With Mike Leach, you actually learn something. You learn something about life could be really fun and it could be interesting, and you can. Mike Leach is a guy that would always play the game when you're sitting out with your buddies and you're like, would you ever do this? Okay, would you rather sweat mayonnaise the rest of your life? Or have Cheeto dust on your fingers, everything you touch.
Yeah.
And Leach would probably say, well, sweating mayonnaise would be tough.
He would break it down.
Because I'm kind of a big guy. And, as a big guy, you don't want mayonnaise would be all over the place. But Cheeto dust, if you touch this, my play sheet would have Cheeto dust all over it. And that's what,
I mean, he wouldn't give you a cop-out answer. No, he wouldn't. A real deal answer.
Seriously, he would give you an answer like, he wouldn't like stare at you like Bill Belichick and look at you like, what kind of stupid effing question is that?
Yeah.
Mike, those sideline reporters and stuff, like I remember coming off the field one time, a young lady asked him about, second half or what he needed, what's going on with your team. And he looked at her and goes, you're watching us. What do you think? Yeah. And I go, Coach, you're not playing very good. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
He could strike a great balance about being professional and very serious, but not to the point that he had to be mean about it. Right. But as the E60 trailer told you, there was very much an old school football coach inside there.
Yeah, he had a time, and I remember at Washington State, he had Gardner Minshew as his quarterback, and he did an interview with Gardner Minshew, had that mustache, and he put it on like post-game. Like he put the black mustache on and did the post-game interview with the Gardner Minshew mustache on. That's just the kind of guy he was.
Hilarious. 817, Leach was asked one time about how to fix a losing golf team, and he said, golf sucks, quit. If you lose at golf, you must be a winner. What the heck? 13-year-old daughter wants to know what G-Bag means. That's the 214. Well, it's good broadcasting about games. And tell her thanks for listening. 972, is there a Pat Mahomes without Leach? Cliff was coached under Leach, which he took that offense and got Pat.
It's my turn.
Good questions. Mike Martz is the godfather of the air raid, says the 636. All righty, keep this feedback coming in. Patrick Mahomes on Twitter, prayers to the Leach family. True legend of the game, said Patrick Mahomes there. Dennis Dodd, Mike Leach's coaching tree is a sequoia. Consider former Tech quarterbacks Lincoln Riley and Cliff Kingsbury. They've both used the air raid to get to the top. Riley has 3 of the last 6 Heisman winners. 6 times since 2016, players he coached finish in the Heisman top 4. To me, that's the biggest compliment you can get. Like how many people influenced you, how many people that worked with you went on and did great things as well, because, you're not just teaching them how to run these plays. You're teaching them an approach and a way of thinking about things and problem solving. And that's why, those guys come off those great trees like that.
My favorite thing about Leach is watching him coach, and he's got his whole game plan basically on a bar napkin. I was with Mike Leach. Can I tell you my real quick Mike Leach? And it came to me. I was with the Combine, and one year I never really got to go scouting with anything, but I was at the Combine one year, and he was with a buddy of mine, Steve Karakoff. And Steve and Mike go way, 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 way back. And we were standing there, and Mike was just pounding these Coronas. But every once in a while, he would take out a pen, and he would write, like he would draw a play on a bar napkin. And he would wad it up, and he put it in his pocket. So the next day, I'm sure he woke up and like, oh, look, that idea came. And he's probably unfolding.
Yeah.
But he was at the Combine, and I just got to, say hello kind of a thing, but never got to scout, go to a school he was scouting. But yeah, I just remember him writing on those napkins and then folding them up and putting them in his pocket. Like, okay, if
like
I don't,
a comedian would with a fire
like a
joke
or
that's
thought.
a great one. I'm gonna save that for later.
Yeah, like he
Got a little spaghetti on him.
That was his kind of his way of doing things. But I always remember his play sheet, just that little bitty like piece of paper, and
a little Cheeto dust on the play sheet.
Yeah, he had the Cheeto dust on for sure.
Tara Talmadge is a sideline reporter. She says, today we mourn a legend. One of my favorite conversations with Mike Leach came in our meeting last month. He spoke with our crew for close to an hour about poker, Willie Nelson, and a little football, of course. Leach was eccentric, yes, but brilliant and genuine as well. Yeah, she just wanted to make sure, I guess, that the narrative wasn't just about him being eccentric and funny. He was also very serious and a great football coach. And he's passed at the age of 61. Unbelievable. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The 4 o'clock hour coming up. Mavs trade rumors. We have 2. Could you flip Wood for this longtime Mavs target? Let's discuss that. Of course, the top 10's coming up as well as we move into the 4 o'clock hour here on The Fan.
Instead of playing hard and getting a first down and getting a play, then, you want to sit behind a shade tree, eat a fish sandwich, and drink a lemonade with your fat little girlfriend.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go around the Mavs, take a look at the very latest. Man, the Mavs are in so many trade rumors right now, and a couple that are juicy that I think can make the team significantly better. General at your service. Excuse me. If you see me, bear me. N.A. It's clearing my throat in honor of the great Mike Leach. Okay.
Mike Leach,
Yes, sir. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there, mass control, keeping them Gators down. And I do believe Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch.
He went for a light jog real quick.
Okay, yeah.
He's been gone for about an hour on that jog.
Well, I heard he works 8-hour days. So salute to Carter Freeman.
Yeah, might be listening.
L.A. hating, pay attention. Put a little sauce on it.
Yeah.
Amp it up the set for Dawson, pay attention.
Just put a little fuel on that fire. I appreciate it. Oh, there he is. Looks like he's freshly showered as well. So nice of you to bless us with your presence, Carter. It's great to have you back here in the G-Bag Nation every night, 2 to 7. All right, trade rumor the Mavs might have interest in. Okay, at 877-881-1053 MFFLs. Who do you want the Mavs to get? I know you're all over it, and you're probably going to have some good reactions to a couple of different trades we're going to throw out here. Pistons say they're interested in trading away Saddiq Bey, a player that the Mavs were considering a few years back. They ended up drafting Josh Green, and it's turned out to be pretty good. Saddiq Bey is a player that has the kind of skills the Mavs could really, really use. And right now he's in Detroit, who drafted him. And the report says they're willing to trade him for the right price. I just got to find out what that is. The Mavs have expiring contracts. They have first-round picks. I think you can entertain Detroit. Saddiq Bey averaging 15 points and 5 rebounds. He's getting about 3 assists per game as well, which is pretty nice from a guy who's definitely going to be, a forward for you, 3 or 4. His three-point shooting is down. Maybe that's why they want to let him go. He's a career 35% shooter. He's shooting at 29% right now, but they probably feel like he's coming up for, a new contract before too long, and they don't want to commit big money to him. And if you want to, play for a championship, guys like this who are like 6'10", can dribble, pass, shoot, rebound, and eventually become a really good defender. I'd say Saddiq Bey right now is a pretty good defender at times, but that's an exciting name. And one of the players that for a couple of years, the first 2 years after the draft, I think we were disappointed the Mavs didn't take Saddiq Bey and instead had Josh Green. Now it's more like a tie. But if you could have both of them, I'd be willing to give up something to get that player over here, Brian.
Yeah, no, that's the thing about it is that I think the Mavs just continue to try and hunt that extra player, that extra piece, and just they're winning games. They're kind of scuffing along in some, winning some. The free throw shooting, we've talked about that a bunch. The clutch, defense and things like that. They're kind of. I just think they're. Do you worry about there might be too many things that they're dealing with right now? That they're dealing with, it's like trying
too many guys trying to get in the rotation?
Well, I don't know if it's, do you have too many problems and you need to focus on one? It's like, okay, we could fix this or we could fix this or we could fix this.
You need another big. You need another ball handler. And you can always use more 3-and-D guys.
See,
I mean, Saddiq Bey is like...
Oh, I understand,
he's tall and super long, and it's like, this is what championship rosters are made of. Hello.
Yeah.
You can defend 5 different positions.
Yeah. See, but that's... And I wonder if the Mavs are thinking the same way you are.
Yeah.
If they're, they think, well, we need to go this direction or that... I wonder if there's just so many things over there, so many balls in the air, as they would say.
Well, the
focus on a player like that might not be.
They maybe they'll focus more on guys like JaVale McGee. That one caught me off guard. That was not good. Everything was going great up until the JaVale McGee moment, and then since then it's like, okay, well, let's get back to it. 940. Anyone the Mavericks look at. I think he wanted to say must shoot, but it auto-corrected to mud shoot.
Yeah.
One word, mud shoot. What kind of stuff are you texting about 940? Anyone the Mavericks look at mud shoot above 75% free throws. So I think you got a good basketball point there. Must shoot. above 75% there. I can't get excited about the NBA, says the 903. Any team. I'm sorry to hear that, man. It's a super exciting sport. Derrick Rose to the Mavs, rumors true. I think they would like to add Derrick Rose as well. But Sadiq Bey is number one on the trade rumor-rooskies here. If you look out there on NBA, he would be a nice fit. Okay, I just like you're saying though. I just worry. I just think there's so many other things that they're dealing with right now. I wonder if their focus is on that. That's the thing I worry about. Okay, Dallas Mavericks are interested in trading for Derrick Rose, by the way, just to clarify that. But there's another trade rumor here for you. The Atlantic Hawks have discussed a John Collins trade with a number of teams, including the Jazz, Wizards, Brooklyn Nets, and Dallas Mavericks. Collins has been on the trade market for a considerable amount of time. He's in year 2 of a 5-year deal at $25 million per year. Very fair for a man of his talents. They might have traded him a couple of years ago, but remember when they went on that surprise run to the Eastern Conference Finals? So they decided to bring everybody back. And since then, they're like, yeah, we'd really like to do something else. If you could get John Collins for Christian Wood, that would be just too good to be true, wouldn't it? I think so. The thing that's worrying me now about Christian Wood is his presence in the locker room. Really? And then I worry that maybe there's some things going on there that, as far as maybe some feelings hurt, about, well, hey, why aren't you guys doing this or why aren't you doing that? And, there's probably some reasons why when he wasn't in the lineup, they played pretty well that one night, So I wonder if we're getting to that point where the Mavericks are like, okay, we need to kind of move on from this. See, and that's why I don't think like getting John Collins for him is realistic, but maybe Atlanta would be so interested in getting away from the contract that they would do something like that without you having to add anything else of value. That would be incredible. It's interesting to hear what is said about Christian Wood because on the court, there's a little bit of back and forth with teammates, but you don't see like signs of major chemistry problems like you could easily see with Luka and Porzingis. And last night, this guy had 2 huge plays that just nobody is going to make. Right. Just unbelievable dunks in traffic that leave your jaw dropping. Like, we're thinking about this guy doesn't make sense for us. He's incredibly gifted. He is. But you also worry the Mavs. What's the one thing the Mavs as a team, when you look at them of how they've been constructed and how their players interact with each other, how do you view the Mavs? And I mean this in a way, do you see friction before Christian Wood, did you ever feel like there was any friction within the Mavs? No, I don't think they do well with friction. I don't think they do well with friction. I think it drains their energy. I do too. And I think that's one of those things that they work so hard on the chemistry, the camaraderie, and and the teamwork. And then all of a sudden you get a guy in there that's like super, super talented. Yeah. And then all of a sudden he's pissing everybody off because he's yelling at them because they're not super talented like him. Mm-hmm. And they're like, hey, bro, seriously, we were in the Western Conference Finals last year. What were you doing? Mm-hmm. Jacking around down in Houston. So is he getting on them for not being talented enough, or are they getting on him for not trying hard enough? I wonder. That's what I feel like there's something there. I feel like there's something there because we keep kind of hearing his name. It's not like it used to be like, oh, we're all about Christian. We're all about, we're. I mean, there's been times that I've thought I would like to do just addition by subtraction to try to get back to the team dynamics that you had last year. Yeah. Because if you could get back to that, I think that's a winning formula that's been well established. But that's kind of the thing that guys like I'm going to include you in this, but Bassick, you guys, it's like, Mike's famous line about the Mavs, they try hard. They play well to get, it's not ever about, oh, this team's got grit and they've got, they don't have grit. There's not, sometimes you need with your team, you need a little bit of that friction in order to kind of, get your team going. But I don't feel like the Mavs want friction. Yeah. I don't. And I think that Christian Wood might be a friction guy. And if they can move on from him, I wouldn't be surprised. Addition by subtraction is a real thing in basketball, I think, more than any other sport. just because of how intimate the game is and how much you rely on a guy being able to, read what you're doing and have your back. And the positions are more fluid than anything. You have to be like one unit.
Yeah, they're really happy with, those the Powells and just the guys that are hard worker, team player, started on the bench. Now he's just, they're okay with that guy. And this is going to sound terrible. I'm sorry, but they like the Terrence Steele guy. They don't like Lyle Collins.
No, you're right.
They like Terrence Steele because Terrence Steele is going to show up at the gym. He's going to work hard. He's not going to be late to the plane. He's not going to blow off the drug test guy. These are the things that they want the guy that is everything is rolling along and it's just, hey,
John Collins is much more of that guy than Christian Wood is.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
Could you imagine trading spare parts that are going to be gone in Boban and a couple of other guys for Christian Wood that ultimately turns into a trade for John Collins? That would be an incredible flip by this Mavericks front office. They're also efforting deals with Nerlens Noel and Bogdan Bogdanovic, who is now with the Spurs. I guess they're trying to find a way if they could get Luka's buddy back up here. That would be considered a good. Luka teed up last night for yelling at his teammates. That's next here in Around the Mavs. I think it shows how trigger happy and fed up the refs are with Luka. There was a whistle and he turned to snap. I forget who it was at. Maybe it was Dwight Powell for not, adjusting or whatever. But after the game, Luka said, "I'll get that one back for sure." He said that I looked to him, but I didn't look at him. We sent about 7 angles to the NBA office already so they can see I was yelling to my teammates. But that's got to be a red flag to you if you're Luka. Why did he tee you up at the first sign? Because he's been conditioned that is what you're doing constantly. And he thought there was a loud clapping and yelling towards the ref.
Yeah, the official probably thinking Luka's not going to yell at one of his teammates.
Yeah.
He's directing that, my direction.
Yeah, so I'm glad he's getting it back. I think he's got a couple of more years coming up on 24 now. He's got a couple of more years where you can still kind of get the young guy excuse. But once you're into your mid-20s, you've been in playoff battles, you got to be able to prioritize and not waste your energy barking to the refs all the dang time. Mavs off tonight, host the Cavaliers tomorrow.
That'd be a good one.
Cleveland is third in the East at 17-11.
They're playing well. They sure are.
Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, Karis LeVert. Jared Allen's a nice player. I don't feel like they're a real contender, but they are a good regular season team, and for the Mavs, it's a real good test as they try to continue their bounce back. The NBA is renaming its annual regular season MVP award after Michael Jordan, the player who topped ESPN's rankings in the NBA's 75th anniversary team name last year. He was a 5-time MVP winner during his 15-season career. Only Jabbar, for whom the league's Social Justice Champion Award is named, has won more MVP trophies. The defensive.
What are you laughing at, bro?
I'm just laughing because I'm laughing because that. I'm laughing because the award should probably be named. I mean, he had the most MVPs, right?
Yeah. He did win 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's funny how we want to name all these trophies after these players.
Yeah.
But do you name them for the right things?
Well, Bill Russell does have the most rings. Will Chamberlain has the most MVPs.
So it's the Larry O'Brien Award, right, for the championship?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Maybe
I'm just laughing because
it tickled you.
It did. It just
tickled you.
It did because the Social Justice Award, I'm sure, is a very prominent thing. But is it more prominent than the MVP, which he won 7 times?
Jabbar made no friends. Yeah. He didn't even like his teammates, his coaches.
Some outlets are calling that the woke award. Yeah, so it's not it's not trending up right now. It's not trending up.
The Akeem Olajuwon Trophy is going to go to the Defensive Player of the Year.
Breitbart.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, some outlets. Wilt Chamberlain, Rookie of the Year. Okay. I thought maybe that might be an off-the-court award.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's
John Havlicek Trophy.
I just got that joke.
For a 6th Man of the Year. Yeah, you hit 20,000 to get the Wilt Chamberlain Trophy. The George Mikan Trophy for
dehydrated.
Okay, so the George Mikan Trophy This is like we're going back to the 50s. That is for the
Minneapolis Lakers.
Most improved player.
Yeah, George
award.
Mikan.
Yeah.
Bad glasses and a pretty good hook shot.
Yeah, he had those military glasses looking out there trying to
black
hoop.
circle glasses, yeah. They had cool uniforms back the old
Standard issue.
Oh, yeah. He was
standard issue glasses.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
They call them BCs, birth controls.
There it is.
Yeah.
I knew there was a fun name for those. Thank you. There it is. It's the G-Bag Nations around the Mavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is time to take a look at Wolchuk's top 10 at 420. Now, Wolchuk continues to be out sick. Okay, we expect him tomorrow. We expect Chiafalo's glorious return as a triple girl dad next week. He is out on paternity leave there. The newest Chiafalo arrived on Saturday afternoon, so congrats to him. Speaking of births, it's the National Guard's birthday, and we'll give you the top 10 celebrities who served the National Guard. That's coming up next here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about Window Nation. Welcome back, Nation. We got Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 here. I was taking a look at the Twitch chat on the break, and somebody came in and named Space Seer and said Gavin and Carter should throw hands. And just a moment after that, in came the Dallas fan cam. I don't know who's running this account over there, but it said Gavin doesn't want this heat. So the plot thickens between me and my greatest in-building rival in fan history, Carter Freeman over there. All righty.
Someone said the fan cam.
Yeah.
I don't know who's doing it.
I don't know who that
Dallas
is.
fan cam, Lucius?
I just know Carter Freeman is the mod. You know,
He's
that's
the
all.
mod.
I don't know. Maybe that is
But
Dallas.
it's my turn.
Okay. I am going to get you the top 10 at 420 here, and I feel pretty good about my list here for a second day in a row trying to pull off the Wolchuk. But I do have the top 32 things we learned about Week 14 of the NFL season, and I fast forwarded to the Eagles and Cowboys stuff. Spoiler alert, nothing on the Cowboys. So USA Today says we learned nothing about the Cowboys, but on the Eagles here, the turds of bird, if you will. One reason for Philadelphia's dominance is breadth of weapons. The Eagles are going to the playoffs for the 5th time in the past 9 seasons, but this year is the first in that stretch where they'll have either a 1,000-yard rusher or a 1,000-yard receiver. But Jalen Hurts' options go much deeper, given his own dual threat ability, plus the presence of Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert, to say nothing of what's probably the league's best offensive line. No way to look at Philly as anything less than the NFC's Super Bowl 57 favorite at this point in time. I'm not going to fight him on that, Brian.
Nope.
I want it to not be true. I don't think the Cowboys are so far off that they can't beat them. You know, I think you're looking at like a 52-48 type of situation. Agreed?
Yeah, as when you lost that game in Green Bay, I was like, okay, that's the one that you're going to look back on, and maybe that you needed that one in order to stay in touch. I just don't see the Eagles. I could see them potentially losing to you. You know, everybody has a bad day. We've seen that in the NFL. But I think that their roster, when you look at it, they figured out, this quarterback. I felt like it was a pretty even roster going into the season. I thought you had the better quarterback. Their quarterback's playing better than your quarterback.
He is. He's playing dang good.
And that's the reason why that they're finding ways to win football games. If those things were all like when your quarterback's playing well, you mean the last 7 or 8 games, if you look at the numbers and stuff like that, yeah, the interceptions and stuff, that's a problem. But the way the team is scoring and all that, Dak is certainly there. But Jalen Hurts, it's just a different level for him right now.
Well, he's totally bridged the gap because he's willing to run. And that's why he is now the best Lincoln Riley quarterback in the NFL. The guy who was just kind of like an afterthought, who was there to make his run at a national championship, turns out to be the best quarterback in the NFL out of those 3 main guys right now. And I think it's a willingness to run. It is such a big advantage. I don't want a quarterback that's not willing to run. If he gets hurt, I'll draft more of them. Yeah. But Jalen Hurts is an effective quarterback in the passing game because he makes defenses respect him. Everybody else is like, oh, you can't get your quarterback hurt. Jalen Hurts is like, bring it on, dude. Yeah. I'm just as strong as these guys. And I think front offices really need to change how they look at quarterback now, and preserving the health and willingness to run. All of that needs a significant dynamic shift. Sunday, Hurts became the first quarterback to rush for double-digit touchdowns in consecutive seasons. Yet another bullet point on his growing MVP resume. That's 2A. 2B, Sanders also rushed for his 10th touchdown of 2022. The Eagles running back hit double digits. The first Eagles running back to hit double digits in 11 years. And number 3, let's not discount the defense of the front runners.
That's what I was going to say.
The Eagles defense ranked 2nd overall in the league entering Week 14, hanging 7 sacks on the Giants, who got a late touchdown after pulling their starters. Yeah, the defense is pretty legit too, Brian.
Well, the thing about it is they're better than you in the secondary. That's where they get you with Slay and Bradbury, and then now Maddox coming back. They've struggled a little bit at safety because they've had some injuries there. Epps has played really, really well for them, but they've got a better secondary, and their pass rush is comparable. I mean, you look at the Cowboys and their ability to rush. The Cowboys have struggled with the pass rush the last couple of weeks. I think teams are not letting them rush the passer like they've had in the past, but you can give the offense a lot of credit for the Eagles, but that defense is just as just as stingy, especially with the way they cover in the back end.
Yeah, they've done a nice job over there, that Eagles front office. Okay, it is time now for the top 10 at 420. And we're expecting Zach Wolchuk's return tomorrow. Okay. The theme today is National Guard's birthday.
Oh.
So happy birthday to that National Guard. And I have prepared for you the top 10 celebrities with National Guard experience. Don't be Googling them, Brian. I'm just surprised.
I don't know celebrities.
This isn't okay. You're gonna Google the celebs.
Well, no, I was just thinking like I don't know celebrities because I'd never watched movies or pop culture or any of that stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, I have no clue. So when you're gonna give me like a really good clue, and I'm gonna go, I have no idea who you're talking about. You know, that's what I was just worried about right there. But sports stuff, sometimes I remember the sports stuff, but just give me the guys. I'll see if I can remember them when you go for it.
I think you might remember quite a few of these.
Why do you do this,
Because
Gavin?
they're crusty.
Why do you do this? Why do you do this?
Because I find your memory fascinating, Brian.
Because you want to.
Because it's broken.
Because it is. It's broken. It's absolutely broken.
Return to sender, man.
Yeah. Elvis Presley. Return to sender.
Okay.
Who do you got? Go ahead.
Number one on the list, all-time celebrities that served the National Guard during the Korean War. This maverick went to Korea for 14 months as a damn rifleman in the 5th Regimental Combat Team.
James Garner.
He nailed it. Look at Broadus.
You said, okay, the clue of the Maverick helped me there. That was a good one. James Garner. He was, absolutely.
I was thinking of a way I could work in the Rockford Files, but I thought that might be more of a giveaway.
Yeah, the Rockford Files is a good show, too.
He was part of the 24th Infantry Division as well. He was wounded twice, was James Garner.
First, stay out of the way.
First in the face and hand by shrapnel from a mortar round, and second in the buttocks from friendly fire from U.S. fighter jets as he dove into a foxhole.
It hit me right in the buttocks.
Yes. That's James Garner.
He just jumped up and bit me.
You get Purple Heart for that, right?
You did.
Yeah, one in the rear?
Yeah.
He got two Purple Hearts.
You know.
That's a little don't ask, don't tell.
Allegedly.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing, dog?
You get a Purple Heart. Yeah, different type of Purple Heart.
Depends what the circumstances are. Okay.
Whatever you negotiate.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the first one. That's the first celebrity who went National Guard. I have
you know
nine
what?
more.
Well, at least I got one right. It's so funny when you do this. You do this on purpose. I know you do it.
This gentleman served the National Guard from 1967 to 1973.
Whoa.
A little bit of an extended tour. Perhaps best known for his role as Mr. Magnum P.I. himself.
Tom Selleck?
Tom Selleck, yes.
Fly ass mustache.
You see, you could have get. He drove a red Ferrari.
That would have been good.
That would have been a good one.
Yeah.
He
Shorts
lived
right by the sack.
Yeah, I was trying to think of his buddies. You had
a roll of quarters in his pants.
He
very happy to be fighting crime.
He had a friend that was a helicopter pilot.
That's right. And he was not activated during his National Guard stint other than the Watts riots.
Whoa.
So domestic situation there for his National Guard years.
Appropriate music, Lucius.
Hey, man.
Okay, number 3, the top 10 celebrities here that served in the National Guard. The Sultan of SWAT.
Babe Ruth?
Babe Ruth, National Guardsman. Look at that.
Could have said eaten 85 hot dogs at a sitting one time.
I didn't know that.
I was just throwing out drank 17 beers one time while
candy bar named after him. I think that was Wade Boggs, different Yankee. Okay, we go to number 4 on this list. Dominant rifleman in World War II. I don't think you're going to get this one. I don't know if you're a military history buff. You might be.
Audie Murphy?
He got it.
Damn.
Ryan got it.
Damn.
Okay, so
I swear I'm not cheating. Look, you can see I got the Philadelphia Eagles guide up.
Good job. Good, thanks for not cheating.
Snatch that right out the sky, bro.
So Audie Murphy during during World War II, he held off like a whole regiment or battalion or whatever by himself for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And then he wrote a book about his adventures, then played himself in a movie. So that's how he became famous. So then during Korea, he enlisted actually in the Texas National Guard and wasn't deployed. But he ended up training a bunch of guys here in the great state of Texas. So there might be actually people in the audience trained to shoot by Audie Murphy.
That's the only famous rifleman I know, other than Chuck Connors.
Yes.
Chuck Connors was a rifleman on TV.
Hell of an intro on that show, too.
That was.
That intro was amazing.
Okay, up next here, famous National Guardsman, the inventor of basketball.
Naismith?
James Naismith. He did it. Yeah, as a Canadian, invented the game. Didn't find anything on his duty, his National Guard service, but I did learn he was a great athlete in football as well. And the first professional exhibition of indoor football was played at Madison Square Garden. James Naismith scored the first touchdown in exhibition indoor football. So he was also amazing at gymnastics, lacrosse, and soccer. He wanted to invent a game
that incorporated all of them,
where you couldn't block the goal. He was like, we need to get this goal so I can shoot better, without somebody jumping in my way. Yeah. We're going to put it up there.
So get the peach basket and put it up there.
Yeah. No way anybody will be able to jump that high. This goal's well out of the way. Okay, up next, your National Guardsman. The actor who was best known for his role in as the dad in Good Times. Okay, he was also in the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Okay, it's
Coming to America as the lady's dad.
Yeah, I could see the guy.
They got the Big Mac. I got the Big Mick.
Yeah. Roots.
Amos.
You got it. John Amos. Yes.
John Amos.
A forgotten role in the great movie Beastmaster, by the way. John Amos.
Got it.
Good football player, too. He was in camp with the Broncos and Chiefs back in the day.
He looked like a good athlete.
Yeah.
Hell of a scowl on him, too.
He did.
Hell of a scowl. He don't play that game.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He's got a re-emerging career on the internets.
Does he?
Yeah, he's on the internets right now going crazy.
Well, good for him.
It's good stuff.
Okay, we have a UFC fighter who's gone active duty. Tim Kennedy. I knew you wouldn't get him.
I would never get that. Wolchuk would have, though. Well, he was running the drill here.
We have a former vice president went to the National Guard. Went to high school with my mom in Huntington, Indiana.
Dan Quayle?
Dan Quayle, he nailed it. Yeah. We have an incredible lacrosse player, maybe the first great American lacrosse player. The award for the best attacking player in college is named after John Turnbull.
John Turnbull. Where'd he go to school? Was he like a John Hopkins guy?
Maryland, John Hopkins.
Yeah, North Carolina. Penn State.
Bradford.
Oh, there you go.
And then a great historical pilot is number 10 on the list of the most famous National Guardsmen of all time. He made the first nonstop flight from New York City to Paris.
That would be Charles Lindbergh.
Look at your guy brought us. Okay, he's always down. Why do you do this to me?
I know, man. I apologize. I really do. There were a lot of crusties on there, so I had a chance. Yeah, I had a lot of chance there.
You did.
Except for the UFC guy and the lacrosse dude.
Yeah, I'd say you were money on that one.
You covered that Lindbergh baby thing, right?
I was.
Yeah, you were covering that.
One of my favorite things is when somebody says something that's completely obvious, I go, yeah, Lindbergh lands in Paris.
How about it?
I mean, come on, what are you talking about over there?
Okay, contract details are in on T.Y. Hilton. What's it tell us about how important he's going to be for these Cowboys? Maybe we'll get a little around the NFL as well coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat about the Frankels before we do that.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find a new road, Joe.
Thank you, Lucius. Details are in on the T.Y. Hilton contract. Great move by the Cowboys. They get a good player once again. Very little risk, and it could help big time. So it's disappointing. It's frustrating at times the way the Cowboys do business, but there's definitely a collection of guys out there in their 30s who have had a great career, have all the money in the bank that they could ever want, and are just like, yeah, I'd like to play for the Cowboys, and I don't need to break the bank in order to do it. And whether it's Jason Peters or Anthony Barr or T.Y. Hilton, maybe none of them so far are, the kind of guys that can dominate, but they could really help. Jason Peters might have won you a game already. So I think that's the star and maybe Stephen Jones, shrewdness paying off and hopefully T.Y. Hilton has some great moments as well. We'll get into the contract details here in just a second. 940 says, it's my daughter Brinley's birthday. She is 6. Can I get a shout out? Absolutely, you can get a shout out, 940, and a salute and a happy birthday.
You're going to get a shout out from a girl dad like you.
Oh,
right?
for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. That's still in the glory years right there. I think the glory years are from about 2 to 8. 9, 10, 11. It's still great. It's just different, Right there at 6, they're still mispronouncing words. And
has coaching your daughter's soccer team helped you to get to know her even more?
Yeah. Yeah, I
mean,
so.
sometimes I kind of felt like, I never wanted to coach anything Bennett was doing because I felt like, don't need the pressure of that.
Yeah.
But there's a side of me that I was around it enough, but being with him and coaching him, you kind of find out a little bit
it gives
more
you something
about
that you're working on together.
What makes them tick.
As they get older, I'm hoping that it will be a bridge to continue a relationship and have something meaningful going as she gets through those teenage years. But at the same time, the other thing it really does is you get to observe her peers.
Yeah.
And so you can see what they're kind of going through. Yeah. Like there's things kids aren't going to show you about their personality because they think you disapprove or they'd be embarrassed about you to know that or whatever, but their friends will tell the truth on them if you listen close enough. You kind of figure out what they're into and what stations they're at in life. But okay, here we go. The Cowboys guaranteed T.Y. $600K over the final 4 weeks. That counts $800 against the cap. He can earn $50,000 for each regular season game he's on the roster. In addition to playoff money, he can earn up to $700,000, and the most he could possibly get would be $1.8 million. That's if he plays at least 30% of the snaps and they go all the way through the Super Bowl. But every playoff game, if he's in there 30% of the time, he's looking at $100,000, $150,000, $250,000, and so on and so forth for the victory. So nice little payday. And there's incentive in there as well. So I think it's just a brilliant job by the Cowboys to get this thing together the way they did, Brian.
Kind of feel like they got a guy, we talked about it earlier, runs really good routes against zone coverage, has an awareness for how to sit down, where to be, good combination player, can play him out of bunch formations, all those things. But if the teams are going to start playing more clog and cover, Dak's going to need somebody to throw the ball to other than Dalton Schultz and like that. And I think T.Y. Hilton is that guy that knows if he's getting man coverage, he keeps running. If he's getting zone, he's going to stop.
Does he put him in the slot then? You got him working on that underneath stuff?
I think you do. I think, I think to me, put him as close as you can to where he gets lost.
Yeah.
Like with tight ends and say you get him in bunch formations and, you scatter him. He can run behind those picks. He can run, he's a guy, he's good enough to where, like I say, he's going to take it all the way across. I mean, he made a living running underneath routes and stuff like that. And Andrew Luck finding him and letting him take off. That's where he was just at his absolute best. So they need this guy for like those, I mentioned the 3rd downs and 4, the 3rd and 5s. This team finds itself in a lot of those.
I mean, Dak completed a lot of passes to Jason Witten and Cole Beasley and then Dalton Schultz. Yeah. And, it's not ideal, but on 3rd and 4 it is, to get 5 yards.
Yes.
And I don't know if they have the kind of players that are really savvy at finding those weak spots in the defense and presenting a quick target with reliable hands. And now Dak has another one. It might be the key to keeping the chains moving if they want to pass as much as they showed on Sunday. Okay, how many targets do you think? And is T.Y. Hilton your number 3, your number 4? Where do you put him in the pecking order as far as priority to get targets in any given game?
Well, I think what you just mentioned about the third down stuff, how many of those do you have a game? Is it one of those things? Is it you have 10, 12 third down opportunities? I mean, could you throw him the ball 3 times, 4 times in those situations? Could the other times be Dalton Schultz targets, which seems to happen, or the slants that you get with Gallup, and then
you see it very specifically on third down, or is he going to be involved?
I think you're going to see him really shine on third down. Okay. That's why I feel like this team is really going to take advantage of him.
All righty. Elsewhere here with your Cowboys, CBS Sports did their things they learned about each team in Week 14. USA Today had nothing on the Cowboys. CBS Sports did decide to do what they learned. Dak Prescott struggles throwing the ball downfield is their takeaway. Prescott isn't the problem with the Cowboys offense, but the unit is lacking explosiveness because of his issues stretching the field. On passes of 10-plus air yards, Prescott went 6 of 13 with an interception 1 week after going 1 of 8 with a 0.0 rating. Oh, my goodness. So he's 7 of his last 21 on passes of 10-plus air yards. The data backs up their take, Brian.
Yeah.
Prescott's completed just 51% on the season with passes that went 10-plus air yards, 4 touchdowns, 8 picks. On throws of 25-plus air yards, Prescott's completed just 21% of his passes. Dallas struggled to get things going against Houston, but the team's Super Bowl chances hinge on Prescott's ability to throw downfield. Thoughts, sir?
Kind of feel like he had the 51-yard pass to Noah Brown, and that was off a scramble that he had going to his right and just launched it. I kind of felt like that James Washington was going to be a vertical threat and didn't see that. We were hearing some whispers coming out of the Star. I even brought this up in the pregame show that maybe that James Washington was going to be a guy that was going to get down the field and be that guy. And it didn't show that the case. I think they're lacking that right now because I don't think they want to do it with Michael Gallup. I think they're worried about Michael Gallup. He's the one guy that we've seen in the past be able to run down the field.
Yeah.
But I worry.
Not taking those shots this year, are they?
Yeah, maybe because you get Michael Gallup going up, getting vertical, coming down funny, getting tangled up.
He does have some awkward landings.
Yeah, see, maybe they're not interested in putting him in those kinds of situations.
Well, guys, this is football.
Yeah,
we don't want to get our quarterback hurt. We can't get our wide receiver hurt because he's got a high point of ball. It's good talk though, and I wonder why they don't want to get Michael Gallup more involved in that. But that's a pretty big deal.
I don't think they want to get him hurt down the field. And you're right, it's football.
Do they have the protection right now to get the ball downfield consistently?
Well, what they'll do is they will go max protection when they want to throw the ball down the field. They'll keep all those tight ends in. They'll get. And they'll just run, the first play of the game, they were trying to hit a deep crossing route, and they ended up throwing the ball to the flat to the running back there. But yeah, I don't know.
We got 3 down, 2 to go here in the G-Bag Nation. That's what they're saying. I didn't know that it had been that bad the last 2 weeks.
Been struggle.
I mean, it's been a lot better for the season, 51%, but it's kind of hit a low point here. 7 of his last 21 traveling 10-plus yards or more. Okay, how much aggression is too much? Jerry Jones was asked about that this morning with Sean and RJ, and we'll have thoughts on the passing game going in to a big Wednesday as the Cowboys return to practice tomorrow. We'll give you some of those Jerry highlights coming up next in the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat Twin.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. We got some Jerry Jones audio here. How much aggressiveness is too much aggressiveness? You'll hear his answer on that, asking about Dak's interceptions. But the guys this morning wanted to know, does the addition of T.Y. Hilton mean that your wide receivers aren't getting it done? They're not good enough? He'll answer that question and others as well. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Eric Chiafalo's out there in new baby dad land. He's been doing that a lot lately. Third time in the last 30 months. He's got a newborn in the house. So congrats to the Chiafalo family for adding a third daughter there. And Wolchuk's still sick. Carter Freeman is still coordinating your video. 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And here we go. Jerry Jones this morning. Did you get T.Y. Hilton because your wide receiver core is struggling? Here's Jerry.
Well, no. The real... for his availability has a lot to do with it, but I think that we have continued to look for a speed element, being able to have a player that can give those secondaries something else to think about out there as our core base of receivers are basically doing their thing. And he does that. He's a receiver that the defense will have to honor, and when he does, he'll make it better for Wilson. He'll make it not Wilson, but Brown, and he'll make it better for, of course, with Lamb. And so I'm glad. I'm glad's not the word for it. I'm excited the fact that he's available.
So he's available. That's the main reason. And I like that because this is a time where it doesn't necessarily have to be because of a need. There's a good player who's available. The playoffs are coming up, and you have a chance for very little risk to add this player and have him available to help you if need be.
Yeah, the Gang of Seven was talking about this guy in his career has dealt with a lot of soft tissue injuries as well. And so the fact that a couple of them were saying, hey, he hasn't played the whole year, which is okay, because wear and tear on him is probably going to be pretty good. So, guy described it as lightning in the bottle, kind of a signing. Maybe you get somebody like Jerry was talking about that has speed, that has quickness. It's going to put some pressure on these defensive coordinators that want to play zone coverage. I talked about. Can he
run right by the safeties and open up stuff?
He's not the biggest guy.
Yeah.
He's not one of these guys that you would say, like what you're dealing with with Philadelphia or some of these other places that have these really big receivers, Seattle, those kind of. This guy,
but he does have the speed, doesn't he?
He does have the speed, and that's it, But I think to him, I would like to get him the ball quick and let him then do the damage that way. I think that's the absolute best way that he plays.
The question everybody's been wondering: is there a tie-in with the Odell Beckham Jr. story? Does this mean you were out on OBJ? Here's Jerry.
Of course, we wouldn't have been interested in Odell had he not had the kind of talent that certainly can last to the spring, so to speak. But I think it's fair to say that he's an outstanding receiver. He's, as you well know, he's not ready to play today. That's important, but he will be ready come spring, and he's a receiver that I think would fit any team. And so I want to easily say there's going to be continued interest in Odell.
Okay, there will be continued interest, and it sounds interesting that the Cowboys are still in on it. Do you buy that? See, I think he's trying to sell the fan base that, oh, no, we're in on this. We're still excited about it. I don't see how the Cowboys, with how they throw around free agent dollars, could be interested in paying what it's going to take to get Odell Beckham Jr. for the spring.
Yeah, we need to kind of figure out, too, though, what their other moves are going to be, because maybe they're going to free up money. Maybe some of these moves that we've talked about, and I know Bassick, and we were mentioning that in the crosstalk today, of hey, who's going to be here, who's not going to be here. So I'm I'm going to take Jerry at his word that he's interested, but I'm going to also say, okay, tell me how you're going to construct this roster with very, very limited cap space. Who are you going to release in order to make this work?
I don't think Odell, and they've moved away from injured players over the last couple of years. It makes no sense at all. Okay, last segment we'll get back to the Jerry cuts here in just a second, but the truckwreck.com fan text is very interesting. Last segment, we had this Cowboys takeaway from Week 14. Dak was, really, really bad on throwing the ball 10-plus yards, and over the last 2 games is now 7 of his last 21, and the numbers for the season are bad. 940 says, I wonder if Dak's thumb is not totally healed or he doesn't have the strength in it yet, and that's why he can't throw the ball downfield as well. I don't think that's a factor. We haven't heard anything about that. I think it's more the defenses that are being played, and there's a lot fewer opportunities, and the Cowboys are forcing it. I think if you want to go downfield like that for Dak, it almost exclusively has to be like some sort of a play action or some sort of a rollout. Those are the kinds of situations I think you're going to have more success in. At least with these defenses. And then 214, does clog and cover affect the Niners offense? No. The Chiefs offense? No. The Rams offense? No. Why can't we face it? This Garrett Linehan killing offense needs to be ditched this offseason. We have had this same offense for 17 years, no NFC championship games. Ditch it. There are some very common components. Kellen Moore is a little bit more creative.
What happened, though? Okay, remember last year when the Cowboys were playing the Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
And remember, Kansas City was on a terrible offensive run.
Yeah.
What were people doing?
They were clogging and covering.
Damn right they were.
It's one of the reasons that, they
had to figure some things out, didn't
they? Yeah. And they took away the deep stuff a lot from the Kansas City Chiefs.
They sure did.
And this year, Travis Kelce, for a lot of the year, has been on pace to challenge the all-time tight end touchdown record.
Yeah.
They changed their offense significantly. Yeah. The Niners run it so much and use so much play action. They spread you out horizontally and absolutely torture you if you want to play cover 2 by very physically taking between 5 and 15 yards. And then when finally you're so worried about the running game, then Jimmy beats you, but he's throwing 20, 25 times per game at most. So I hear you. I do think the Cowboys need to be a little bit more sophisticated. I think the scheme is good enough, though. You just have to, get refocused in on that game plan that became so clear in the Cooper Rush weeks. Okay, cut 7 here from Jerry Jones. Can Jason Peters handle full time with Terrence Steele out for the season at right tackle?
Yeah, yes, I do. And we're so fortunate to have him. I think he's a Hall of Famer, ultimately, and I was real impressed with the way he stepped in Sunday. One thing that I want to brag on is how our coaching staff and how the players themselves in the offensive line have created us quite a bit of flexibility here. So with the fact that we've got Tyron Smith coming back, that gives us some real options here on how to set this up without Steele. So we'll see how the week unfolds, but we've got some real options here to go forward, and that's a real credit to your coaching staff.
Yeah, it sounds like he's confident. Is it going to be as simple as Tyron Smith at left tackle, Peters at right tackle, and McGovern or Tyler at left guard?
Might be. That might be for them. Yeah, that's they have hit on Jason Peters, and I will give them some credit for playing him at various times during the season.
Finally, you give him some credit. Finally.
With the coaching staff? Yeah. I will give them credit because to me, it would have been real easy just to let him sit and say, you know what, we're happy with where everything's going, with continuity and all that. By him playing, though, it got him ready to when he had to come into that game. If you'd have thrown him out there in week 14, would have been like the first week that he would have got any action. There might have been bad rust. There might have been a lot of things. They're really not practicing all that much. So, him playing, those 10 to 12 plays a game, I think it got him ready to where he was when you had to plug him in, you were good. And so give that offensive line, give Joe Philbin, the offensive coaches, credit for having him ready to play. And yeah, we'll see. 40-year-old guy, 65 to 70 snaps a game. You know, the weather's fine now, where he's not going to get overheated or anything like that. So yeah, I feel like that. We'll see. I have a feeling that we're going to see some type of rotation there. They're showing that they're willing to not have continuity. They're okay with playing 7, 8 guys. They're okay with that.
He's 2 positions away from playing all of them for a given year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would wonder, is Tyron Smith at right tackle going to be more comfortable with Jason Peters at left tackle? But you have options and you have plenty of practices to figure out like exactly what is going to be the best configuration. Cut number 9, Jerry Jones. And I wondered this a lot yesterday. Is their identity as a contender slipping was my thought because of how the last 3 games have gone. Halftime against New York. The next week, it took you 3 quarters. You're still in a dogfight against the Colts. And then Sunday, it took you to the last 3 minutes. So it's getting later and later in the games where you've been able to put away inferior opponents. Jerry, are you worried about how this team has won in the last 3 weeks?
No, I will tell you, we all want to see that fast start, and I thought we had it. Mm-hmm. When we came out the other day, especially when we had offensive possession, the way we were able to execute the running game, we had an overthrow there early from Dak, but other than that, I thought we started fast. And but again, it's just a reminder that how all NFL teams have really outstanding football players. All of them do. And I know you're tired of hearing that this week, but they do. And anytime you step out there, if you give the other team chances, like turnovers, then you could be in for a dogfight, no matter what your current rank is as opposed to the team you're playing. But I thought we started actually fast. And then, of course, the punt took the air out of us, momentum-wise, and lifted the other team, which can happen. And then you do that with some help of turnovers, and you can end up in the shape that we were in. To me, and I want to burn this in our head because that's the way I feel about it, I see one of the best and momentous goal line stands that I can remember by our defense. And stopped them against high odds because they had been effective in making some short yardage. And then turn around and Dak lead a 98-yard drive to win the game with that much on our shoulders. That's the memory I'm taking away from that game, not necessarily a lot of the turnovers and mistakes we made in between. Can we not have those turnovers? Can we do better? You can bet that no one is more sensitive about how we can do what went in between the first quarter and the last quarter of that game. This team is going to have that burn in their mind too, and that's a good thing.
Well, I don't know if you're going to have him burn in the mind if the leader's saying don't focus on the bad. You know, I respect the optimism. I respect the let's live positive type of mindset. There should be more of that. But as the head of a professional sports outfit, GMs and coaches just don't make the team better by focusing on what you do when you almost kicked it away against a bad team. Yeah. The best coaches obsess about it and want to make sure that everybody took it seriously so it doesn't happen again.
I think he is right, though, because he's right about the muff punt from Turpin.
Sure.
He is right about that because –
and it was a great goal line stand.
No, and it was. But I felt like that really gave the Texans. I didn't know when the Texans were going to get into that 2 quarterback shuffle.
Changed the dynamics big time.
Now all of a sudden they get the ball and like, what? What's that guy doing on the field? And now they're running the quarterback's running and you're like, oh, this is what's about to happen.
Yeah, I was like, who's in the game now? Jeff Driscoll?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought something happened to Mills, but they had a plan for that. They got to it after that turnover.
Okay, here's what I teased Jerry Jones on the interceptions that Dak has thrown. It's 9 and 8 games now. Here's Jerry Jones. Are they a concern?
Well, the two are actually. What if I said yes? Okay, period. To your question, and I'm not criticizing your question, but certainly those concerns those interceptions can neutralize great execution and effort in other parts of the game. Interceptions can. That's being tried. But I will tell you now, the definition of aggressiveness doesn't have to include turnovers. It does not have to include that.
Okay. When you're aggressive, there is more risk, and I think that's ultimately, it doesn't have to include turnovers, but it will. The reality is the more aggressive that you get, the more turnovers you're going to have. I guess at this level, you look at how the season has gone, it's really just the Eagles game that absolutely killed you and the Packers game, but you're sitting here at 10-3. Are the turnovers, stopping you from having a good year? I think we're right on the line of it. And as long as it doesn't happen in the wrong game, I think you can get through. But going into the playoffs, Brian, I'm willing to give up that ability to score in order to get more ball security. That would be my message from the front office. We need significantly less aggressiveness. Like when we had Cooper Rush, it's like we were just like, okay, well, we'll just keep punting. That's fine. Haha. Our defense is so good. Like if you're up against a team, and it happens a lot in January where teams just can't score, you can't give them short fields in that situation. So I'm hoping they dial back the aggressiveness as the playoffs approach, Brian.
Yeah, I think that's what happens, that we always talk about, that when we get to that point in the season where it is the playoffs, it is more about protecting the football. And the one thing that we've learned is this offensive line can run block, the tight ends can run block, and you got backs that are capable. When they both the backs, it doesn't matter. Give one 17 carries, give the other one 15 carries. It doesn't matter. You find a way you can run the ball with these guys. Now, I'll be interested to see how it works against the Commanders. If that game turns into something, that will give me a lot of thought going into the playoffs. If you have to play that Commanders game and you have to win the game, but you're going to have to run the ball and you don't run it against the Commanders, I don't know many run defenses are like the Commanders, but it would give me a little bit of pause if they don't have success doing it that way. They've run the ball well against everybody they've played.
Bobby Belt's coming up at 5:30, and then LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up at about 5:40. We'll hit the expressway with 35 minutes of uninterrupted content next here in the G-Bag Nation. It is well known, though, that in a rising interest rate environment, auto leasing